Chapter 1 Fake Jianjing fell from the building to frame Shishang. In the banquet hall on the first floor, it is full of high-ranking friends and lively. A scream suddenly sounded, breaking the harmonious atmosphere in the lobby. With a rumbling sound, a girl in a princess dress rolled down the stairs. The people around who saw this scene took a breath of cold air and quickly surrounded it. Bei. Xu Ying rushed to the front, and a modeling face with an overly beautiful face suddenly changed color when he saw Xu Bei's face covered in blood. How about you? Xu Bei cried out with a trembling voice. Woo, third brother, I hurt so much. My body hurts so much. Good boy, don't be afraid. The third brother will take you to the hospital, and you will be fine. Shi's parents hurried over when they heard the movement. What's going on? Xu Bei looked at them with tears in her eyes. Mom and Dad, don't blame my sister. She didn't mean it. Xu Ying's eyes were as cold as a cold pool. Shushang, why on earth did you do this? Shushang stood on the platform on the second floor and took a few steps back because of the chill in his eyes. Shushang, it's not our intention to hold the wrong child. Are you crazy? Why do you push Bei downstairs? Facing his mother's resentful eyes, Shushang shuddered a little. No, it's not me, I didn't push her. Xu Ying is fierce and evil. How could Bei fall down? Shushang looked around, and everyone looked at her condemningly. Those eyes almost pierced her like sharp swords. I don't know. When she went downstairs, Xu Bei suddenly took her hand. She was not used to being close to others, so she withdrew her hand. She didn't push Bei at all. However, in the face of everyone's accusations, Shushang had doubts about himself. Is it really that she accidentally pushed Xu Bei? At this time, one person in the crowd pointed to her. It was her. I just saw her push Bei downstairs. I really don't have it. Shushang's big black and white eyes are beautiful and deep. At this moment, her eyes are unyielding and stubborn. What reason do I have to push Xu Bei? What's more, would I be stupid enough to do such a stupid thing on such an occasion? I said that my sister didn't push me. Don't blame her anymore. I really fell down by myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Bei fainted. Mom and Dad, I'll take Bei to the hospital first. As for the person who hurt Bei, I won't let her go. After saying that, Xu Ying rushed out like a gust of wind. Mom and Dad, now is not the time to ask for a crime. You go to the hospital to take care of Bei, and I will deal with the matter here. It was Xi Yan, the eldest brother of the Xi family, who spoke. His cold and deep voice made everyone around him quiet down. The family's ugliness should not be publicized. The guests here can't ignore it either. Seasonian has always been steady. Shi's parents rushed to the hospital, leaving behind Xu Yan in front of Shushang with only a high sentence. Go home and kneel until you are willing to admit your mistake. The person who picked her up from the countryside also had a big brother. Shushang thought that he would be on her side, but the big brother didn't even give her a little trust. Shushang pulled the man who was about to leave without thinking about it. Brother, please believe me, I really didn't push her. Xu Yan's eyes are contemptuous. How can I believe you? You can check the surveillance. Yes, there is also monitoring. Surveillance can prove her innocence. Check the surveillance. Xu Yan's black eyes are cold. Don't you think it's hypocritical to say this sentence from your mouth? What? You still pretend? You specially chose a monitoring blind spot. Do you ask me to check the monitoring? What reason does Bei have to falsely accuse you? On the contrary, it was you. Shushang was stunned. On the contrary, what was she? Anyway, I don't want to listen to your sophistry. I still have to see off guests. If you go back and kneel down and admit your mistake, I will let the housekeeper stare at you. The extremely impatient voice completely sentenced Shushang to death. The Brenda in Shushang's eyes was extinguished. The Xu family villa is located in a famous rich area in the capital. The servants who came and went fell into the well to the Shushang who was kneeling on the ground. Will you kick her out when you come back? It is a disaster for such a person to stay at home. What are you afraid of? She is not the head of the Xu family. Even if she is biological, she can't compare with Miss Bei's finger. That is, Miss Bei is beautiful and talented. How can she, a wild girl from the countryside, compare with her? The ridicule of the servants gradually disappeared. Shushang knelt down from day to dark. 2 bundles of lights cut through the twilight like electric light and went straight to Shushang's sight. The black front of the car rushed towards her. Shushang instinctively wanted to dodge, but his numb legs could no longer use any strength. Just when she thought the car was going to hit, the front of the car stopped 1 centimeter away from her. Shushang was so scared that her soul was scattered. She took a big breath, as if she had come back to life. The headlights were dazzling, and she couldn't even open her eyes. She only heard the sound of the door closing vigorously. Who gave you the courage to hurt Bei? Her collar was pulled up and it was difficult to breathe. Shushang was speechless at all. The next second, she was mercilessly pulled to the ground. Her shoulder hit the ground with a bang, and the pain made her make a short cry of pain. The person who came was not relieved at all. He pinched her shoulders and shook them vigorously. Speak. What do you think you are? Bebe, can you also move? There is no one as vicious as you in our family. I will teach you a good lesson for my parents today. Xu Shang was dizzy. Before he could calm down, his lower abdomen was kicked. The internal organs seemed to be displaced, and the pain that penetrated the heart instantly spread to the limbs and skeletons. The cold sweat on Xu Xiao's forehead immediately fell down. Does it hurt? The figure squatted in front of her, and his voice was fierce, which was not as painful as Bebe. Xu Shang struggled to make a sound. Who are you? The person sneered. You don't deserve to know who I am. I only recognize Bebe's sister. Well, Xu Shang muttered almost speechlessly. Do you admit your mistake or not? I said, I didn't push her. Xu Shang is one word at a time. She looked up with stubbornness on her face. The young man's upright figure stopped in front of her, and Xu Shang finally saw the person in front of her. A young and strange face, with sharp eyebrows and a sharp appearance, like a character who came out of a cartoon. The left ear stud shines brightly, and his face is unruly. He looks at her as if he wants to kill her. Xu Shang gritted his teeth and asked me to say it again and again. I didn't push her. Why didn't you believe me? Believe me, do you deserve it? You can also get out of the floor and try. The young man patted her face one by one. You were jealous of Bebe and hated her for occupying your place, so you deliberately made a fool of her in front of everyone. She will have a broken bone and can only lie in the hospital. How can you be so cruel? Chapter 2. Come and apologize to Bebe. Her fourth brother, Tokino, put a hat on her head like this. Xu Shang laughed at himself. Since you have convicted me, I have nothing to say. In Xia's opinion, Xu Shang is stubborn and refuses to admit it. Is he speechless or can't find an excuse? Tokino thought of Xu Bebe, who was lying in the hospital. She was covered with wounds and still redressing herself for Xu Shang. It's a pity that she almost ruined her face and took the matter on herself. But what about Xu Shang? He hurt Bebe and still has a hard mouth. How could such a dejected person be her sister? Only a generous and kind person like Bebe deserves his sister. You just refuse to admit your mistake, do you? Xu Shang opened a pair of black and white eyes and did not hesitate to look at Shang Shi. How can he recognize what I have not done? At this time, he is still hard-mouthed. I made your mouth hard. I'll beat you to death. Tokii was originally irritable. He broke a tree stick in anger and pulled it at Xu Shang. The tree is very thin and soft, and it hurts hotly when it hits people. Xu Shang had no strength to resist, so he could only hold his head. My body hurts a lot. Xu Shang bit his lip tightly and didn't say a word. Do you admit your mistake or not? Tokino hit and asked. Next to the lights of the other off-car, Shu Yang stood in the dark and watched coldly. This sister has grown crookedly. It's time to educate her well. They are brothers for her good. Tokino saw that she was stubborn and beat her harder and harder. The sound of banging and whipping is endless. It was not until Xu Shen was slumped on the ground that Xu Yan came out of the dark. Well, these lessons are enough. Xu Shang heard the eldest brother's voice, smiled sadly in his throat, and then lost all consciousness. Xu Ye hummed and threw the tree on the ground. Big brother, let her continue to kneel. If she refused to admit her mistake, she would kneel to death. Xu Yan didn't say anything, which can be regarded as acquiescence. Get up and kneel down for me. Don't think that the matter is over. Xu Yi didn't calm down at all. Seeing that Xu Shang pretended to be dead, he raised his foot and kicked her. Xu Yang frowned. She fainted. Tokino doesn't believe it. It's pretending, right? It's really dizzy to look at. Xu Yan calmly ordered the servant to bring Xu Shang back to the room. Xu Shang had a fever in the middle of the night. He was so hot that he couldn't climb up. He could only curl up himself into a shrimp. Most of the pillow is wet. In the dark room, Xu Shang couldn't help choking and didn't dare to cry too loudly. She can hear the words that her adoptive parents have been beating and scolding her since she was a child, and the fox is losing money every day. Later, her biological father came to her door. She was very happy to know that she was not her adoptive parents. In this way, she returned to her biological family with the hope of a better life in the future. It was not until today that Xu Shang found that everything was different from what she imagined. Her family doesn't believe her. There is no love either. If you love her, how can you not believe her? 3 days later, Xu Beibei was discharged from the hospital. She had not fully recovered yet. Xu Ying and Toki Yi helped her to sit down on the sofa. Xu Beibei touched the wound on her forehead. The third and fourth brothers were so kind to me. Not good to you, good to anyone. Xu Beibei lowered her eyelashes. I was always afraid that you would not love me when my sister came back. I was too careful. I'm sorry, third and fourth brothers. After saying that, Xu Beibei laughed mischievously and stuck out his tongue. You won't blame me for being too careful, will you? What's the blame for you? A cold light flashed from the bottom of Xu Ying's eyes. All this happened because of Xu Shang. If it weren't for her, how could Beibei be afraid of losing their love? Xu Shang also caused her such a serious injury. Damn it. Xu Yi sat next to Xu Beibei, with his two long legs on the coffee table unruly. He gently rubbed the top of Xu Beibei's hair, and his movements were very gentle. Don't think nonsense. You're the only sister in my field. As for the time business, she is a fart. By the way, where is Xu? When Beibei came back, she should have apologized. Saw Huaiyu, the mother of the time, was hurt when she saw that they were talking about Xu. Go and call Xu down. When Xu was lying in bed and half asleep and half awake, there was a sudden knock on the door. She got up from the bed and opened the door. Miss Wu, madam asked you to go downstairs. No one cares about her room these days. Xu went downstairs to find food by himself every day. The servants looked down on her, but they didn't dare to embarrass her. Got it. Hurry up. Miss Beibei has been discharged from the hospital. Don't keep her waiting for a long time. After saying that, the servant turned around and left. It turned out that Beibei came back. Xu heard the maid chatting, saying that his family had been accompanying Xu Beibei in the hospital these days. And she had a fever. No one knew that she still did acupuncture for herself, and now she has recovered. Xu lowered his eyes and looked at the whip wound on his body. His eyes darkened. She didn't wear a long-sleeved cover, and just went downstairs. As soon as he came to the corner of the stairs, Xu heard Xu Ying say, Beibei, your foot injury has not recovered yet. You must pay more attention in the future. The gentle and loose voice is completely different from when facing her. Xu still remembers that when he first saw Xu Ying, he said strangely, 1 million, TSK, the Xu family's 1,000 gold that has not yet entered the door is really precious. Her biological father, Xu Jun, gave her adoptive parents 1 million in alimony. Knowing that the other party's lion opened his mouth, Xu Jun still happily gave the money. At that time, Xu was very moved. So is this the reason why the third brother hates her? Sister. Xu Beibei's eyes were sharp. When she saw Xu standing there, she immediately shouted sweetly. Several people downstairs suddenly looked at Xu. Saw Huaiyu was angry when she thought of what had happened a few days ago, and her voice suddenly became cold. What is the pestle doing there? Don't come down quickly. She doesn't have many decorations, which gives people the feeling of a rich family. Her facial features, with a hint of mixed race, make her look a little more dignified. Xu raised his feet and walked down. Ah, sister. Xu Beibei saw the messy and staggered whip marks on her arm and stood up. As a result, she fell back to the sofa because of a foot injury. What are you doing? I know I'm injured and you don't pay attention. Please sit down for me. Xu Yu's stern words were full of concern. Tokino was also very nervous. Xu Beibei looked at Xu worriedly. Sister, what's wrong with the wound on your body? Who hit you? TSK, it's bleeding. It must hurt, right? Seeing Xu like this, Xu Beibei suddenly felt that it didn't hurt so much. Tokino snorted coldly, and he should be beaten if he makes a mistake. Xu Beibei covered her mouth and was obviously scared. Fourth brother, my sister is your own sister. How can you beat her? Xu Yi sneered. How can you have a memory if you don't fight? If she hurts you like this, you should leave her alone. Beibei, your fourth brother is right. Saw Huayu's face was straight. Xu, why don't you come and apologize to Beibei? Chapter 3 Fake Qianjing, designed to kidnap and sell miserably. People like Xu who don't have good intentions should be educated behind closed doors, so as not to embarrass the Xu family when they go out. Xu Beibei felt ashamed. Mom, no, my sister is your biological daughter. How can she apologize to me? She looked at Xu with guilt. However, these words are like adding fuel to the fire. Saw Huaiyu seemed to be aroused and furious. I couldn't wait to have her daughter. This is like a disaster for Xu, who has been looking forward to maternal love. Xu looked at Xu Beibei with red eyes. Are you sure I pushed you? Her eyes are dark and bright, as eye-catching as the scorching sun. Xu Beibei didn't dare to look at her for a moment. She bit her lip and was about to cry. I don't know. I was also scared at that time. Maybe I was careless. Xu Beibei grabbed Saw Huayi's arm. Mom, I'm fine. Let's just let this matter go, okay? Don't mention it anymore. Saw Huaiyu found that her body was trembling and comforted her in her arms. It's okay. Mom will support you. Xu Yi suddenly jumped from the sofa to Xu and pushed her shoulder vigorously. Didn't you see the wound on Beibei's forehead when you were blind? She is like this. You still want to bring disaster to the east. She will be injured as soon as you return to this home. Xu Yi's evil eyes stared at Xu in an unkind tone. Xu, no one would make fun of his body. Beibei has been kind since she was a child. When she encounters injured small animals outside, she will bring them back to take care of them. She is even more afraid of pain, and it is impossible to hurt her body to falsely accuse Xu. Xu was raised by her unruly, unreasonable and rude adoptive parents. What kind of good-heartedness can she have? Even if Xu knew that it was a fact that they didn't trust her, his heart still hurt when he heard such words. But I really didn't push her. You are still sophistry. Su Huaiyu rushed to Xu Shang in anger and slapped her. With a snap, Xu Shang's face immediately swelled up. Xu Shang, I haven't been able to raise you for the past 19 years, which has led to your crooked personality. If you refuse to admit your mistake today, I will think that I don't have you as a daughter. Xu Shang's eyes suddenly blushed. Mom. Don't call me Mom. Do you admit your mistake or not? Su Huaiyu hates that iron does not make steel. Xu Shang's eyes were filled with a layer of water mist. Mom, what if I? Are you making trouble? Xu Jun knew that Xu Beibei was discharged from the hospital and rushed back from the company, and his majestic eyes swept across everyone. In the end, it was decided on Xu Shang. Dad. Xu Shang looked at him, and his dark eyes lit up slightly, as if he was expecting something. Su Huaiyu threw herself into Xi Zhen's arms and cried. The good daughter you brought back still stubbornly refused to admit that she pushed Beibei downstairs for so long. I can't teach her. Xu Shang. Xu Jun's dark eyes have the dignity of the superiors. He can't tolerate it. If you know your mistakes, you will correct them. You are the good children of the Shi family. Dad has high hopes for you. If you are willing to admit your mistakes, we are still a family. The tears in Xu Shang's eyes rolled down in an instant. She pressed her lips tightly. Does she have to admit this unnecessary crime so as not to lose her own family? Xu Shang, be obedient. Apologize. Xu Jun's voice was thick and deep, and he seemed to be very angry. Xu Shang closed his eyes and apologized with humiliation. Sorry. Family affection is like the most precious gem in the world for her, and what she once longed for is close at hand. No matter what, she has to hold on firmly. It doesn't matter. Xu Shang comforted himself. She can't produce evidence, and it's normal for her family not to believe her. She will be able to change her family's mind one day. Seeing that she admitted her mistake, Xie still didn't look good. Why didn't she admit her mistake earlier? He was beaten by him for nothing. Well, this matter is over. Don't mention it anymore. There was a look of disgust in Xi Jun's eyes. Xu Shang, you should deal with the wounds on your body first. Girls should look like girls. Xu Shang lowered his head and got it. Everyone else turned a blind eye to her hurt, and her father would still care about her. Xu Shang's heart was slightly warm. That's enough. A month later. Evening. The sun is setting, and the golden sunset shines on the white wall. Xu Shang, who walked out of the classroom, bathed in the setting sun. The black hair fluttered in the wind, as if glowing. Jealousy flashed in Beibei's eyes and a sweet smile on her face. Sister, let's go home together. Xu Shang glanced at her, did not respond, and went straight forward. Xu Beibei smiled and followed with a soft tone. We are going to take the college entrance examination in a week. My sister's grades are so good, it seems that she should be very sure to get the first place in this year's college entrance examination, right? Xu Shang got the first grade in the third model of the college entrance examination, which makes Xu Beibei not jealous. She hates Xu Shang so much. A wild girl from the countryside also wants to surpass her. It really made Xu Shang look out in the college entrance examination. Did she still have her status at that time? Xu Shang, don't blame me for being cruel. Xu Beibei walked forward quickly and walked side by side with Xu Shang. Sister, why don't you say anything? Do you still hate me? Xu Shang glared at her, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Xu Beibei, you don't have to pretend in front of me. You and I know what happened a month ago. Seeing that she was so determined that there was no one else there, Xu Beibei also tore off the disguise on her face. Since you know so well, why don't you convince your parents and brother to believe you? Why do they only believe in me? Xu Shang, you should know from this matter. You and I are the difference. Xu Shang stopped, and a pair of big eyes were cold to numbness. No matter how much he covered up his rotten heart, it would smell at a certain time. Xu Beibei giggled, so let's wait and see whether I will rot or you will be abandoned first. The two got into the car and drove towards Xi's house. There is a section of road being repaired on the way back, and the driver can only take a detour. Xu Shang was reading a book for seconds, and the violent impact suddenly came towards her without warning. Her head hit the glass window heavily, and she felt dizzy. The car door was opened. Xu Shang only heard the cold voice of the strange man. These are the two tycoons of the Shi family. Take them away. Who? Who is it? Before Xu Shang could slow down, his nose was covered with a towel and he completely lost all consciousness. The fire around him was burning. Xu Shang collapsed on the ground and was awakened by the pungent thick smoke. Looking around, I found that this was a dilapidated warehouse. She coughed hard, her throat was dry and painful, as if a knife had rolled through her throat, and her face was covered with physiological tears. Oh, sister, are you awake? Xu Beibei crossed the fire on the ground and came in. The faces are full of pride. Xu Shang immediately understood. Xu Beibei, it's all your design. Chapter 4. Xu Shang was forced to marry a vegetative man. Xu Shang's heart suddenly sank. She knew that Xu Beibei didn't like her and didn't even have good intentions, but she didn't expect her to be so vicious. Xu Beibei squatted down in front of Xu Shang and pulled out the knife. The cold blade pressed against her cheek. There is a malicious play on his face. Sister, why don't you guess whether your parents care more about you or me more? The blade is full of cold light. Xu Shang clenched his teeth and didn't dare to move. Xu Beibei smiled coldly. This time, I'll let you see with your own eyes how your family chooses. What do you mean? Xu Shang's hair was messy and his face was grey, but he still couldn't hide his beautiful face. Xu Beibei's eyes were full of jealousy. Xu Shao pulled her clothes tightly. Xu Beibei, what on earth are you going to do? Xu Beibei shook her off, stood up and looked at her. Don't worry, you'll know later. Before long, several voices came in vaguely. Beibei, where are you? Beibei. Beibei. You talk. Mom is here. The good play is about to start. Xu Beibei bent her eyes and smiled. Sister, you should take a good look. Xu Beibei suddenly pointed the tip of the knife at himself. Xu Shang's eyes widened. You. A trace of madness flashed in Xu Beibei's eyes. The tip of the knife cut through his arm, and blood beads splashed out. Xu Beibei threw the knife on the ground with a thud, and shouted out in horror. Mom and Dad. Brother. I'm here. Mom and Dad, come and save me. Bang! The door of the warehouse opened in response to the sound. Xi's family rushed in the fire and surrounded Xu Beibei in a hurry. Saw Huayu has never seen so much blood. Her face is pale. Beibei, how are you? Let's talk about it when we go out. Xu Yan picked up Xu Beibei and rushed out. Xu Shang watched them leave without looking back, and suddenly understood Xu Beibei's words. Wait for her to crawl out of the warehouse with difficulty. Xu Beibei pointed at her tremblingly, tears rimbling. Sister. Sister, she just wanted to take the opportunity to kill me. What? Xu Jun suddenly fanned Xu Shao's big ear scraper in a hurry. Xu Shao's ears buzzed, and only Xu Jun's cold voice condemned her. Xu Shang, why do you want to hurt Beibei again and again? How can you be so crazy? Xu Shang, you bitch is really unchanged. I have to beat you to death today. Tokino is like a furious lion, covered with hair. He pulled Xu Shao's hair and greeted her face and body with his fists. The pain on the body is very bearable. Xu Shang only felt that his bones were hurting. The girl's howling echoed around, startling a tree of birds resting. No one came forward to stop this one-sided beating. Beibei bled too much, so I took her to the hospital. Xu Yan simply dealt with Xu Beibei's injury and carefully put her in the car. The rest of the people followed in the car and left. Xu Shang was like a rag, left by them in this wilderness. Xu Shang was lying on the ground. She was covered with blood under her body. She opened a pair of wooden eyes, as if she had lost consciousness. Xu Beibei was sent to the hospital. The wound was deep, and the doctor stitched it several times. Xu Beibei was afraid of pain and kept crying. Xi's family saw it in their eyes and felt pain in their hearts. Xu Yi couldn't wait to suffer for Xu Beibei. He punched the wall. Dad, Xu Shang dared to use a knife at Beibei this time. We must call the police. Xu Yu's charming face was cold, and I agreed. Xu Jun's eyes are unfathomable. What about Xu merchants? Tokino turned his head. Who knows? Xu Yan frowned. No one brought her back. Xu Beibei was shocked. You won't leave your sister, will you? Saw Huayu's voice is cold. What does she care about? It's time to let her live and die outside. You won't harm her sweetheart again. Xu Beibei covered the bandaged wound and was as thin as if the wind blew down. My sister just couldn't think of it for a moment. Don't blame me, and I have occupied my sister's position for so many years. It's normal for her to have a grudge against me. She grabbed Xu Jun's hand with tears in her eyes. Dad, don't call the police. You can't show your family's ugliness, and my sister and I will take the college entrance examination in a few days. Tokino is very dissatisfied. Beibei, why are you speaking for her again? She has made you so bad. Xu Beibei narrowed her eyes and said softly, after all, she is my sister, and I don't blame her. Xu Jun touched Xu Beibei's head and comforted him. Beibei, don't think so much and take good care of yourself. Xu Beibei said worriedly, Dad, has the kidnapper been caught? Xu Jun's eyes sank. The police will investigate. Don't worry. Xu Beibei nodded obediently. Okay. Xu Beibei can actually be discharged from the hospital after bandaging the wound. Xi's family asked her to be hospitalized for observation. She was not sick and occupied a bed, and the nurse quietly rolled her eyes. After the family left, the police also rushed to the scene of the kidnapping. When they saw Xu Shang, who was covered with injuries, they directly sent him to the hospital. There were large and small wounds on Xu Shang's body, as if he had been abused. The doctor was quite distressed when she treated her wound. Did you fight with someone? Xu Shao pulled the corners of his mouth and couldn't laugh at all. He was unilaterally beaten by his family. The doctor took a breath of cold air. What kind of family is this? He beat you so hard. Little girl, do you want me to call the police for you? Thank you, but no need. Xu Shao's eyelashes trembled slightly and closed his eyes in disappointment. Maybe she shouldn't have extravagant expectations. Xu Shang spent the whole night in the hospital. No one in the Xi family came to care about her. The next day, the sun rose into the sky, and Shijun and Shu Yan came to the hospital. Her father and elder brother are staring at her unkindly. Such eyes are too cold and strange, and Shishang can't feel any love in them. A self-deprecating smile overflowed from her throat. Shishang said slowly and logically, "And you believe that I hurt Shi Beibei again, right?" Shi Ya's voice was cold. "It was an indisputable fact that you hurt Beibei. What are you still arguing about? Shishang, you hurt people with a knife and broke the law. It was Beibei who begged you for mercy, so we didn't call the police." Shishang was actually very calm, but his eyes were cold. "Did he see the wounds on my body? Tokino hit me, and I can also call the police." Shijun is majestic. "That's also because you did something wrong first. Shishang, there is only one choice in front of you now." Shishang's face is expressionless. "What's the choice?" "The Huo family needs a daughter-in-law. As long as you marry into the Huo family, we won't care about your harm to Beibei." Shishang frowned. Her eyes were actually very clear, big and bright, but there was no bright at this moment. The empty eyes are numb and cold. "You want me to get married?" Chapter 5. Her household registration will be transferred to Huo's family. Shishang seemed to hear a joke. She smiled and tears flashed in her eyes. "Ha ha ha, are you still my father?" It turns out that they rescued her from water and fire in order to get her married. How can she be so naive to think that her biological child will be good to her? Shishang laughed at himself for being ridiculous and stupid. Shu Jun said in a cold voice, "Shishang, you have to get married even if you don't want to get married. The Huo family is a big family, and you won't lose money if you get married." The Huo family. The top rich family in the capital. Unfortunately, the only heir is a vegetative. Shu Jun looked at her high and said, "Shishang, as the daughter of the Shi family, this is your responsibility." "Responsibility?" Shishang smiled sarcastically, and a pair of dark eyes looked at them without waves. "You didn't raise me, so I was abducted to the countryside as soon as I was born. What responsibility should I do? You have raised other people's daughters for so many years. Why don't you let Shi Beibei do this responsibility? In this case, why did you find me back?" Shishang is hysterical. She longs for family affection. But the family affection turned into a sharp blade, cutting her all over her body, so that she couldn't sleep at night. She thinks that her own blood is better than anything else, but the relationship between people is not maintained by blood. Feelings? Oh, who can say for sure? Some people just have no heart. Shu Shao lowered his eyes, his eyelashes gently swept like a small fan, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. It turns out that the death of the heart is a momentary thing. Anyway, I won't get married. Shu Jun is the head of the mall outside and the head of the family inside. No one dares to talk back to him like this. The calm middle-aged man's eyes were as sharp as the light of a knife, and the air around him seemed to be frozen. "You can also not get married, unless you don't want to take the college entrance examination or be sent to an unknown place by me. It will not be more comfortable than marrying into the Huo family." "Shishang, think about it yourself." Shu Jun was calm and leisurely, as steady as Mount Tai. He didn't believe it and couldn't hold a girl. Shishao's eyes widened and he couldn't believe that this was what Shi Jun would say. This is not a biological father. He is obviously an enemy. Shi Yan slowed down his tone, put out the posture of being a big brother, and said solemnly, "Shishang, you are a smart child. It's right to know what to do. If you marry into the Huo family, we are still a family. Beibei has a better fate and can't marry a hopeless vegetative man. She can only let Shishang get married. Maybe the Huo family dies, and she can still get an inheritance. It's not a loss anyway." Shishang was about to laugh. "A family? Who misses a family like them? Think about it. The Shu family still has strength and status in this capital. Shu Jun is so cruel that he will definitely show mercy to her men. As for her, she is like a butterfly in a net. Even if her wings are broken, she can't fly out. Now that I have no support, maybe marrying into the Huo family is a good place. She won't ask for any more family affection. She won't hold on to what doesn't belong to her anymore. There is no need." Shu Yan said kindly that we will also give you a $1 million marriage, which is enough for you to spend for a lifetime. Shu Shang raised his eyes, and a dark cold light flashed in his eyes. "I can get married, but I have a condition." "You say?" "I'll tell you later. I don't want to see you now. You can go." At that time, the merchant issued an order to expel guests. Shu Jun got up, and the guilt in his eyes flashed away. "Take good care of your injuries and don't forget the time of the college entrance examination. The one in the Huo family needs the bride to be happy, and he can't help it." The door of the ward was closed, and the strength that Shu Shang had just disguised was all shattered. She buried herself in the pillow and sobbed. Later, the police came to the ward. Shu Shang asked anxiously, "Uncle policeman, have you found anything?" The police said that the group of people who kidnapped you were all fugitives. They took the money and ran away. We will try our best to track them down and tell you as soon as there is news. Shu Shang couldn't help but be disappointed, but he also understood the hardships of the police. When the police were about to leave, Xu Shang said, I don't know if this matter has anything to do with Xu Beibei. It's the girl who was kidnapped with me. Maybe you can check any clues from her. The leading policeman is a person with a sense of justice. Be careful when you hear the words. Okay, I will investigate, and you should also take care of your health. Thank you. Xu Shang has been living in the hospital these days. She didn't go to school, so she studied in the hospital. Before the college entrance examination, she lived in a small hotel near the school. Because the good hotels are full, it's a miracle that she can book a small hotel. Xu Shang went to the exam with his injury. The 3-day college entrance examination is over. Xu Yan called her and went home after the exam. Xu Shang didn't say a word and hung up the phone. When I got home, I found that everyone in the family was there. It's all here, she said. Xu Jun found that she was completely different from the previous cautious appearance, as if she had changed. He frowned slightly and sat down. Xu Shang, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Xu Jun said that the Huo family will arrange someone to come over tomorrow, and you can follow the Huo family at that time. She is like an object, and she can go wherever she needs it. Xu Shang smiled, and his dark eyes fixed on Su Huayi. Mom, you also want me to get married, right? There is no mother who doesn't love her children. Although Xu Shang has not been raised by her side for many years, he is her own bloodline. Perhaps thinking that Xu Shang was about to leave, Su Huayi was rarely moved by compassion. The Huo family is a top rich family. You were raised in the countryside since you were a child and are not proficient in everything. If you can marry into the Huo family, you can't get it even if others ask for it. Xu Shang's heart twitched. She stroked her heart, and her soft face smiled sweetly. Since the Huo family is so good, why don't you let Xu Beibei marry? Su Huayu's eyes changed greatly. What are you talking about? Beibei is still young. How can we get her married? How can you be so cruel as a sister? Xu Shang stuck back with his neck. Am I not small? Have you forgotten that I am your biological daughter? Enough. Xu Jun patted the coffee table heavily. The Huo family counted your 8 characters. You are the most suitable person to marry, and they only asked for the Xu family's money by name. Xu Shang, since you have promised before, don't say so much. That's right. Xu Shang exhaled lightly, smiling. She has decided to get married. Why are you arguing with them so much? Do you still expect them to regain their conscience and change their minds about her? Isn't she stupid enough? Xu Ye's eyebrows and eyes are noble. Xu Shang, tell me about your conditions. Tell the Huo family that I can get married, but my household registration should be transferred to the Huo family, otherwise I won't get married. Chapter 6 Respect the elders and serve the husbands, she said resolutely. Xu Jun was slightly stunned. Xu Shang actually took the initiative to move out of the household registration. Although it should have been like this, the words that came out of her mouth made Xu Jun more or less unhappy. And Xu Jun didn't think deeply about Xu Shang's action at this time. Of course, he had to move out of his household registration, otherwise you thought the Huo family was so easy to enter. The function of her marrying into the Huo family is to be happy, not to enjoy happiness. Otherwise, the door of the Huo family is really not so easy to enter. She was worried that it was too much, and Xu Shang was somewhat relieved. But when she thought that her biological family abandoned her so easily, she still felt pain in her heart. The pain spread from the heart to the limbs, and then penetrated into the bone marrow little by little, making her miserable. People's hearts are so cold. Xu Shang pulled the corners of his mouth and couldn't laugh. She stood up, and her dark eyes swept over the family, hoping that you would not regret the decision made today in the future. The words are particularly meaningful. Tokino sneered and smiled disdainfully. What does she mean? She thinks she has a big face. Xu Shang, the scourge, left the Xu family. It was too late for them to be happy, and even wanted to set off a few cannons to celebrate. Will they regret it? Joke. A trace of worry suddenly appeared on Xu Yi's delicate face. Dad, do you think Xu Shang will run away if he goes to Huo's house? What if Xu Shang runs away and the Huo family focuses on Beibei? Xu Yi suddenly clenched Xu Beibei's hand. Fourth brother, what's the matter? It's nothing. Xu Beibei was inexplicable for a while. Xu Yi gently rubbed the back of Xu Beibei's hand with his fingers. He would definitely protect Beibei. Xu Yan smiled like nothing. You are too worried. Xu Shang dares not do this. Even if she really escapes, the Huo family will catch her back. You don't have to worry about an accident at all. Tokiai snorted coldly. If the Huo family doesn't catch me, they will catch me. Xu Shang must be bound to the Huo family forever. As soon as Xu Shang came out of the shower, he heard a knock on the door. She opened the door, and Xu Yan stood outside the door. Xu Shang glanced at him expressionlessly. What's the matter? In the past, Xu Shang has always been a promise. He was either pleasing them or extremely humble in front of them. She didn't have the posture that Miss Xu should have at all. Now, Xu Yan only saw strangeness on her face. Xu Yan didn't know how she became like this. Xu Yan frowned slightly. I have something to say to you. Why don't you invite me to sit in? Xu Shang turned around and sat lazily on the single sofa. There is no other place to sit in the room, and it is not easy to sit on your sister's bed. Xu Yan stood in front of her, looked down at her, and was about to educate her. Xu Shang, I hope you can live a good life when you come to the Huo family. All right. Xu Shang interrupted him impatiently. Don't come to me and say such false words. I don't want to hear it. If you have something to say, please go out. Xu Ye's tone was a little cold. Xu Shang, how did you become like this? Xu Shang sneered after listening. It was they who turned her into this and asked her why she became like this. Xu Yan also got angry. He took out a bank card and threw it directly on Xu Shang, with no temperature in his voice. There is $1 million in this card, and now it's all yours. Our family is kind enough to you. Xu Shang closed his eyes, covered his long eyelashes, and cast a beautiful shadow on his eyelids. She smiled playfully with her pink lips. Okay, I got it. Xu Yan stared at her with deep eyes. A few seconds later, he slammed the door heavily and left. Xu Shang put away the card. 1 million, don't want this money for nothing. She is very short of money now. The sky is covered with a thick layer of clouds, and the strong sunlight shines through the clouds, illuminating the world. Xu Shang was still asleep when the servant came to call her. It was said that someone from Huo's family had come and asked her to wash up quickly and go downstairs. After Xu Shang got up, he slowly dressed himself up. After all, I'm going to get married. Although I don't know if there is a second time, this time can't be too shabby. You must have waited for a long time. The housekeeper of the Huo family was already a little impatient. He followed the voice and saw a young woman coming into sight. The other party has a pair of beautiful big eyes, a delicate nose tip, a pointed jaw, and a very delicate face. The superior facial bones make her appearance look both tension and aggressive. Xu Shang inherited Su Huayi's mixed race feeling, and his face looks exquisite and bright. Good-looking people are always particularly pleasing to the eye, and they are even more reluctant to lose their temper. Housekeeper Zhao smiled gently. Are you Miss Xu Shangshi? Xu Shang has a kind of natural beauty on his body. He wears a slim black skirt, which shines, pinching the demeanor of the family to death. It's worthy of being the person my aunt likes. Xu Shang nodded and smiled gently. Yes, I am Xu Shang. I'm the housekeeper of the Huo family, surnamed Zhao. Now that the young lady is ready, please leave with us. Oh, then let's go. Xu Shang. Xu Jun stopped her. Xu Shang turned his head and said something to me. Xu Jinyu solemnly advised that Xu Shang should live a good life when he went to the Huo family, respect the elders, serve his husband, and fulfill his responsibilities as a daughter-in-law and wife, but don't lose the face of our Xu family. Xu Shang responded with a smile. Well, the two looked at the picture of filial piety between father and daughter. Housekeeper Zhao. Yu Shao Lingfeng's Xu Jin smiled. Housekeeper Zhao smiled back. Xu Dong, please wait a moment. When the young lady's affairs are settled, the Huo family will send someone to negotiate with you. Xu Jin's face is quite full of spring breeze, so I'm waiting for the good news. Sitting in the Lincoln car, Xu Shang held his chin and said lazily. Are we going directly to Huo's house now? Yes, young lady. Xu Shang crossed his legs with a smile on his face. Housekeeper Zhao, I have a question. I will marry your Huo family. What benefits have you promised to marry the Xu family? This is a face that is so beautiful that you can't pick a flaw. It is a beautiful face that will be attracted at a glance. Her small facial features give people the impression that they belong to the weak type, and they look even more harmless to people and animals. Clear and bright double looking at him, he didn't look like a person with a heart in the city government. Now looking at it like this, housekeeper Zhao felt that he had misjudged the young lady. Who is simple? This is a union of the two families. How can there be any benefit? Young lady, please don't think too much. Come on, don't treat me as a fool. If you don't tell me, I can also ask other people. It's better for you to tell me first. The young lady, please. Xu Shang. This housekeeper is really hard to chew. Chapter 7. What's your husband's name? More than half an hour later, the car drove into the gate of the Huo family's manor. After more than 10 minutes, the car stopped in front of the main villa. The driver opened the door, and the housekeeper Zhao reminded, Young lady, we're here. Oh. Xu Shang jumped out of the car first. The villa in front of me is magnificent and extremely luxurious, which is much higher than the Xi family. In the center of the living room, a huge glazed lamp hangs vertically, still emitting a stream of light in the daytime. There was a sound of footsteps from the stairs. Xu Shang looked up and saw two well-dressed ladies coming down from upstairs. The cheeks were round and full, and the rich man rushed to Xu Shang and grabbed her hand enthusiastically. You are Shang Shang. Sure enough, the real person is more beautiful than the one in the photo. As he said, he pinched Xu Shang's face without a few tails of meat. Why is your little girl so beautiful? It makes me like it so much. Xu Shang dodged the salty pig's hand and withdrew his hand, which was quite embarrassing. Are you? The name Shang Shang is really strange. And they haven't seen each other, have they? Huo Wan stamped her feet. I'm your aunt. Seeing Xu Shang's confused look, Huo Wan pulled her hand again, and her eyes kept rolling on her. It can be seen that he likes Shishang very much. Shu Shang only felt that Ruomao was on his back. So the one in front of you is the aunt of her husband she has never met. Shu Shang laughed. Hello, hello. Huo Wan deliberately raised her face. Shang, you should call me aunt. Okay. Auntie. Oh, this aunt's voice is really beautiful. Huo Wan smiled openly, pulled Shu Shang to the sofa, and introduced Song Huazhang to her. Shang, this is your husband's mother, that is, your mother-in-law, who is as good-looking as you. Shu Shang. Ah, why do you want to compare them? Shu Shang looked at the beautiful lady sitting on the sofa who had just received a cup of hot tea from the servant. Shu Shang called out softly, mother-in-law, hello. Song Huazhang slowly put down the teacup and raised his beautiful eyes. Don't get close to me. You marry my son and live a good life in the future. This is an exhortation. It's also a warning. She warned her not to go out and do nonsense before her husband was awake. The Huo family would never allow this to happen. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has been a difficult problem since ancient times. Shu Shang shook his head in his heart. This mother-in-law doesn't look easy to get along with. Her head nodded honestly. I know, since she has been married. Huh. What's her husband's name? Shu Shang was in a hurry to make up for it, Huo's family. I will naturally do my job well. Song Huazhang said If it hadn't been for her son's accident and she didn't wake up, Shang really wouldn't be worthy of her daughter-in-law. But anyway, it doesn't matter who is here to be happy. Song Huazhang raised his well-maintained hand. Housekeeper Zhao, do something. Yes, madam. Housekeeper Zhao called someone in. While Shishang was still in a daze, he asked her to smile and straighten her posture, and then took several photos. Then those strange people continued to mess with something. Before long, the 2 marriage certificates were freshly released. Shu Shang. War it is worthy of the Huo family. Move the Civil Affairs Bureau to her. An elite man took out several more contracts and put them in front of Shu Shang. Song Huazhang, open it and have a look. Shu Shang picked it up and looked through it. There were documents for her settlement in Huo's family, as well as prenuptial agreements, prenuptial property notarization, and compensation contracts for Shu Shang. Shu Shang said twice after reading it. I sighed again that it is worthy of the Huo family of the top rich family. Sign it after reading it. Seeing that she didn't move, Song Huazhang said coldly, you won't lose the reward given to you by our Huo family. It's still a loss. She is a big girl of yellow flowers. Can she not lose money if she marries a vegetative and is a widow? But it's not good to say this. Shu Shang picked up a document and asked with a smile, can I get the reward promised to me after I sign it? Song Huazhang's eyes were cold, as if he had been quenched. Ice scum goes in and I can give it to you, as long as you are honest, otherwise I have the right to take back the compensation given to you. Shu Shang immediately showed his attitude and saw that the marriage certificate had been received. Of course, I would be single-minded. Mother-in-law, please rest assured. Huo Wan clapped her hands and was very happy. Oh, sister-in-law, don't make the atmosphere so stiff. Now everyone is overjoyed. I just told you, Shang is a good girl, and she will definitely be good to Wenting. Shu Shang. I'm afraid this aunt is a little silly and sweet. Shu Shang didn't hesitate and signed his name on the document. She also got a bank card. Her salary is not much, only 10 million. Lose her whole life. Ha ha. Shu Shang smiled with a sweet and beautiful smile. Thank you, mother-in-law. Then I'll go to see my husband now. It's time to see her husband, whom she has never met before. As the saying goes, don't reach out and hit the smiling person. Song Huazhang looked at her delicate smile, and then thought of his son who was lying in bed and didn't know when he would wake up. He said angrily, don't talk about your husband all day long. Shu Shang, okay to Song Huazhang. Don't think that you can pretend to be stupid in front of me with a sweet voice. She doesn't eat this set. Aunt. Huo Wan of the Shang dynasty smiled. Can you take me upstairs? Of course it's okay. Huo Wan enjoyed Shishao's aunt very much. She happily took Shishao's hand upstairs. Shang, call me aunt again, and my aunt will give you a big red envelope. Shu Shang. Why is this person so kind to her? Inexplicable. Shu Shang, aunt. Don't give red envelopes for nothing. Huo Wan immediately threw out a big red envelope, which was prepared in advance. At that time, the red envelope was twisted, and the red envelope was very thin. The Huo family was so generous that it should not be Grandpa Mao, but the check. I was happy when I thought of the check. Shu Shang smiled sweetly. Thank you, auntie. Why are you so polite to your aunt? We will be a family in the future. Our Huo family has a lot of money, so you can spend it as you want. Shu Shang. Who are you lying to? She has signed the property notarization. The money of the Huo family does not belong to her. The voices of the 2 people came downstairs, and Song Huazhang heard it. Her silly little sister-in-law, she won't be sold and pay for the number of people, will she? Housekeeper Zhao saw Song Huazhang's worries and said with relief, Madam, my aunt likes the young lady very much, which proves that the young lady is still a good person. Song Huazhang held his head, afraid that she was shaming, and A1 couldn't see it. People's hearts are seen over time. Butler Zhao thinks that Xu Shang is much better than another Qianqing of the Xu family. The Xu family held a welcome banquet for Xu Shang. While recognizing the real money, it also announced that Xu Beibei was also the real money of the Xu family. What about funny? Chapter 8. The main reason is that I don't want to be a widow. Xu Beibei's appearance can only be regarded as beautiful, and there is no similarity to the Xu family, who has an outstanding appearance. It's just that the family tried their best to hide their shame. For a person who has no blood relationship to get to this point, it's a complete mess. Housekeeper Zhao also only regarded it as a joke. Song Huazhang sighed softly. If it is true as the master said, Xu Shang can bring good luck to Wenting, and I will definitely treat Xu Shang as an ancestor in the future. Housekeeper Zhao. Madam must be too sad to talk nonsense. That's right. The husband and son had a car accident, and the husband died on the spot, leaving only a son who turned into a vegetative man. No one can stand this blow. On the second floor, Huo Wan pushed open an ivory white door and pulled Xu Shang in. As soon as he entered the room, Xu Shang felt a shady breath. Looking around, the doors and windows in the room were closed. A smell of medicine lingered in the air. Xu Shang's eyes changed slightly. Shang, this is Wen Ting. Huo Wan pulled her to the head of the bed. Isn't our Wen Ting very beautiful? Such a beautiful person is your husband now. Xu Shang found out that this aunt was a little superficial and fond of good-looking skin, regardless of men and women. Xu Shang lowered his eyes and looked at the man lying on the luxurious bed. It's probably because I haven't seen the sunshine for a long time. The man's skin is like snow, and the blood vessels under his skin can almost be seen. He closed his eyes, and his thick long eyelashes were closed like a small brush. The man has sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and his nose is handsome and straight. He is handsome and heroic. Even though he is thin and a proper sick man, he is still an amazingly handsome man. Huo Wan looked at Xu Shang and giggled. It seems that you like your husband very much, which stunned Wen Ting. Xu Shang can't deny that the sick paddy has a stunning face. But where did Huo Wan know that she liked it? Can beauty be eaten as a meal? I'm just looking to see if he still has a chance to wake up. Absolutely, absolutely. Xu Shang glared at Huo Wan. Are you so sure? If Chongxi is really useful, why do you need a doctor? Huo Wan said excitedly, of course, you are Wenting's lucky star. She didn't hesitate to say this. Xu Shang. Money can push ghosts. This rich woman has so much money and doesn't believe in the power of money, but believes in these gods. The people of the Huo family don't look normal. Xu Shang pointed to the man. How long has he been like this? It's been 2 years. Huo Wan shook her head and sighed. She didn't know if Wen Ting could wake up. Speaking of this, she changed her words, but I believe that Shang will definitely wake Wen Ting up. Xu Shang smiled with his lips. Auntie, I'm an atheist. As soon as he finished speaking, his mouth was covered by Huo Wan. Ba ba ba. We can't be disrespectful to all gods and Buddhas. She is quite strong. Xu Shang almost couldn't hold his breath. He pushed Huo Wei's hand away and said, believing that it's better to find a famous doctor to see him. The Huo family doesn't know how many doctors Wen Ting has seen. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine have tried it, but unfortunately, they are all a group of quacks. Huo Wan frowned, but there was one person who could bring hope to Wen Ting. Who? There is a magic doctor in the capital. Then please come. Huo Wan looked at Xu Shang with a look of a fool. Shang, you are a fool. Of course you can find him. Unfortunately, Feng Lao has traveled around the world. Even the Feng family does not know the whereabouts of Feng Lao, and our Huo family can't find him. Feng Lao. Feng Lao. Xu Shang suddenly came to his mind a grey-haired and energetic old man. What's the full name of Mr. Feng? Feng. Xu Shang. She seems to know such a person. It can't be the same, right? Xu Shang walked to the window, pulled the closed window, and was about to push it open. Huo Wan stepped forward and grabbed her hand. This window can't be opened. Why? Yanqing said that Wen Ting was weak, and his resistance and physical function were declining. He should close the doors and windows, otherwise he would be affected by the air virus. Huo Wan had a harmonious and rich face, and her expression was very serious. Xu Shang sighed lightly. Since he fell ill, the window of the room has been closed like this. That's right. Xu Shang twisted his beautiful eyebrows. The room was not ventilated, the fresh air could not circulate, and the carbon dioxide in the room would triple. Bacteria were more likely to breed in such an environment, which was not good for the patient. Xu Shang said one by one, and Huo Wan was also stunned. Shang, how do you know so much? Xu Shang paused and said modestly that I had learned a little medical knowledge in the countryside and knew a little more. Then I believe you. Huo Wei's eyes are bright. Xu Shang is really puzzled. Why do you believe me so much? Huo Wan pouted and held her face with a heartbroken look. Shang, you really forgot me. Xu Shang. These words seemed to regard her as a heartless man. But she really didn't know Huo Wan before. Huo Wan was about to tell the story of the past when Song Huajiang pushed the door in. How about Wenting? Huo Wan's eyes darkened, and she was still the same. Both aunts and sisters are waiting for a miracle. In the past 2 years, they have supported each other like this. Song Huajiang looked at Xu Shang. Although Wenting was unconscious, the doctor said that he still had the hope of waking up. As Wenting's wife, you would take care of Wenting in the future. Xu Shang nodded obediently, which is right. You have to do something after receiving the money. Everyone understands this truth. I still have something to explain to you. Come with me. Okay. Huo Wan wanted to keep up, but was sent away by Song Huajiang. Wan, go and see how the lunch was prepared. Xu Shang was hungry. Xu Shang. What a domineering mother-in-law. Shang Shang is so thin that he can't be hungry. I'll go to the kitchen to have a look. Huo Wan went downstairs in a hurry. Xu Shang quietly glanced at Song Huajiang and followed her to the study. Song Huajiao explained to her the precautions for taking care of Huo Wenting in great detail. Xu Shang showed the appearance of listening carefully. Song Huajiang was a little pleasing to her. If Wenting could wake up, Xu Shang, you would be the great meritorious minister of our Huo family. Great meritorious minister? Does that mean that she can put forward any conditions? The master told her that the doctor is kind. She should follow the teacher's morality. It seems that it is necessary for her to help Ho Wenting wake up. Xu Shang said sincerely that I would pray for Wenting every night, hoping that he would wake up quickly. Song Huajiang glanced at her. As long as you have this heart. Xu Shang smiled slightly. Of course, I am Wenting's wife. The main reason is that she doesn't want to be a widow. When Huo Wenting wakes up, they can talk about the future, right? Chapter 9. The daughter-in-law of a rich family is really not easy. Xu Shang had dinner at Huo's house at noon. Not bothering to rest, Huo Wan pulled her out of the door. Xu Shang also learned from Huo Wan about the benefits of the Xu family in this marriage. Minus 100 million. Huo agreed to cooperate with the Xu family and invest 100 million yuan in the Xu family. The million given to her by the Xu family is less than 100 million. Xu Shang sneered in his heart. Seeing that her expression was wrong, Huo Wan said with concern, Shang Shang, what's wrong with you? Xu Shang shook his head and smiled at her as if nothing had happened. It's nothing. Where are we going? Huo Wan took her hand distressedly. You married into our Huo family and there was nothing. Auntie took you to buy a house. When Wenting woke up, I would make up for a wedding of the century for you. Do you think it's okay? Huo Wan also gave her a check of 10 million yuan. Is this called nothing? Sure enough, the world of rich people is something that she, a child from the countryside, can't experience. Xu Shang quickly refused. No, I have clothes to wear, and the money you and your mother-in-law gave me is enough to spend. My aunt likes to buy it for you. I have always hoped to have a niece. Now you have fulfilled my aunt's wish. The Huo family is a little domineering. Xu Shang couldn't stop Huo Wan from buying for her. I can't wait to move all the clothes in the whole mall home. When Song Huajiao was arranging flowers at home, he saw people in the mall constantly sending piles of clothes to his home. Miss. Song's face turned black. In the mall, Xu Shang prevented Huo Wan from continuing to corrupt. Huo Wan didn't listen and pulled Xu Shang into another bag store. Shang Shang, do you like this bag? Black is suitable for your outfit today, and pink is pink, which is also suitable for your age. Xu Shang. Good guy, everyone else is a local tycoon, but she is a proper rich woman. Xu Shang took 2 bags and was about to put them back in place when the bag in his hand was suddenly taken away. As soon as he looked up, he saw Xu Beibei like a flower peacock, and the villain looked at her ambitiously. I want these 2 bags. Huo Wan recovered from the shock. Who else dares to steal the bag with her niece? She pulled Xu Shang behind her. Who are you? Xu Beibei looked at her up and down, and her eyes were full of disdain. Who am I? What does it have to do with you? Xu Beibei called S.A., looking arrogant and reserved. Please help me pay the bill. S.A. thought that the little girl was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. She ignored Beibei, but turned her head to ask Huo Wan. Miss Huo, is there anything else you need? Huo Wan waved her big hand and said boldly that all the bags in the store were packed for me. I bought them all for my niece and daughter-in-law, but I didn't give them to her. Xu Shang. Thick and golden thighs. No need, really no need. Auntie, I only have 2 hands, so I can't carry so many bags. That's enough. Xu Shang persuaded. Xu Beibei's face has changed. She is not stupid. She knows Huo Wei's identity from just a few words. I heard that there is an aunt in the Huo family who is over 35 years old and has not married so far. It seems that she is the one in front of her. Not enough. Huo Wei's aura is fully open. Her aunt asked you to carry a bag every day. It will not be the same for a year, and you can't let the bag be taken away. Xu Shang. What kind of stupidity is this? It's obviously a female boss. Xu Beibei rubbed his face and immediately changed into a simple and harmless smile. Auntie, don't be angry. I was just joking with you. Huo Wan raised her eyebrows gently. Who are you? Do I know you? Why do you call me aunt? Xu Shang is my sister, I am her sister Xu Beibei, and of course you are also my aunt. Xu Beibei's mouth has been sweet since she was a child. This little mouth is the best at coaxing people in the Xu family. It's a pity that Huo Wan is different from Xi's family. Shangshan, is this bitch your sister? Hearing Huo Wan's words, Xu Beibei's face turned green. Xu Shang didn't expect that her mouth was quite poisonous. She laughed with a puff. No, auntie, I don't have a sister, so my mother gave birth to a daughter for me. Xu Beibei gritted her teeth, her eyes were inexplicably red, and she looked like she had been wronged. Sister, how can you say that? I'm also my mother's daughter. Even if you don't like me, you shouldn't slander me like this. Her parents both claimed that she was a real fortune of the Xu family. Xu Shang said so on purpose. Is he trying to destroy her? Xu Shang is simply bad. Xu Shang took a step closer with a sneer on his face. He raised his hand and slapped Xu Beibei. There was a crackling sound. Xu Beibei was stunned. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Why did you hit me? Do I need a reason to hit you? Xu Shao pinched her jaw, and his eyes burst out with coldness. Xu Beibei, do you like to steal my things so much? Isn't it very happy to take something that doesn't belong to you? Xu Shang was attached to her ear, and her voice was soft, like a demon's whisper. Cherish everything you have now, because I will take it all back. Xu Beibei looked at Xu Shang in a daze. When their eyes met, Xu Shao's deep eyes seemed to flash a strange light. Xu Beibei shivered inexplicably. Her face turned pale and she said fiercely, you hit me. Mom and brother won't let you go. Xu Shang didn't care and shrugged his shoulders. Oh, whatever. Let's ride a donkey to read the singing book and watch it as we walk. Xu Beibei stared at Xu Shang with hatred and turned around and ran away. Xu Shang looked at her back who ran away in a hurry, exhaled softly, and turned his head to see Huo Wan looking at her in shock. Xu Shang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Huo Wan said with a look of admiration, Shang, you were so handsome just now. Huh. This is how to deal with bad people. Huo Wanyi clenched her fist indignantly. Xu Shang suspected that the aunt might have any filter on her. When the two returned to Huo's manor, the sun had already set in Xishan. Song Huajiang frowned and looked at them. Where did you go? Huo Wan said happily that she took Shangshan to buy clothes. Our Huo family can't wrong the child, right? Hey, sister-in-law, haven't the clothes been delivered to your home yet? Oh, it has been delivered. How much did it cost in total? She saw that it was all Xu Shao's clothes. None of them belongs to her. The little sister-in-law only remembers her niece-in-law, not her sister-in-law. Not waiting for Huo Wan to say anything, Xu Shan immediately expressed his attitude. I would pay back all the money my mother-in-law and aunt spent on me. When did she say she wanted her money? Song Huajiang snorted, do we lack your money? Since A1 bought it for you, just take it. Yes. The daughter-in-law of a rich family is really not easy. Xu Shang opened a box and said with a smile, I bought Wenting a string of medicinal incense Buddha beads, which collected more than 20 kinds of natural precious medicinal materials such as incense and sandalwood, which are good for Wenting's health. I will put them on Wenting later. Song Huajiang coughed lightly and had a heart. It's too early to get angry. Chapter 10 Buddha beads were put on Ho Wenting's hand. Xu Shang didn't dare to make a contribution, which is right. Shang, it turns out that you went to the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy under the name of the Feng family just to buy this string of Buddha beads for Wenting. Huo Wan looked clear to her chest. She asked why Shangshan suddenly turned to the pharmacy. Song Huajiang raised his eyebrows slightly. Feng's pharmacy? Xu Shang nodded. Yes, when I heard my aunt talk about the Feng family, I went to the pharmacy to have a look, and the store manager recommended this to me. This Buddha bead is not cheap, and it cost her more than 100,000 yuan. Hearing that it was something from the Feng family, Song Huajiang looked at Shishan with a little soft eyes. Huo Wan turned on the bragging mode to Xu Shang. Shang, you are really innocent and kind. Auntie didn't misread you. It is his blessing that Wenting can have a wife like you. He will definitely fall in love with you when he wakes up. Xu Shang. Huo Wan took Xu Shang's hand, and her eyes suddenly turned red, as if she was going to cry out in the next second. Sister-in-law, you also saw it. How sensible the daughter-in-law we found for Wenting is. We didn't expect to prepare these for Wenting before. Buddha beads nourish people and carry medicinal incense, which is the best for Wenting's health. Huo Wan said with tears in her eyes. She kept stroking the back of Xu Shao's hand, and her voice was choked. Shang, you really put Wenting in your heart. We are relieved that you take care of Wenting. Xu Shang. Ah, she just takes money to do things. Don't talk to her so highly. Song Huajiang. Is she still ignorant when she said this? Song Huajiang raised his face and started to eat. Mother-in-law, auntie, you eat first. I'm going to put the Buddha beads on Wenting and I'll be back soon. Xu Shang smiled at them and walked upstairs. Huo Wei's eyes followed Xu Shao's back, and her eyes were bright. Sister-in-law, Shang Shang, must be the lucky star of our family's warmth. Song Huazhang hummed softly. People's hearts were separated, and he was afraid that she was a set on the surface and behind the scenes. Wan, you. Miss Song is going to preach to her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Huo Wan raised her face and interrupted her words. You are not happy to say that. Shang Shang saved my life. The master also said that Shang Shang was a good man destined by Wenting. Shang Shang can't be the kind of person you said. Song Huazhang. Have you been fascinated by Shi Shang? What do you think about soul soup? Song Huazhang's tone is sour, so now in your heart, Shi Shang is the best in the world, right? Huo Wan raised her chin, of course. Shang Shang is her big treasure. Song Huazhang. Okay, I'm nothing. In the room, Shi Shang took out the Buddha beads from the sandalwood box and put them on Huo Wenting's hand. The man's skin is pale, and the round black Buddha beads form a strong color contrast with his skin. He has a little more sacredness that cannot be defamed. The Buddha beads were glowing between the rotation of her fingers. Shi Shang turned his eyes to the man's shocking face and sighed softly. It's not easy to get along in this family. You should not only please your mother-in-law, but also your vegetative husband. Song Huazhang waited for the merchant to come to the restaurant before eating. At this moment, Shi Xiao's mobile phone just rang. Song Huazhang frowned. Don't have two minds when eating. Do you want me and A1 to continue to wait for you? It was a call from Shi's family. Shi Shang didn't want to answer it. She hung up the phone directly and turned off her mobile phone. Shi Shang smiled sweetly and thanked my mother-in-law for waiting for my meal. Song Huazhang snorted arrogantly. I'm not waiting for you specifically, but that's the rules at home. Shi Shang nodded obediently. Good mother-in-law. Huo Wan stretched out her chopsticks and invited her mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to have dinner. Come on, let's eat. We are all a family. How can there be so many rules? With that, he gave Shi Shang a piece of braised ribs. Shang Shang, you should eat more meat and get fat quickly. Only when you get fat can you give birth to a big fat boy for the Huo family. Shi Shang smiled at her, okay to Song Huazhang, so that Huo Wan didn't mean to pick up vegetables for her, snorted and reached out to pick up chopsticks and vegetables for himself. In a bad mood, Miss Song showed off half a bowl of rice less than usual. After dinner, Shi Shang knew that she was going to live here tonight. Shi Shang swallowed his saliva, but my luggage hasn't been brought yet. Song Huazhang sat gracefully on the leather sofa, drinking tea, with a strong tone. I asked the servant to hang all the clothes sent from the mall in the cloakroom. Are you still afraid that there will be no clothes to change? Shi Shang grabbed her fingers nervously, but Song Huazhang liked the way Shi Shang lowered his eyebrows and looked good. She was good. She didn't have high requirements for Shi Shang, as long as she didn't toss around indiscriminately. It can be seen that Shi Shang has been pushing back, and Song Huazhang opened his mouth angrily, but what is it? Today is your wedding night with Wenting. If you don't stay here tonight, who will take care of Wenting? It's not too late for you to go home and get your luggage tomorrow. Miss Song's well-maintained face is still a little scary, and her body exudes the momentum of not being angry and arrogant. Song Huazhang squinted at her with sharp eyes, or did you not want to take care of Wenting at all? Shi Shang waved his hand quickly. No. Then do as I said. Miss Song made a decision. Back to Huo Wenting's room, Shi Shang opened all the windows. The fresh air blew in from outside, and Shi Shang suddenly felt that the room was not so stuffy. Shi Shang sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Huo Wenting with his cheek. I thought I could take the Huo family as a safe haven, but now it seems that the Huo family is not as calm as it seems. There is a dark tide surging in it, and I don't know who is harming you. TSK, it seems that you are also miserable. The Huo family is the powerful of the powerful, and the heirs of a rich family like Huo Wenting must have been carefully cultivated since childhood. Unfortunately, he became a vegetative person at a young age. Shi Shang still doesn't understand what the situation of the Huo family is, but the doctor in charge of Huo Wenting must have something wrong with it. Unfortunately, she has no evidence, and she can't rely on a little doubt to poke this matter in front of Song Huazhang. If Song Huazhang thought that she was here to provoke separation, it would not be worth the loss. A dilemma. Shi Shang reached out and touched Huo Wenting's face. The man's skin was as delicate as a piece of good jade. Even if he became a vegetative person, his face was not half damaged. If he wakes up in the future, how bright it will be. No matter what, I will help you wake up as soon as possible. Don't forget my goodness to you. With that, Shi Shang sneered and said, what's the use of me telling you so much here, and you can't hear it? The man on the bed didn't react at all. If his chest hadn't been ups and downs, he would have thought he was a dead man. Chapter 11. It's a pile of meat in her eyes. Shi Shang opened Huo Wenting's eyelids, observed his eyes, flattened his hand and gave him a pulse. The man's pulse seems to be peaceful. Except that he can't wake up, his health is not bad. This is really an unexpected joy. Shi Shang smiled. When you meet me, you see hope. In this way, I am indeed your lucky star. Song Huazhang pushed the door and came in. He happened to see Shi Shang put Huo Wenting's hand back into the quilt. Xu Shang stood up. Mother-in-law. Song Huazheng looked at Huo Wenting with slightly red eyes, and he didn't know when her son would wake up. Song Huazheng calmed down and turned his head to ask Xu Shang, "Didn't you forget what I told you?" "I haven't forgotten it. I remember it." The wind blew in. Song Huazheng frowned. Why did he open the window? She was about to close it, but Xu Shang stopped her in time. "Don't close it first. The room was too stuffy. In this way, Wenting will catch a cold. He is weak and will also be infected with the virus." On the issue of his son, Song Huazheng is cautious and cautious. "With me, I will take good care of Wenting. I am his wife, and I dare not joke with his body. When the room is less stuffy, I will close the window, otherwise the closed environment will be worse for Wenting." It can be seen that Song Huazheng believed the doctor's words very much and did not doubt his words. It seems that she should be more careful. Song Huazheng hummed. "If Wenting has any problems, I will ask you." Xu Shang looked solemn. "Mother-in-law, please put 100 hearts." Song Huazheng is about to leave. Xu Shang stopped her. "Mother-in-law." Song Huazheng didn't return his head. "What else?" Xu Shang's voice was solemn, and it was a matter of time when Wenting woke up. Song Huazheng has heard a lot of such words, but 2 years have passed, but she has never seen any hope. But in this way, it can still bring warmth to people. "You are happy for Wenting. I hope you can use it a little." Song Huazheng closed the door and left. Xu Shang immediately locked the lock. She turned around and sighed helplessly. What's the use of Chongxi? It's really not as useful as her needles. Xu Shang was suddenly stunned. How to take care of Ho Wenting? Thinking back to Song Huazheng's words, Xu Shang stubbornly went to the bathroom and brought out a basin of hot water. However, looking at the man dressed neatly on the bed, he was in trouble. She hasn't even held the hand of the opposite sex in the past 19 years, and now she wants her to strip a man's clothes. Will this span be too big? Forget it. It's a knife to stretch your head, and it's also a knife to shrink your head. Her master is Feng Feng. How can she be afraid of stripping men's clothes? She shouldn't care about these small details when it comes to the principle of saving people. A man's body structure is a pile of meat in her eyes. Yes. That's right. Xu Shang closed his eyes, stretched out his hands, and unbuttoned Huo Wenting's clothes tremblingly. It's thanks to her for living a lot of hard life in the countryside, otherwise she really wouldn't be able to serve others. The commercial towel was wet, wrung dry, and then gently wiped it on Huo Wenting's face. He is so thin that he has only a skeleton, but his skin is damn good. It makes Xu Shang a little envious. Xu Shang's eyes were still clear at this time, until he inadvertently glanced at him somewhere. With a moment, Xu Shang's heat surged up and his face turned red. He is like this. Is there any reaction in this regard? Xu Shang only felt that he was dying. She exhaled softly. "It doesn't matter, Xu Shang. It doesn't matter. He is your husband now. You see, his health is protected by law. Just treat him as an. He is unconscious now, and he doesn't know what you have done. There is nothing to be embarrassed about." Xu Shang patted himself in the face, made a psychological construction for himself, and successfully persuaded himself. Anyway, isn't it just a few tails of meat? What's there? After helping Huo Wenting wipe his whole body, Xu Shang took a lot of effort to help Huo Wenting put on his clothes. She was so tired that she sweated all over. She went into the bathroom to take a shower directly, and she didn't even bother to close the bathroom door. Anyway, it's impossible for vegetative people to wake up suddenly. After taking a shower, Xu Shang looked at the man on the bed and took out a quilt from the closet and laid it on the floor. Xu Shang woke up early the next morning, closed the window first, and then put everything on the ground back in place. She gave Huo Wenting a full body massage and helped him turn over. After doing all this, she went downstairs. After breakfast, Song Huazhen asked her, "What time will you go home?" Xu Shang took a look outside and went back later. "I think it's sunny today. I'll take Wenting out to bask in the sun later." Sunbathing. Yes, mother-in-law, Wenting has never seen the sun, and her body is seriously deficient in calcium. It's good for your health to sunbathe more. Huo Wan just came downstairs. As soon as she heard this, she immediately praised Xu Shang for being sensible. Shang Shang looks like a virtuous wife and mother. Xu Shang. Song Huazhen took Huo Wenting to the back garden to bask in the sun for a while, and then Xu Shang went back to Shi's house. Before going out, she asked Song Huazhen for a bodyguard. Song Huazhen looked at her with a suspicious look at that time. "You just went back to your mother's house. What did you want the bodyguard to do?" Xu Shang lowered her eyes. She was born with fair skin. In the past few months after returning to Shi's house, her skin has been white and red. The girl's cold and pure face, with some hurt expressions, made people feel pity when they look at me. Huo Wan couldn't see Xu Shang's aggrieved look. She pulled Song Huazhen over and whispered that Shang Shang must have been bullied in Shi's house. Huo Wan talked about what happened when she met Bebe in the mall yesterday. "It's very spiritual that I didn't shake out the link of Shang beating people. How could such a thing happen? Let your own daughter suffer this kind of anger." Was the family kicked in the head by a donkey? Huo Wan agreed, didn't she? Shi's family really didn't understand how to feel sorry for people, and their eyes were covered with shit. The aunt and sister-in-law were in unit. Song Huazhang rarely attended banquets in the past 2 years, but she still heard about the Shi family holding a welcome banquet for Shishang. It is said that Shishang was heartache and pushed his sister down the stairs. Because he had heard about this, Song Huazhang was still very reluctant when Huo Wan asked Shishang to be happy. But now it seems that only the Shi family knows whether it is true or not. Miss Song is domineering. Shishang, 1 bodyguard is not enough. You take 10 bodyguards back, and our whole family will support you. Shishang's pink lips squeezed a smile. Thank you, mother-in-law. My mother-in-law is quite protective of the calf. Miss Song is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, with a hard mouth and soft heart. It's so cute. 3 luxury cars stopped at the door of Shi's villa. This scene is the same as when Shi's family went to the countryside to pick up Shishang. As soon as the servant saw Shishang, his face changed slightly. Miss Wu, why are you here? This servant happened to be the one who took the lead in mocking Shishang. Shishang raised his pink lips, smiling but not smiling. What's wrong? Do I still need to report to you when I go back to my home? Chapter 12. 1 billion is the gift of the Huo family. The 5th lady is not good. The servant was obviously also guilty and ran to the villa. I'll report to my wife first. Let your wife take a look at Shishang. Shu Shangwei turned his head and said to the bodyguards behind him, just send someone in with me. She doesn't want to act like a bandit entering the village. Shu Shang took the bodyguard A Cheng into the living room. When he saw everything familiar with the Shi family, he sneered silently. A Chong asked respectfully, young lady, are you going to smash this place? Shu Shang. You are more like a bandit than me. Shu Shang was speechless. When did I say I was going to smash things? A Cheng's eyes were full of doubt. The lady asked us to come with you, and she thought you wanted to. The following words were self-evident. Shu Shang. Why do you talk about her like a bandit? Shu Shang, how dare you come back here? Saw Huayu's angry voice came from upstairs. Shu Shang looked up and saw that his deep and divine big eyes were bright and sharp. Why didn't I dare to come back? She asked back slowly. You didn't say that you called Beibei, and you didn't answer my phone. Saw Huayu pulled Shu Beibei and rushed to Shishang, raised his arm to slap her in the face. Naturally, a Cheng would not stand idly by. He grabbed Saw Huayu's wrist. The pain came, and Saw Huayu's face changed. It hurts. Mom. Mom, are you alright? Shu Beibei was so scared that she waved her embroidered fist and beat Acheng, shouting helplessly, let go of my mother. This is the Shi family, not the place where you can be wild. Is this Shishang really crazy? Her timid appearance before was completely pretended, right? She must expose Shisha's ugly face in front of her brothers. Ah Chong pushed Shu Beibei away with only 1 finger. No matter who it is, he can't do anything to our young lady, unless he doesn't want to die. Beibei. With a trace of humiliation in her eyes, Saw Huayu shouted angrily, Shishang, are you just let others bully your mother? Does this dead girl still care about her? Shishang raised his hand slightly, and Acheng stood behind Shishang. Saw Huayu took Shu Beibei in her arms and stared at Shishang coldly. What on earth are you doing here? Shishang smiled carelessly. What can he do? Of course, I'm here to pack up. Is it possible to come back to see how you are doing? Saw Huayu was angry when she heard her words and was presumptuous. How dare you talk to me like that? Who on earth gave her the courage? Shishang sighed. Looking at you're full of energy, you should live a very comfortable life, but you still have to control your temper, otherwise you will be angry and the gain is not worth the loss. Isn't this cursing her health? Saw Huayu was angry and annoyed, and bit her name heavily, Shishang. Shishang rubbed his lower ear, frowned and said, don't be so loud, I can hear you. You. Saw Huayu was so angry that she couldn't speak. Saw Huayu had no choice but to take Shishang in his own territory. He was almost mad. She blushed and roared hysterically. Get out. Get out of here. Our family doesn't welcome you. Shishang's black eyes overflowed with a trace of coldness. Get out. You took advantage of me to take was 100 million yuan, which makes me get out. Saw Huayu is stagnant, how do you know? Shishang raised his chin. My mother-in-law likes me. Of course, my mother-in-law told me, otherwise how could I know? These words are more or less ostentatious. When Acheng heard the words, he couldn't help but look sideways. Young lady. Is there any misunderstanding, young lady? Shishang frowned and looked at him, with a little displeasure in his eyes. What are you doing? The voice is not good. Don't pierce me. Naturally, a Cheng would not pierce her. He said righteously and sternly, yes, madam sent us to follow you. Obviously, she was afraid that you would be bullied at Shi's family. Shishang nodded. You know the appearance. Looking at them singing in harmony, Saw Huayu's eyes there was an uncontrollable anger. 100 million is a wedding gift from the Huo family, and marrying the Huo family is also your own choice. What are you here now? I just came to pack up. Xu Shang looked mocking and hoped that you could take the money from selling women for glory. Saw Huayu and Shi Beibei's faces are like vegetables. Xu Shang took A Chen to the second floor and came to the door of her room. Wait for me outside. Yes. Xu Shang pushed open the door of the room and saw a messy room. Everything is not in its place. It's just that she was away from home one night. Her room was ruined by people, which was no different from a pig's nest. Even her most precious manuscript was stepped on by a string of shoe prints. Don't think about it, we all know whose masterpiece this is. Xu Shao's delicate little face was cold. He squatted down and picked up the drawings on the ground one by one and put them in the suitcase. She didn't take a single piece of clothing in the closet. She only took what she brought from the countryside. Pushing the suitcase to the door, A Chen was about to take it. Xu Shang said coldly, "Come with me." Walking to the door of a room, Xu Shang pushed the door in and directly ordered A Chen to smash this place for me. Xu Shao's face was expressionless. A Chong asked tentatively, and it was all smashed. All smashed. Do you want to smash the window? Xu Shang took a deep breath and asked me to say it several times, but everything that could be smashed was smashed. Don't stay. Got it, young lady. A Chong walked into the room, looked around, raised his feet and kicked over the dressing table, and the bottles and cans on the table rolled all over the ground. The sound of ping-pong came downstairs. Xu Beibei had a bad guess in her heart. She bit her lip. Mom, what's wrong upstairs? Saw Huayu's face was tight and follow me to have a look. When the two went upstairs, the sound of things falling to the ground was still heard. The mother and daughter came to the second floor and happened to see a bed of pink bedding thrown outside the door. Xu Shang was watching in the corridor. That's her favorite strawberry sheet. Xu Beibei screamed with red eyes, "Ah! Mom! How dare Xu Shang touch her things? Bitch!" Xu Beibei rushed forward like a cow, and saw Huayu couldn't pull it. Xu Beibei glanced at the room with happiness and saw that her favorite ornament had been broken. She couldn't help it anymore. He stretched out his arm and started to fight at Xu Shang. "You touch my things. Who let you touch my things?" Xu Shang intercepted her hand in midair with cold eyes. "Do you want to hit me? Believe it or not, I will hit you 10 times. Beibei." Saw Huayu ran forward, pushed Xu Shang away heavily, and then protected Shibubella behind him. Saw Huayu was full of anger, and even her eyes became fierce. "Xu Shang, please stop your bodyguard." Chapter 13 Xie, you are a beast. Xu Shang was pushed to stagger. She held the railing and stabilized her body. Facing Saw Huayu's resentful eyes, Xu Shang smiled gently. "Is this crazy? I'm just treating others in the same way as others." Saw Huayu, what are you talking about? Xu Beibei threw himself into Saw Huayu's arms and cried. "Mom, why on earth did you treat me like this? If she really hates me so much, I will never come back when I leave home. I just don't disturb her." The choked voice showed the pitiful smell of chou-chou. Xu Shang looked at her sly appearance and sneered. Saw Huayu looked distressed. "Beibei, you're leaving. Isn't that going to kill your mother? I don't allow you to say that." "Woo woo woo, Mom, I don't want to leave you either." Xu Beibei cried louder, as if she had been greatly wronged. Xu Shao's voice was sneering. People who really want to leave will not make so many excuses for themselves. "Xu Beibei, if you rely on the Xu family, you are nothing more than giving up the life here. Don't call yourself so great. Shut up." Saw Huayu's face was terribly gloomy. "Xu Shang, I made it clear to you early in the morning that Beibei is my own daughter. Is the purpose of your coming here today to make Beibei angry? Let me tell you, Beibei will never leave me, and I will let Beibei get married in the future." Saw Huayu pulled Xu Shao's clothes and beat her up. No matter how much the pain in the body is, it can't compare with the pain in the heart. Xu Shang closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was only a coldness like frost in his eyes. Xu Shang shook off Saw Huayu's hand and said to A Chung, "Continue to smash it to me." With a bang, A Chung moved up the dressing table and smashed the floor-to-ceiling window of Xu Beibei's room. For a moment, crying and screaming came and went. A Chol stepped on the fragments on the ground and came out. "Young lady, I smashed everything I could smash." Xu Shang hooked his lips and did a good job. Xu Beibei rolled her eyes and almost fainted. She grabbed Saw Huayu's clothes tightly and said fragilely, "Mom." Saw Huayu felt pain in her heart, and she hated Xu Shang even more. "Xu Shang, why is your heart so vicious?" Xu Shang just smiled faintly when he heard the words. "Since you said so, of course I have to plead my guilt." Saw Huayu was angry. Okay, don't think that I can't cure you. I'll let your father take care of you." Xu Shang winked, and A Chung came forward and snatched Saw Huayu's mobile phone and smashed it to the ground. Looking at the broken mobile phones, Saw Huayu and Xu Beibei's eyes widened. She is going to turn the sky. "Xu Shang, what are you doing?" An unruly voice sounded by itself. Tokino returned home, followed by a young and handsome man. Fourth brother. Seeing Xu Yi, Xu Beibei seemed to see a life-saving straw, turned around and threw himself into Xu Yi's arms. Fourth brother, my sister brought a bodyguard to my house and smashed my room, inexplicably. I didn't provoke her at all. I don't know why she treated me like this. Shu Yi was the one who couldn't see Shi Beibei being wronged the most. He was furious and pulled Shi Beibei away and rushed towards Shishang. Shishang was a little afraid of Shi Yi. She took a step back. A Chong stood in front of her when he saw this. Xie's face was full of gloom, and there was a strong anger in his eyes. The voice was like ice condensed in the cold winter. He sneered, Shishang, you have a kind of you. Don't hide behind others. Come out and see if I can beat you to death. Young lady. The bodyguards waiting outside the door rushed in when they saw that the situation was wrong. The corridor, which was not wide, became more crowded. Shi Beibei's shoulders shrank and hid behind the man. Brother Xiaoran, I'm afraid. Duan Xiaoran comforted Shi Beibei in a gentle voice. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The Shu family was in a turmoil, and the servants hid early and did not dare to make a sound. At this moment, the atmosphere seems to be frozen. Shu Shang pushed a Chang away with an expressionless face. Why did you hit me? Shu Yi was cruel to her, and Shu Shan seemed to remember every greeting on her. Tokino's face was gloomy. I'm your brother. You bully Beibei. I should let you remember the lesson. Why do you want to smash Beibei's room? Are you fucking stupid? Do you need me to wake you up? Shu Shang's eyes were red and his eyes were sad. Do you want to go and see what my room has become? Shi Beibei destroyed my room. Is it wrong for me to go back? Tokino felt that she was simply talking nonsense. He pulled his lower lip. There was something wrong with you. Why did Beibei destroy your room? Shi Beibei shook her head aggrievedly. I didn't. My sister must have misunderstood me. Shu Shang took out his mobile phone and turned on a surveillance video. In the video, it can be clearly seen that Shi Beibei threw all her things on the ground in Shi Shang's room. Shu Shang's face is cold. What else do you have to say? Shi Beibei's face changed slightly. She didn't expect Shu Shang to install surveillance in the room. Is there something wrong with her? Saw Huayu frowned. Beibei. Shu Beibei's tears fell down. I'm just looking for something. My necklace is missing. I didn't mean to destroy my sister's room. Shu Beibei said aggrievedly. Shu Shang smiled. Your necklace is missing. Come to my room to find it. Do you mean I stole your necklace? Shu Beibei stumbled and said, Because a servant told me that he had seen you enter my room, so. Saw Huayi accused Shu Shang, what's wrong with Beibei going to your room to find something? Beibei's behavior was unintentional, but you asked your bodyguard to smash her room. How dare you say that you didn't mean it? Shu Shang raised his eyes, and his eyes were clear. I did it on purpose. So what? Xie's eyes were fierce, and his eyes were eager to kill. Shu Shang, you have a vicious heart. I'm not as poisonous as you. I beat my own sister. Tokino, you are a beast. Shu Shang said with hatred. A Chol was amazed. At this time, Tia Sishao is so inhuman. Beat the young lady. This kind of man who beats women, what is he damned? Shu Yi has the aura of a star, which is highly sought after by male and female fans in the esports circle. Everyone supports him, and he has never been scolded like this. Tokiai gritted his teeth and said, You bitch, what did you say? Take back your words for me. I said, you are a beast. Shu Shang is one word at a time. Shu Yi clenched his fist, and his eyes were fierce and violent. He stretched out his hand to pull Shu Shang, but was blocked by A Chang. Young lady. The bodyguards were on standby, waiting for the instructions of the merchant. Shu Shang smiled and said lightly, You all saw that he scolded me first and attacked me. Chapter 14 If you are too depressed, don't be A Chang. Yes, young lady, I can testify to you. The rest of the bodyguards are in unison, and we can also testify. She's family. Duan Xiaoran. Hey, these bodyguards are quite cute. Shu Shang held back his laughter, tilted his head, and said slowly, Then do it, just don't beat people to death. Ah Chung only obeys orders. Okay, young lady. Saw Huayi couldn't believe what she heard. Shu Shang actually asked the bodyguard to beat her own brother. Is she crazy? Shu Shang, how can you say such a thing? Are you still a human? Saw Huayu's lungs were about to explode. Shu Shang's careless voice was wrapped in a strong coldness. It was too suffocating to be a human being, so it's better not to be a human being together. Tokino has never been provoked like this in his life. He squared, Shu Shang, do you want your bodyguard to hit me? Raise your eyebrows and show a contemptuous sneer. Let's see if you have this ability. A Chong has never been so provoked. Isn't this equivalent to an amateur's provocation with a professional? A Chong turned his head and asked Shu Shang, Young lady, are you responsible for something? Shu Shang. This bodyguard is also a talent. Shu Shang leaned against the railing, his slender body and an extremely delicate face showed a little pride. She also said uncertainly that if your mother-in-law asked you to come with me, her mother-in-law should also be responsible. Ah Chung. You seem to be teasing me. All right, let's do it. I'll take it if something happens. Shu Shang raised his hand and opened his mouth indifferently. Yes. A Chol glanced at the brothers. Brothers, you have to testify to me. It is enough for us to have a young lady. Looking at the two of them chatting as if no one was around, Tokino was really angry and laughed. Shit. He waved his fist fiercely. Tokino usually likes to play sandbags, but when it is a professional bodyguard like Archon, he soon loses the wind. Saw Huaiyi was not calm when she saw that her youngest son was beaten. Don't fight, don't hit, don't hit. She was so anxious that even her voice was sharp. Shushang, stop your bodyguard, Shushang. Fourth brother. Seeing that Shu Yi was beaten without any power to fight back, Shubei screamed and almost fainted. Fourth brother. I'm going to save the fourth brother. The bodyguard stopped in front and said with an expressionless face, I'll talk about it when the young lady's affairs are done. Shubei stamped her feet helplessly. You are bullying people. Bei, it's dangerous. Come back. Duan Xiaoran pulled Shubei behind him and looked at the group of bodyguards vigilantly. But the fourth brother. Shubei's eyes are full of tears. The fourth brother must be very painful. What should I do? Is there anyone who can save the fourth brother? Saw Huaiyi shouted angrily, Shushang. Stop it. Shushang ignored their roars and watched Xu Yi being unilaterally beaten by A Chung. She finally breathed out a mouthful of anger in her heart. Shubei's frame-up of her, Shi's family's distrust and coercion of her, and when she beat her with a tree stick and punched her, Shi's family's indifference to her cold eyes all made her accumulate hatred. At this moment, she only feels extremely happy. The pleasure of revenge made her feel comfortable. But this is far from enough. Shushang, you bitch. Xu Yi couldn't beat him, and he didn't spare Shishan with his mouth, so he cursed loudly. A Chong frowned. Are these siblings? Shushang didn't have a trace of fluctuation in his heart when he heard the words. He just looked at me coldly. Ah Chung, he was still scolding me. Bang A Chan's chin is a hook punch to Tokino. Wow. Xu Yi let out a mouthful of bloody saliva. When Shubei saw this scene, she was so scared that she covered her mouth and screamed. Sister, let the bodyguard stop. Please, don't hit the fourth brother anymore. Shubei struggled to rush forward again. Bei, don't come here. Duan Xiaoran, protect Bei. Xu Yi also took the time to turn around and said to Shubei, so that Shubei didn't have to worry. As a result, he was completely knocked to the ground by Acha's punch. Shushang, that's enough. Duan Xiaoran stood up at this time, with a strong disappointment in his tone. When did you become like this? Shushang looked at Duan Xiaoran's eyes. The man is wearing clothes that can't be seen from the brand, but the exquisite fabric is not a bargain at first glance. In fact, it is difficult for Shushang to associate the rich second generation in front of him with the dejected young master in the countryside. But that face still matched the same. As soon as Duan Xiaoran saw Shushang's expression, he knew that she was thinking of it. Duan Xiaoran smiled gently at her. You are called Shushang now, right? You didn't call me this name before. You should remember me. There was no expression on Shushang's face. He remembered, so what? Well, it's good that you remember. He said, how could Shushang forget him? Shushang, can you stop hitting your fourth brother for the same of my face? You are all a family. If you have anything to say, just say it. Why destroy the relationship between the family? What a kind girl you used to be, and your smile was very innocent and cute. You are not as unreasonable as you are now. Shushang. Shushang is happy. What was she like before? She used to be a coward who was beaten and scolded. Just because she cared about that worthless family affection, she was beaten into the water by Tokino. Whoever wants to be this person? As long as she has no morals, no one wants to kidnap her. Shushang glared at Duan Xiaoran coldly and said, why should I look at your face? Duan Xiaoran was stunned and unbelievable. Shushang obviously likes him very much. Why do you treat him like this now? Oh, he understands. They must haven't seen each other for a long time. Shushang. Duan Xiaoran walked forward and was stopped by the bodyguard before Shushang could approach. Duan Xiaoran squeezed out a smile. Shushang, can you let me come forward? I'll talk to you properly. There is no need. Shushang held his arm and said lazily, I don't need you, an outsider, to tell me what I did. You don't have that face here. Don't be too self-righteous. Duan Xiaoran shouted eagerly, Shushang, I'm Duan Xiaoran. Brother Xiaoran, you won't have this attitude towards me. Where is the innocent little girl who has been caring about him and taking care of him? Shushang's expression was hard to describe. This Duan Xiaoran is mentally retarded. In the countryside, she treated him as a patient just to improve her medical skills. As a result, he thought she liked him at that time. There is something wrong. Shushang lowered his eyes and looked at Xu Yi, with disgust in his eyes. Can he still stand up? Ah Chung, it should not work. Shushang looked at him suspiciously. You didn't care about your professional ethics at all. A Chong squatted in front of Shiye and patted him in the face. Can you still stand up? Chapter 15. There is really a crisis around you. This is undoubtedly a kind of humiliation. Tokino only felt suffocated to death, as if he had swallowed a fly. He spit a mouthful of saliva at Acheng and shouted, get out. Chung's head turned slightly. When he stood behind Shang, young lady, I was sure that he couldn't stand up. Shu Shang smiled mockingly, okay, then let's go. Shu Shang didn't look at her family anymore. He raised his chin slightly and walked forward with his head held high. Duan Xiaoran looked at Shu Shang and stopped talking. Shu Shang. Shu Shang didn't even glance at him. Under the escort of the bodyguard, he left Shi's house. Shu Yi was so angry that he beat the floor, and his eyes flashed with crazy hatred. Damn it. Shu Shang, I won't share the sky with you. Saw Hua Yi ran to Xie's side and was careful not to touch him. How are you? Xie pulled the corners of his mouth, and it was okay. As soon as he spoke, he pulled the wound on his face, and the pain made Xie hiss. Damn it. I've never been so depressed in my life. Saw Hua Yi was so distressed that she turned around and said to Duan Xiaoran, call an ambulance quickly. Shu Beibei knelt beside Shi Yi, and tears fell down. My sister is so inhuman. How could she do this? The voice is indignant. After Duan Xiaoran made an emergency call, he couldn't believe that Xu Shang was really not like this before. In the past, her smile was so sweet and innocent. How can it be so fierce now? Shi Beibei looked at him, wiped her tears, and said blankly, Brother Xiaoran, how do you know my sister? Huo family. Song Huazhong and Huo Wan are sitting on the sofa in the living room. Shu Shang took A Cheng into the door, and the suitcase was pushed by A Cheng. When Huo Wan saw Shu Shang, she got up and walked towards her. Shang, you're back. You weren't bullied in Shi's house, were you? Shu Shangchao smiled slightly. There were bodyguards, and I was not bullied. Song Huazhong held a cup of flower tea and glanced at her. Why did he go for so long? Shu Shang replied obediently, and my mother left me to talk. Song Huazhong's eyebrows are thin and curved, with a graceful and noble face, with a calm and elegant temperament. Song Huazhong frowned at this moment, and there was a little confusion between the gentle and beautiful eyebrows. Huh. Your mother didn't hesitate to marry you to the Huo family with 100 million yuan. Unexpectedly, she would keep you down to talk. Shu Shang. Shu Shang didn't even know whether Miss Song's words were sarcasm or a real doubt about this matter. She can't understand this arrogant mother-in-law. Shu Shang pursed his lips. In short, he just chatted for a while, and there was nothing else. Song Huazhong withdrew his eyes, his eyelids drooping slightly, and he told me what to do. I don't care about it. Shu Shang. So you still ask? Seeing that Shu Shang was embarrassed, Huo Wan explained to Song Huazhong, Hey, Shang, your mother-in-law is a hard-mouthed and soft-hearted person. In fact, she cares about you, otherwise she wouldn't have let you take so many bodyguards to Shi's house. Song Huazhong. When did I ask you to be my spokesperson? Little sister-in-law, you should be responsible for your nonsense. Song Huazhong said coldly that I care about Wenting. If there is any problem with Shu Shang, it will also affect Wenting. She won't care about Shu Shang. She didn't bother to pay attention to the mess of the Shi family. Huo Wan wintered at Song Huazhong crazily, signaling her to stop talking. Isn't that what he said to sprinkle salt on Shang Shao's heart? Song Huazhong snorted softly and looked at A Cheng. Before Wenting woke up, you were responsible for protecting the young lady's safety. A Cheng replied respectfully, Yes, madam. Shu Shang looked at A Cheng with a pair of big and clear eyes. A Cheng, thank you very much for today. He will do whatever he is told to do. He is clever, but he is afraid of making trouble. Generally speaking, there is nothing wrong with him. Ah Cheng. Dare not. You should. You are very dutiful. Shu Shang bent his eyes and smiled. Her eyes are round, the corners of her eyes are upturned, and she is charming and cold when she smiles, but her clear eyes create an innocent and harmless appearance for her. Shu Shang turned to Song Huazhong and smiled sweetly. Mother-in-law, thank you for letting the bodyguard protect me. A Chong watched from the side and was amazed at the change of Shi Shang's face. The young lady shouted and killed at Shi's house, domineering and turned into a weak little white rabbit as soon as she returned to Hua's house. Does he want to tell the young lady's behavior? As soon as this idea came up, it was extinguished by A Cheng. Forget it. One more thing is better than one less thing. This is their family's business. He, a foreigner, doesn't want to get mixed in and just do his job well. Song Huazhong said in disgust and said that I didn't do it for you. Everything I did was for Wenting. Shu Shang has already got the attributes of Song Huazhong. As Huo Wan said, he is hard-mouthed and soft-hearted and arrogant. Shu Shang's eyebrows are bent, and his smile does not diminish. Mother-in-law, I'll take the luggage back to my room first. Huo Wan frowned slightly. Shang, do you have this little luggage? Why so few? Yes, I brought them all from the countryside. Huo Wan turned her head and said to Song Huazhong, Sister-in-law, did you see that the Shi family must have abused Shang? Song Huazhong glared at Shi Shao's back and said slowly, Isn't it you protecting her? The Shu family certainly didn't dare. Huo Wan raised the corners of her lips, but her smile was very cold. Yes, whoever dares to bully Shang, I will kill him. Song Huazhong. So she, a mother-in-law, can't bully her? Is there such a depressed mother-in-law like her? The more I think about it, the worse it is. I'm going to see Wenting. Evening. After wiping Hua Wenting's body, Xu Sheng took out the silver needle given to her by his master from the acupuncture box, held the needle in his right hand, and slowly pierced the needle into his Baihoi acupoint. In Western medicine, vegetative people have impaired brain function. According to traditional Chinese medicine, his whole body meridians are blocked, his yi and blood are not smooth, and he can't circulate to his brain, so he can't wake up. She needs to stimulate his central nervous system first to ensure that his qi and blood can be unimpeded, and then use drugs to assist in treatment. Acupuncture is from top to bottom, from left to right, from positive to negative. The needle fell in the main acupoints of Baihoi, Lizhong, Hegor, Tihai, Zusanli and Chongqing in turn. In addition, auxiliary acupoints and moxibustion. Soon, Hua Wenting's body was full of silver needles. Xu Sheng dragged a chair and sat by the bed to observe Hua Wenting's reaction. When Song Huazheng was about to come in, he found that the door was locked. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. Xu Sheng, what are you doing? Xu Sheng raised his voice, mother-in-law, I'm wiping Wenting's body. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the doctor will come to Wenting's house at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for a physical examination. Xu Shangying knew his mother-in-law. Hearing the footsteps of Song Huazheng walking away, Xu Xiao's eyes slowly fell back to Hua Wenting. She held her cheek and sighed lazily. Hua Wenting, look, you are really in danger around you. Chapter 16. A man who won't let you be a widow will naturally not give her any response. With so many needles stuck in him, he didn't react at all. It seems that it's really not easy to wake him up. When the time came, Xu Shang removed the silver needle in turn, disinfected it, and then put it back into the box. This is the first time to give Hua Wenting acupuncture, and he can't moxibustion too hard. Xu Shang opened the mobile phone memo and recorded the acupuncture points and time of Hua Wenting's acupuncture today. She also has to go to the pharmacy to buy medicinal herbs. Otherwise, it's just that the acupuncture effect is too slow. Xu Xiao's fingertips poked Hua Wenting's fair face. You really made people feel very careful. It feels quite good. Xu Shang poked his face a few more times as if he was having fun. Anyway, he didn't know. The next day, not long after Xu Shang and the two elders had breakfast, Song Yanqing came to Hua's house with a medicine box. Aunt Song, Auntie. Song Yanqing followed Hua Wenting to call Aunt Hua Wan. Xu Shang glanced at the man carelessly. The man's appearance is Jilang Yushuo, with a gentle temperament, wearing a pair of borderless glasses and a sense of closeness when he smiles. Song Huazheng greeted him kindly. Yanqing came and sat down for a cup of tea first. Song Yanqing smiled slowly, like a spring breeze. No, I'm going to check Wenting first. That's good. Song Huazheng turned his head and looked at Xu Shang. Xu Shang, you and Yanqing went up to see if there was anything you needed help with. Of course, there is no reason for Xu Shang to refuse. Okay, mother-in-law. She also wants to see this doctor named Yanqing for a while. Doing bad things with a doctor's license, dogs are full of flies, and Xu Shang is the most annoying person. Song Yanqing took a look at Xu Shang indifferently and didn't care much. Aunt Song, I'm fine alone. Song Huazheng said with a smile, Yanqing, I forgot to introduce it to you. This is Wenting's wife, Xu Shang. Song Yanqing was shocked. Is Hua Wenting awake? It's impossible. When Hua Wenting wakes up, he will receive the news as soon as possible. Song Yanqing looked at Xu Shang with a deeper meaning. Xu Shang met his eyes, smiled with his lips, and made an invitation gesture. Dr. Song, please follow me. I'm sorry to bother my sister-in-law. Before he could think much, Song Yanqing followed Xu Shang upstairs. When he came to the room, Hua Wenting was still lying in bed, no different from a living dead man. It seems that the Hua family wants to marry a wife to make the vegetative people happy. Has Wenting reacted in recent days? No. Xu Shang sucked his nose, but I hope Wenting can give me a little reaction. Song Yanqing looked up at her and saw that Xu Xiao's eyes were red, sad and helpless, so he withdrew his gaze again. He put on rubber gloves, concentrated on examining Hua Wenting's body, and recorded it while recording it. Xu Shang twisted his thigh, waited for tears to flow down, and asked in a low voice, Doctor Song, is there a good chance for Wenting to wake up? Sister-in-law, everything is possible. We should believe that miracles will come to Wenting. Don't be too sad. Xu Shang turned away and said sullenly, How can I not be sad? I just hope he wakes up early so that I won't be alone. Song Yanqing, Wenting will wake up. After checking Hua Wenting's health, Song Yanqing looked around and found the open window. He went over and closed it, and said, Sister-in-law, opening the window is not good for Wenting's health. Don't open the window. Xu Shang said ignorantly, didn't he? However, I read on the internet that people living in a closed environment for a long time will cause certain diseases, such as respiratory infections. Is it all wrong on Baidu? Anyway, it was said by Baidu. She doesn't know anything. Song Yanqing looked at Xu Shang, which was a kind of look that would not make people feel uncomfortable. But Xu Shang doesn't like other people's inquiring eyes. It turned out to be a Baidu check. Are there still such idiots these days? Song Yanqing laughed, because Wenting's body was different from that of normal people. My sister-in-law just listened to me. Xu Shao, okay, I see. Song Yanqing packed up her good things, sister-in-law, then I'll go downstairs to explain Wenting's situation to Aunt Song first. Xu Shang waved his hand with a smile, then I won't see you off, doctor. Song Yanqing walked out of the room, and Huo Wan came in. She first looked at Huo Wenting on the bed, and her eyes suddenly blushed. If only Feng Lao could appear. Mr. Feng is not here, but his apprentice is here. Xu Shang took Huo Wei's hand and said seriously and solemnly, Auntie, my 8 words match Wenting, and I will definitely wake him up. Huo Wan hummed and nodded repeatedly. I believe in that master. Xu Shang, what master? Huo Wan didn't know that Xu Shang was playing with her, so she explained it all at once. After you saved me on Fozu Road, I thought you were a blessed person, which must also be a blessing for our Huo family. So, I asked my sister-in-law to take your 8 characters to calculate for the master. As a result, your 8 characters are really suitable for Wenting. In the end, Huo Wei's words were excited. Buddha Road? There seems to be such a thing in Xiao's vague impression. At that time, there was a car accident on Fozu Road. She saw a noble woman in leather standing on the side of the road with no reaction, so she pulled her a hand. Looking at Huo Wei's round and rich face, Xu Shang combined these 2 faces. Xu Shang? So. She kindly saved people, but ended up losing her first marriage. The old man's face in the Shishan subway. Sure enough, good things can't be done casually. There is no good reward, only evil debts. After understanding that the culprit of her marrying into the Huo family turned out to be Huo Wan, Xishan didn't know what to say. I can't laugh or cry. Huo Wan didn't know why when she saw her expression. Shang, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying and laughing? Have you been stimulated by something? Shang, don't scare me. Huo Wan is anxious. Shang, don't be too sad. Wenting will wake up sooner or later. He won't let you be a widow. Xu Shang can't say enough. Rich lady, I really thank you. At this point, it's useless to investigate again. Xu Shang straightened up. Auntie, what does Dr. Song do at home just now? Huo Wan, the ancestors of the Song family have been doctors for 3 generations. Have you heard of Huakang Pharmaceutical? It is the industry of the Song family. Xu Shang looks like he has never seen the world. He has never heard of it. Is Huakang medicine very powerful? Huo Wan patted the back of her hand. The Song family is still quite senior. In addition, they are friends with our Huo family. When Wenting had an accident, it was Yanqing's grandfather who helped with the operation to pick up Wenting's life. Xu Shang understood. No wonder Song Huajiang trusts the Song family so much. However, she didn't know that Song Yanqing had a ghost in her heart. Shang, why do you suddenly ask this? Chapter 17. Don't show your superficial IQ. Although Huo Wan is a little silly, she is not really stupid. Xu Shang smiled and changed the topic silently. Auntie, let's go downstairs first and let Wenting have a good rest. Yes, let Wenting have a good rest. Xu Shang followed Huo Wan downstairs. At that time, I heard Song Yanqing's gentle and elegant voice. Aunt Song, I'll go back first and come back next week. Yanqing, stay at home and have lunch before leaving. No, I have something to do when I go back to the hospital. Song Huajian said, okay, then be careful when you go back and drive. Fu turned his head again and ordered Housekeeper Zhao, you send Yanqing off. Housekeeper Zhao smiled kindly. Mr. Song, please. Song Yanqing turned around and raised his eyes inadvertently, just matching Shishao's big smiling eyes. Song Yanqing smiled kindly at her. When one person left, Shishao's smile restrained. She walked to Song Huajiang and tentatively said, Mom, doctor. Song has been in charge of Wenting's health for the past 2 years. Why don't we find another doctor? If you want to find someone else, Song Huajiang can't believe it. At least the Song family knows the bottom line. One Yanqing is enough, and there is no need to find another one. Shishang, no, I mean, we can find a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Song Huajiang glanced at her. Do you think I haven't looked for her? But now many traditional Chinese medicine doctors are gaining a lot of fame. On the Feng family side, it's really not the right time for Mr. Feng to leave the capital. Xu Shao lowered his voice. There should be more than the virtuous and respected Feng family. Isn't there no other experienced traditional Chinese medicine in the Feng family? Huo Wan sighed. Shang, you don't understand this. Feng Lao hangs the pot to help the world, but none of the Feng family inherits Feng Lao's medical skills. Mr. Feng doesn't have any apprentices, otherwise we wouldn't be so distressed. Xu Shang. So she is the only apprentice of the old man. No wonder the old man forced her to know how many herbs in a week when she was in the countryside. And asked her to remember how many acupuncture points in a month, and learned acupuncture within a limited time. When she thought about it, she was full of tears. The old man forced her like this. It turned out that there was no heir. Xu Shang sighed, so he could only pray that Mr. Feng would return to the capital quickly. Xu Shang doesn't want to expose his relationship with Feng Lao for the time being. If she reveals her identity, she will inevitably attract Song Yanqing's suspicion. There are still people behind Song Yanqing. She doesn't want to scare the snake. Coupled with Song Huajiao's clear attitude, she is still safer to act secretly. Looking at the rich woman next to him, Xu Shang felt that maybe Huowan could be her ally, but he still had to gain her trust first. On this side, Song Yanqing got back to the car and made a phone call to go out. Qingre's voice was smooth and straightforward. He would not wake up again. The Huo family married a wife for him to be happy. A playful male voice came from the other end of the phone. I know that the Huo family is just at the end of the road. Don't worry about that woman. Shi's family, he doesn't care about it. After a pause, the male voice became fierce. In order to make sure that nothing goes wrong, you'd better find a chance to cut him up. No way. Song Yanqing retorted, and a storm rolled up in the bottom of his gentle eyes. He said gloomily, we had said that we would let him die naturally, before. Don't mess around, otherwise I don't mind breaking the can or falling. Wen Ting is my brother after all. Sneer. It seems to sneer at Song Yanqing's words. That's okay. Anyway, a vegetative person who has slept for 2 years will not wake up again. The man's voice was disdainful. Listening to the beeping sound in his ear, Song Yanqing threw his mobile phone aside and smashed the steering wheel hard. The sun in the capital in June is hot. Tokino lay in the hospital to recuperate. Shi's family came to the hospital to visit him. Xu Shang made a big fuss when he came to Shi's house yesterday. The rest of the people were also shocked and angry when they heard about it. Hatred is surging in ambition. Big brother, third brother, Xu Shang didn't pay attention to our family at all. He mutilated Bebe before, and then instructed the bodyguard to beat me. I don't know what she will do in the future. We must treat her. Xu Yan looked at the young man lying on the bed with a blue nose and a swollen face. He was also helpless. If he couldn't beat him, why did he fight with others? Xu Bebe defended Xu Ye. Brother, this can't be blamed on the fourth brother. It was the sister who did too much. She thought that she had the protection of the Huo family and bullied others. It's a pity that the fourth brother was beaten so badly. Xu Ying pulled his lips and said with a smile. I knew that Xu Shang was restless and should not have taken her home at the beginning. What's the use of talking about this now? Saw Huayu is so annoyed. Where is your father? Xu Yan said that our company had just cooperated with the Huo family, and Dad flew abroad for the project. Saw Huayu has a headache, so don't use this to disturb your father. Xu Yan nodded and looked at Xu Yi and said, I will call Xu Shang later. This time, she really embarrassed things. You should educate her and don't show mercy. Saw Huayu's voice was mixed with strong disgust. Got it. Xu Shang and Huowan were pushing Huo Wenting to the garden to bask in the sun when the mobile phone in their pockets rang. Xu Shang took out his mobile phone and saw that it was a call from Xi Yan. He picked it up. What's the matter? The voice is slightly cold and emotionless. Your fourth brother is still lying in the hospital. You asked the bodyguard to beat him. Xu Shang, you should come and apologize to your fourth brother. Xu Ye's command tone was high-ranking. Xu Shang's eyebrows were tinged with sneer. Shang, who is it? Seeing that there was something wrong with Xu Shang's expression, Huowan asked with concern. Xu Shang shook his head with a smile, walked to the other side, and said coldly to the person on the other end of the phone, why should I apologize? Tokino hit me, and you didn't even care. Now let me apologize to him? They are all your brothers and sisters. You can't be fair, and don't show your superficial IQ. I just think you're stupid. Xu Yan was shocked by Xu Shang's cleverness. She said he was stupid. Where did the timid Xu Shang go in front of them? He scolded angrily, Xu Shang, do you want to hear what you are saying now? I know very well what I said, or are you stupid to understand what I say? Then we have nothing to say. Xu Ye's eyebrows were tring into a dead knot, and his voice was deep. Bebe said that I didn't want to believe it. I didn't expect you to be so rebellious now. No wonder he dares to break into the house to beat people. If something is not over, it means that it didn't happen. I remember what you did to me, and you want me to apologize. Oh, dream. There was a sound of Xu Shang throwing on the ground. Xu Yan was about to say something when Xu Shang had already hung up the phone. Xu Yan walked back to the ward, and Shi Yi asked sinisterly, when will Xu Shang come? Chapter 18. It seems that when her rebellious period has come, Xi Yan shakes her head. Tokino's handsome face is a little ferocious. Can't she come over? Xu Yan said that Xu Shang was no longer the person we knew. When Xu Shang first came to Xi's house, he was both well-behaved and quiet, and even a little timid and inferior in front of them. Always be careful to please them. Xu Yan didn't understand why a person would change so much in a short period of time. It seems that her rebellious period has come. And this rebellious period came later than anyone else and fiercer than anyone else. Xu Yan had a headache. Tokai snorted coldly, gritted his teeth and said, I don't care what she becomes, I have written down this feud. Xu Sha came back with anger. Why are you so angry? Whose phone is it? Huo Wan is like a curious baby. Xu Shang smiled coldly, fraudulent phone calls, and still want to cheat me out of money, dreaming. I scolded him. Huo Wan frowned when she heard it. These people are really annoying. Let me scold you next time. I scolded them for blood. Xu Shang half believed and half doubted. Only a rich woman can scold others like this. It won't be to make the other party shut up, will it? Thinking of that scene, Xu Shang couldn't help but smile. Huo Wan looked at her smiling appearance and said strangely, Shang, what are you laughing at? Xu Shao looked at her with sweet and well-behaved eyebrows. Well, I'll ask my aunt to scold me in the future. Huo Wan patted her chest and said solemnly, don't worry. In the future, there will be an aunt to support you in everything. Over the years, Xu Shao has been used to carrying things by himself. Hearing Huo Wan's words of maintenance, I couldn't help but be moved. Auntie. Xu Shang glanced at her and stopped talking. I have something, but I don't know whether to say it or not. If you have something to say in front of your aunt, say it directly. Xu Shang curled his lips and smiled. Then my aunt will accompany me out tomorrow. All right. Huo Wan didn't ask what she was going out for. Anyway, we'll know tomorrow. After breakfast the next day, Xu Shang returned to his room and changed into a small fragrant skirt. He was elegant and noble, and his slender and tall figure showed a slender waist and long legs. When he walked down from the stairs, he was as beautiful as a picture newspaper. Song Huazhao looked at her shining appearance and frowned almost invisibly. Do you want to go out? Her dress is undoubtedly very beautiful. And she didn't know the invisibly enchanting and cold breath. What is she going to do when she looks so good? Yes. Xu Shang Wengong replied. I'll go out with my aunt later. Song Huazhao's eyes turned back and forth on the two of them, hiding a trace of displeasure in his eyes. Are you going out together? Miss Song withdrew her gaze and said lightly. What are you doing? What little secrets of the two of them can't let her know? Did you deliberately isolate her? Xu Shang blinked his eyes and went shopping. Yes. Huo Wan's eyes lit up and she took Xu Shang's arm. The two of us went shopping. She is the best at this. As a rich woman, her eyesight is naturally extremely good. She can also get first-hand information about all kinds of new fashion products. Song Huazhang held back the impulse to roll his eyes, but didn't you just go shopping a few days ago and go again today? Huo Wan said with a smile, because there are new products every day. Song Huazhang. Seeing that they didn't mean to ask her to go shopping together, Song Huazhang pretended not to care and said oh. Huo Wan's heart is big-sighted and she didn't find anything wrong with Song Huazhang. Sister-in-law, do you need me to help you by anything? No, Miss Song was very angry. Why didn't you expect to ask her to go out together when you thought of helping her by something? Although they called her not to go, they didn't even shout. How can she not be angry? When Shang and Huo Wan went out, a Chen acted as their driver. Huo Wan chatted in the car, saying where the new clothes came and where the new jewelry came, and she was very excited. Xu Shang didn't want to spoil her interest, but he still interrupted her. Auntie, we won't go shopping today. Huo Wan paused and said, what are you doing when you don't go shopping? I'll talk to you later. Mysterious. Huo Wan was aroused by curiosity. Xu Shang looked at the road sign outside, commanded A Chen to drive 500 meters forward and then stop the car. Okay, young lady. There are no shopping malls or food streets nearby. It is a street that sells tea and medicinal herbs. Huo Wan looked at Xu Shang. Shang, are you sick? With a worried look, he put his hand on Xu Shao's forehead. Xu Shang took Huo Wan's hand. No. When Xu Shang got off the car and took Huo Wan to the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy, he said that I would come to buy traditional Chinese medicinal materials. What are you buying this thing for? Huo Wan felt that Xu Shao's behavior was sneaky. Xu Shang looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he said quietly in Huo Wan's ear, Auntie, I'll tell you the truth. Xu Shang deliberately paused. Huo Wan suddenly became alert and looked around with a serious face. Well, you say? Xu Shang dragged his tone. I once saved Feng Lao's life. Huo Wan stared at Xu Shang with wide eyes. The eyes were full of shock. Xu Shang can't figure out her eyes. What's wrong? Well, Shang, Huo Wan was afraid of hurting Xiao's self-esteem at that time, so she considered the words. Listen to me, it's not that my aunt doesn't want to believe you. But are you mistaken? Feng Lao is a magic doctor. Xu Shang saved the life of the magic doctor. Impossible. There must be a bad old man who took advantage of Feng Lao's taboo to deceive Shang. Xu Shang understood that the rich woman was doubting what she said. Xu Shang said firmly that I didn't get the wrong person, that's the magic doctor, Feng Lao, Feng Feng. Huo Wan still has some doubts, really. But how do you know Mr. Feng? Feng Lao hasn't appeared in the past few years. Mr. Feng once went to the place where I lived in the countryside. I had some connection with him. I bought the Buddha beads because Mr. Feng told me that he had this thing in his store, so I came to buy it. Moreover, because I saved him, he also said that if I came to the capital, I would go to his store to get medicinal herbs for free. When Huo Wan heard Xu Xiao's reasonable and well-founded words, she believed more than half of her heart. Really? Her business is so powerful. Xu Xiang glanced at her carelessly. Can I lie to you to get the money or the little red flower? You'll know when you follow me. Aha. Huo Wan followed Xu Xiang to the store. The person in charge of the store was a tall and thin young man named Wu Huai. When he saw Xu Xiang, he greeted him warmly. Miss Xu, here you are. Xu Xiang nodded. Well, I'll get some medicinal herbs. Wu Huai asked, what do you want? Chapter 19. Your life is destined to be miserable. Wormwood, kudzu root, osmunthus, safflower, musk, stone iris, ginseng, saffron. Xu Xiang said no more than 30 kinds of medicinal materials. When Huo Wan saw that Xu Xiang was so fluent in saying the names of these medicinal herbs that she didn't understand, the light in her eyes enlarged. Okay, Miss Xu, please sit down for a moment, and I will pack these medicinal herbs for you right away. Thank you. Xu Xiang pulled Huo Wan, who was still shocked, to sit down. Huo Wan looked adored and doubtful. Xiang, you seem to know a lot about traditional Chinese medicine. Xu Xiang said in a voice that only two people could hear. Didn't I tell you before that I had learned a little medical knowledge in the countryside, and this knowledge was actually taught by Mr. Feng. Wow, to Huo Wei's uncontrollable excitement. Xiang, you are so awesome. In this way, Xiang is half an apprentice of Feng Lao. How did she pick up such a treasure? Xu Xiang coughed and said modestly, so. In fact, I haven't learned any essence of Feng Lao. Huo Wan said disapprovingly, Xiang, don't say that, you are also very powerful now. After all, there are few people who can get Feng Lao to teach traditional Chinese medicine knowledge. When Feng Lao appears in the capital, she must introduce Xiang to Feng Lao. At this time, Wu Huai came out with the packaged medicinal materials. Miss Xu, everything you need is here. Thank you very much. Xu Xiang picked it up and said to Huo Wan, Auntie, let's go. The rich woman took out the card from the card bag and didn't give the money yet. Wu Huai smiled and said that Miss Xu didn't need to pay to pick up medicine in our store. The rich woman wore jewelry and waved her hand generously. I'm not short of this money. On the contrary, you have worked hard to open a store. Take the card directly to brush. Wu Huai looked at Xu Xiang and nodded when he saw that Xu Xiang was almost invisible, and then he took Huo Wei's card. When she walked out of the store, Huo Wan remembered and asked, Xiang, what are you doing with so many medicinal herbs? In fact, these are prepared for Wenting. Xu Xiang doesn't intend to hide it from Huo Wan. At Huo's house, she needs Huo Wei's cooperation. Huo Wan was at a loss. Well, I don't understand. Xu Xiang only said simply that Western medicine can only maintain Wenting's physical function now, so I want to try to use traditional Chinese medicine to help Wenting wake up. Auntie, I hope you can help me keep this secret. Xiang. Huo Wan held Xu Xiang's hand tightly and almost cried. Xu Xiang was in a panic. You. Huo Wan burst into tears and patted her thigh excitedly. That's right. Xiang, you are indeed the lucky star and big baby of our Huo family. Xu Xiang. Rich woman, please put away the filter for me. Huo Wan sneered a few times. Xiang, don't worry, I will help you keep the secret. Xu Xiang's eyelids were slightly raised, and his ink eyes were fixed on Huo Wei's face, pretending to be distressed. I mainly didn't want to see my mother-in-law's disappointed eyes, so only the two of us knew about this matter. Huo Wan thought of Song Huajiao's patience and hard work in the past 2 years, and her expression also lowered. She nodded, I'll listen to you. Rumble, there was a sudden thunder in the sky. The weather in the capital in June is changeable. Huo Wan looked at the dark clouds floating over and stamped her feet in annoyance. The shoes on my feet can't be stained with water. Xiang, let's go back to the car quickly. Xu Xiang was indifferent, and the rain would not fall for a while. It's hard to say that God's face changes, as he says. Huo Wan took Xu Xiang's hand. Wearing 10-centimeter high heels, she walked faster than Xu Xiang wearing lambskin shoes. Huo Wan saw marshmallows sold on the roadside and suddenly let go of Xu Xiang's hand. No, I'm going to buy a bunch of marshmallows first. Xu Xiang. The shoes that were said not to be exposed to water. Huo Wan is still thinking about Xu Xiang. Xiang, do you want it? Xu Xiang shook his head. No. Then go back to the car and wait for me first. Huo Wan said and walked towards the place selling marshmallows. Xu Xiang just walked forward, and a voice came not far away, Sister. This pretentious voice made Xu Xiang frown. He followed the sound source and saw Xu Beibei. Xu Beibei ran over and smiled delicately. Sister, it's really you. I thought I saw the wrong person. Xu Beibei looked up and down at Xu Xiang. The eyes stopped. Isn't this set of clothes on Xu Xiang's new style? Unexpectedly, it was worn on her. Xu Beibei looked at her bright and dazzling appearance, and her eyes were full of jealousy. How can a person who grew up in a ravine be so beautiful and thrilling? I thought I could see her miserable appearance when I married into the Huo family, but I didn't expect it to become so bright and beautiful. Xu Beibei thinks that she is not bad stall, but compared with Xu Xiang, she is a little gloomy. If I had known, I should have scratched her face. Facing Xu Beibei's jealous eyes, Xu Shang squared and said, "You're disgusting, stay away from me." Xu Shang didn't bother to argue with her and was about to leave, but Xu Beibei grabbed her hand. Xu Shang turned around, his eyes were as cold as a knife, and let go. Xu Beibei was frightened by her eyes. She let go of her hand and smiled again. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. I have something to say to you. If you have a fart, just let go." Xu Beibei gritted her teeth and heard from the eldest brother that you refused to apologize to the fourth brother. "Don't you care about your family?" Oh, Xu Shang smiled lazily. "Isn't this what you want to see? So are you very angry?" Xu Beibei giggled and looked gloating. She was abused by her adoptive parents and returned to her biological parents. She thought she could get the love of her family, but she was forced to marry a living dead man. TSK, I feel sorry for you when I think about it. Xu Shang, your life is destined to be miserable. Xu Beibei vented angrily. "How can I be angry?" Xu Shangyin smiled lightly. "I also want to thank you for letting me see their true faces as soon as possible." Xu Beibei hummed. "Xu Shang is nothing more than a hard-mouthed one." The smile in Xu Shang's eyes gradually converged. She raised her hand and gently patted Xu Beibei on the shoulder. Her tone was slightly cold. "You." When Beibei touched the coldness in her eyes, she shivered inexplicably. "What do you want to do?" Xu Shang smiled when he saw this. "It's a pity that you are a fake, after all." Xu Beibei's face turned white. When she saw Xiaoran's car stop in front of her, she screamed and leaned straight back. Duan Xiaoran was anxious when he saw that Beibei fell down. He pushed the door and strode over. "Beibei, how are you?" Xu Beibei's eyes were red and she shook her head. "Brother Xiaoran, I'm fine." Duan Xiaoran raised his eyes and criticized Xu Shang. "Xu Shang, why are you bullying Beibei again?" Xu Shang Chaotian rolled his eyes. "Oh, just think of it as my bullying. Why don't you ask the police to arrest me?" Chapter 20. Won't you undress, Wenting? It's really bad luck. Not to mention that I came across a green tea when I went out. After all, Xu Beibei has always been haunted, and now she still meets such a mentally retarded Duan Xiaoran. Duan Xiaoran choked. "You." He really didn't expect Xu Shang to do bad things for granted. "Brother Xiaoran. Don't blame your sister." Xu Beibei grabbed Duan Xiaoran's hand and was about to cry. "I was careless and had nothing to do with my sister. I've seen it all. Don't speak well of your sister anymore." Duan Xiaoran looked at Xu Beibei's aggrieved and tolerant look and felt very distressed. He helped Xu Beibei up. "Xu Shang, don't you think you are too much for Beibei? What on earth did she do wrong? Are you going to bully her like this all the time?" Duan Xiaoran was very disappointed in Xu Shang. At the same time, he hugged Xu Beibei tightly in his arms. Beibei is so fragile that he can't let Xu Shang bully her anymore. Xu Shang thought they were quite funny and immediately smiled. "Do you need me to call 110 for you?" Duan Xiaoran snorted and said profoundly. "Seeing that you used to for the sake of saving me, Xu Shang, I'll give you another chance. If I find out that you bully Beibei next time, I really won't let you go." Duan Xiaoran said harsh words. Oh, Xu Shang raised his eyebrows. "What position did you take to say these words to me? I know you like me, but I only like Beibei now. Beibei is also the person I vow to protect, so I don't allow you to hurt her." Xu Beibei was moved when she heard the words. "Brother Xiaoran, you are so kind to me." Duan Xiaoran's family is also a big family in this capital. Although it is not as good as the Huo family, the vegetative man of the Huo family will die sooner or later. Compared with this, of course, Duan Xiaoran is better. Thinking that Xu Shang used to like Duan Xiaoran, and the person Duan Xiaoran likes now is her, Xu Beibei is proud. "Duan Xiaoran, if I don't treat you well, I will treat you well. When I was a child, I said that I would marry you as a bride when I grew up." Xu Beibei shyly buried her face in Duan Xiaoran's arms. "Brother Xiaoran, I didn't expect you to remember this. I was so touched." Xu Shang almost got sick. Why did the pair of brain-damaged and green tea come to act in front of her? Listening to Duan Xiaoran's words, Xu Shang suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. "Duan Xiaoran, when did I say I like you?" Duan Xiaoran raised his face and said solemnly, "Xu Shang, you don't need to explain anymore. I know it. I also heard from Beibei that you are married now. Although the other party is a vegetative person, at least he is your nominal husband. Just let go of our past, and none of us should mention it in the future." Xu Shang. "Oh, no, didn't you, the brain damaged, mention it first?" Seeing that Huo Wan had come back with 2 strings of marshmallows, Xu Shang said quickly, "Then you heard clearly. I don't like you. Can you understand? Okay? I hope you don't add drama to yourself in the future." After saying that, Xu Shang walked towards Huo Wan. Xu Beibei looked at her back and felt that she had run away. She used to like Brother Xiaoran so much. How could she say that she didn't like it? When will Xu Shang not be so stubborn? "Brother Xiaoran, sister, does she still like you?" Xu Beibei sniffed. "Maybe I shouldn't join you." "Beibei, don't say that. If we want to know each other, we should know each other first. I won't like her just because Shishang likes me. Duan Xiaoran looked serious, and I only liked you from beginning to end. Shi Beibei nodded shyly. Brother Xiaoran, me too. Huo Wan handed a string of marshmallows to Shishang and looked at the person holding each other in front of her. Who are those two? Shishang said concisely, 2 psychopaths. Huo Wan grabbed Shishang's wrist and left. Since she is a psychopath, stay away from them. The two returned to Huo's house. Miss Song glanced at them expressionlessly and came back from shopping. But you can really go around. Mother-in-law, do you want to eat marshmallows? Shishang held a string of marshmallows. Song Huazhang's eyes were disgusted and didn't eat. Only you little girls like these. Huo Wan doesn't agree with this. Sister-in-law, I also like to eat, so I'm also a little girl. Song Huazhang. Will you die if you don't dismantle her platform? Miss Song doesn't even bother to pay attention to this little sister-in-law now. Huo Wan said to herself, I don't have a husband and no children, so I'm still a little girl, hee hee. Miss Song. You're going to run for. It's better to show your face. Xu Sheng looked at the disgust in Song Huazhao's eyes, and then looked at Huo's self-entertaining appearance, and couldn't help laughing. Although the Huo family is thin, the aunts and sisters don't care. No wonder someone wants to harm Huo Wenting. Huo Wan hugged Xu Sheng's arm. After Shang Shang came to this home, I felt that I had become younger. Miss Song couldn't bear to look directly at her. After lunch, Xu Shang divided the Chinese medicinal herbs into appropriate doses, and then put them in a cauldron to boil water. Song Huazhang was listening to his subordinate's report in the living room when he suddenly smelled a stinky smell. She almost couldn't breathe. Xu Shang. Song Huazhang shouted, are you making stinky weapons? What is it? It stinks so bad. The smoke made her heavenly cover almost turn over. Song Huazhang really can't stand the taste. Xu Shang ran out of the kitchen. Mother-in-law, no, I'm cooking traditional Chinese medicine. She was full of smell. Song Huazhang raised his hand and fanned the wind to stay away from me. Oh, okay. Xu Shang took a step back. Why do you cook traditional Chinese medicine? Song Huazhang asked angrily. Make a mess at home. I hate it. I'll take a bath at night for later use. Hearing the words, Song Huazhang's nose wrinkled. He didn't hear the Shi family say that there was something wrong with your body. Xu Shang. Of course, it's not my problem, but your son. By the way, where is the rich woman? Where did the rich woman go? You said you would cooperate with her. Xu Shang didn't find Huo Wan. He could only say that there was nothing wrong with my health, but the humidity was relatively heavy. My aunt and I went to Feng Lao's traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy, and the store manager prescribed medicine for me. I guess I will take it often. The house is stinky with you, really? Miss Song said and went back to the study with the computer in her arms. I didn't ask Xu Shang not to do this thing. Xu Shang smiled and went back to the kitchen to continue to give her potion. That night, after giving Huo Wenting acupuncture, Xu Shang called Huo Wan in. She didn't let Huo Wan know that she would do acupuncture. The two worked together to put Huo Wenting in the bathtub. Huo Wan hesitated and said, Shang Shang, won't you take off Wenting's clothes? Oh, you do it for Wenting? You can ask me to come in when you carry him to bed. Huo Wan ran away with oil on the soles of her feet. It's really not good to take a bath with traditional Chinese medicine in clothes. Xu Shang peeled off all the clothes on Huo Wenting's body. Chapter 21. This year's college entrance examination champion, Xu Shang, is not the first time to see his body anyway. This kind of thing, cough. How to say, the skill makes perfect. For some reason, her heart beats a little faster. Xu Shang stroked his heart and muttered in a low voice to comfort himself. You should calm down, Xu Shang. There will only be a lot of such things in the future. You should get used to it. Don't always look like you haven't seen the world. What is a man's body? It's nothing. She doesn't care. Xu Shang moved a small stool over and sat next to the bathtub, staring at him. Huo Wenting's whole body was soaked in traditional Chinese medicine, and now only one head was exposed. She also needs to make sure that the water is not cold. Huo Wenting's body can't catch a cold at all now. Half an hour after arriving, Xi Shang finished the water in the bathtub, wiped Huo Wenting's body, and finally put on his clothes. When a man puts on his clothes, he looks well dressed, lying in the bathtub like taking a portrait. TSK, evil. Xu Shang took the opportunity to pinch Huo Wenting's face. Then Huo Wan was called in. Huo Wan looked at Huo Wenting. I don't know if it was her illusion. She felt that Huo Wenting's face was not so pale. Your traditional Chinese medicine bath is really useful. Can I also soak it? Huo Wan seemed to have discovered a new continent, and her eyes were shining brightly. The rich woman's face is rosy, her skin is like condensed fat, and she is full of energy, which is pleasing to the eye. At first glance, it is in a very healthy state. Xu Shang smiled and said, Auntie, you are very healthy. If you don't need it, just keep it like this. Yes, according to the current situation, how long will Wenting take a traditional Chinese medicine bath? I can't say for sure. Xu Shang couldn't give Huo Wan a definite answer. After all, Everyone's physical condition is different. Huo Wenting has been lying in bed for 2 years, and he can't get better overnight. Huo Wan took Xu Shang's hand and sighed in her heart. Shang, you will have to work hard from now on. It's okay when Shang Yin is light and the wind is light. Let's carry Huo Wenting out first. Yes. Huo Wenting is tall and has long legs. After all, he is an adult male body. Even if 2 people carry him, it's not easy. After putting the person on the bed, Huo Wan gasped and crossed her waist. Shang, it's not the way to go on like this. Xu Shang didn't know why. What does it mean? We need a man to help us. A flash of light in Huowe's mind. Yan Qing was very good. Xu Shang rolled his eyes with a less obvious white eye. You lure the wolf into the room. Do you still say that Song Yanxing is good? I don't know when someone emptied the family property. He can't do it. Xu Shang said firmly. Huo Wan wondered why. Why? When Shang was in a hurry, Song Yanxing was a Western doctor and I was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. There was already a conflict between the two. Of course, I couldn't let him know that I was treating Huo Wenting in the way of traditional Chinese medicine. Huo Wan thought about it and felt that what Xu Shang said was reasonable, but we 2 weak women are too eye-catching. Xu Shang patted Huo Wan on the shoulder. Auntie, I can only work harder from now on. It's not hard. Huo Wan sighed. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. Hurry up and rest. I'm going back to lie down. I'm so tired. Xu Shang smiled. Auntie, good night. Song Huazhang knew that Xu Shang took the college entrance examination this year. When Shang came out of the kitchen, Song Huazhang asked lightly, have your college entrance examination results come out? Xu Shang looked at the time and it was the day to check the results. I haven't seen it yet. Song Huazhang lowered his head and pulled his mobile phone without raising his head. Then check it out. As the daughter-in-law of the Huo family, her grades must not be too bad. It's a shame. Xu Shang pretended to be naive and raised a delicate face. Is Wenting's grade also good? Of course. Song Huazhang glanced at her. Wenting was sent to Beijing University on bail. He studied abroad in his sophomore year and graduated from Stanford. Wow. Huo Wenting is really awesome. Xu Shang said wow and applauded for the sake of face. Wenting is so awesome. I want to look at him. Song Huazhang raised his jaw. Miss Song was naturally proud to have such a son. Check the results. Don't just blow here. What she wants is the truth. Okay. Xu Shang took the computer and entered her student number on the Xixing website, and her grades and rankings appeared on the page. The total score is 735. The first in the province. 735 points. Huo Wei's eyes widened. Shang is so awesome. This year's college entrance examination champion. Shang is good at literature and medicine, which is really excellent. Song Huazhang looked at Xu Shang with a little more appreciation. That's good. Have you thought about which school you applied for? Xu Shang raised his eyes and said, do you have any good advice, mother-in-law? Huo Wan touched Xu Shang's head. Beijing University is not bad. How about studying medicine if you choose any university in the capital with your grades? Traditional Chinese medicine of the Chamber of Commerce, it's okay to delve into this field, and it will be easier to study under Mr. Fong in the future. A trace of surprise appeared in Song Huazhang's eyebrows. Study medicine? Xu Shang, are you interested in studying medicine? Xu Shang is also fine. Not to mention that I have any interests. She lived in the countryside, with big and small wounds all year round. It happened that Feng Lao came to the countryside, and she learned some knowledge by the way. But she never thought of taking the path of medicine. Shang, what do you think about yourself? Huo Wei's tone is serious. We can't make a decision for you, but your aunt respects your choice. Xu Shang smiled, and I thought about it again. Huo Wan, okay, think about it again. Auntie believes that no matter what you make, you are right. Xu Shang smiled lightly. Thank you, Auntie. Miss Song rolled her eyes. She's family. Xu Beibei knew that she didn't do well in the college entrance examination. She was so anxious that she didn't dare to check her grades. Tokino looked at her hesitant look and sat next to her. What's wrong? I dare not check my grades. Xu Beibei raised her eyes. Her eyes were wet, and she looked pitiful. My hand was injured. She must have played well. Fourth brother, what if I can't go to Beijing University? A trace of gloom flashed on Tokino's young and handsome face. If Beibei can't go to Beijing University, it will all depend on Xu Shang. Xu Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at it first. Saw Huayu comforted. It's okay, Beibei. Mom believes in you. But Xu Beibei didn't believe in herself. Xu Ying's voice is lazy, but he is caring. The third brother also believes in you. Don't be afraid. We are here. Let's talk about it after seeing the results. All right. Xu Beibei pulled the mouse and clicked the query. When the progress bar was refreshed, she closed her eyes directly. Xu Beibei's voice was full of tension. How many points? Tokino blurted out, 580 points, which is very good. Your fourth brother and I only got 450 points in the exam at the beginning, which is more than 100 points more. Shu Beibei. Chapter 22. Look at the second brother who has never met before. Is this human language? It's better not to comfort. Saw Huayu couldn't hear this either. She patted Tokino's arm with a warning in her eyes. Xu Ying thought about the admission score line of previous years. Anyway, Shu Beibei could not go to the school she liked. Just as Xu Ying was about to open his mouth to comfort him, Shu Beibei cried out, I really failed the exam. Xie was at a loss for a moment. Beibei, don't cry. In the eyes of the fourth brother, you are really awesome. You only play games all day. What do you know? Shu Beibei cried and said, I can't go to Peking University or the Film Academy. Mom, what should I do? Saw Huayu hugged her distressedly. Baby, we can look at other schools. Ah, don't cry. Shu Beibei cried silently. I don't want to go to other schools. Mom, I'm sorry that I let you down. No, Saw Huayu also felt uncomfortable. Xie's eyebrows condensed, like a ball of frost that can't be opened. Beibei Kao smashed it because of Shishang. If it weren't for Shishang, according to Beibei's grades in previous years, the college entrance examination would definitely not be so bad. When Shi said this, Shi Ying also remembered the good things Shishang had done. He squinted his eyes, and his handsome face was cold. Shishang was really vicious. He deliberately scratched Beibei's arm before the exam. Now her goal has been achieved. Xu Yi crossed Orlao's legs, and his expression was cold and dragging. Shishang must be responsible. Xu Ying's flowing eyes flashed through meditation. How many points did Shishang get in the college entrance examination? Tokino sneered and ignored her. Who knows, I'm too lazy to take care of her. Shu Beibei poked her head out of Saw Huayu's arms and choked. I seem to know my sister's admission ticket number. Seeing Shishang's college entrance examination results of 735, Shu Beibei was jealous. This bitch got such a high score in the exam. Seeing that his family didn't look very happy, Shu Beibei was secretly relieved. My sister is really awesome. Shu Beibei's eyes lost their mind. Tokino smiled disdainfully. There were many people who were better than her, and she didn't get full marks in the exam. Shu Beibei drooped her long eyelashes. My sister's grades are more than enough to go to any school. There was a strong envy in Shu Beibei's delicate voice. The family was not happy when they heard this. Saw Huayu promised, Beibei, don't worry, Mom will definitely let you go to Beijing University. Shu Beibei raised her eyes in shock, and surprise flashed in her heart. Does Mom really have a way? Shu Beibei lowered her eyes in an instant and lost. Mom, don't be busy. It's embarrassing for me to take out my grades. Shi Yi was furious. Who dares to laugh at you? I'll tear him up. Xu Ying only cares about one thing. Mom, what can you do? Gurgle, the sound of the suitcase being pulled came. Everyone looked at the door. Outside the door, a tall man in a suit came in with a black suitcase. The man went against the light, and his hair was covered in a fine halo, as if he had been plated with a layer of filter. It's so good looking. Shu Beibei ran over as soon as she saw the person and rushed straight into the man's arms. Second brother, you are finally back. The delicate female voice brings surprise. This is the second of the Shu family, Xu Yi, a famous brain surgeon. I have been conducting academic exchanges abroad for the past few months. If Xian is cold by nature and always shows off with a little pride, he is cold at that time, which makes people feel like an emotionless statue. When he lowered his eyes, the man's expressionless face softened a little. When he came back, the second brother also brought you a gift. Shu Beibei squeezed her little mouth with an unhappy expression. Xu Yi came in with Shu Beibei's shoulder around him, and his eyes fell on the others. What's wrong? Shu Beibei's eyelashes trembled slightly, and I failed the college entrance examination. Xu Yi's expression paused. Why? Tokino began to count all kinds of mistakes made by Shishang. Finally, I was filled with righteous indignation. She is premeditated. Shi squeezed his thin lips tightly and sneered in his voice. So many things happened when I was not at Shi's house. Where is the shoe merchant? Shishang is still thinking about which university to go to. I received a call from Saw Huayu. As soon as Shishang answered the phone, he heard Saw Huayu's order. When he came back to Shi's house, I have something to tell you. Shishang raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were meaningful. Are you sure? You're not afraid of her trouble, are you? What a guts. Saw Huayu's tone was cold. It was an important thing to listen to it without emotion. If you have nothing to do, come here quickly. Shishang responded lazily, okay. She was curious about what tricks they wanted to do. Mother-in-law, I'm going back to my mother's house. Song Huazheng is pruning the flower branches. She was going to teach Shishang how to arrange flowers to cultivate her artistic cells. What are you going to do when you go back? I knew that my family didn't like you. Miss Song always likes to stab her in the heart. This is not cute. Shishang curled his lips and smiled sweetly. He didn't know. He said that there was something important. Maybe he knew that I got the first prize in the college entrance examination and wanted to celebrate for me. Song Huazhao's eyes suddenly became indescribable. As if you were talking nonsense. Go, take A Cheng with you. Song Huazhang withdrew his gaze in disgust. It's hard for her to let outsiders bully her daughter-in-law. All right? Not to mention, Miss Song, she is also going to take a bodyguard. Huo Wan was bored at home and wanted to follow Shishang to Shi's house to play. Shishang stopped her. She can't break up in front of Huo Wan. In this way, Shishang took A Chen on the way to Shi's house again. When I came to Shi's house, Shishang saw her second brother, whom she had never met. At first, she was not popular with her family at all when she returned home. After she came back, Shiye never returned home. As for knowing them, it was Saw Huayu who showed her the photo and said that she must remember her brother. At that time, Shang was very clever and wanted to win a good impression in front of his brothers. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to get along with him, and where did the feelings come from? Feelings depend on getting along with each other. Shi's family is her original home, but she is like a stranger who suddenly broke into the house. No wonder it will be disliked and hated. Oh, Saw Huayu raised his jaw. Shishang, this is your second brother. I came to see the second brother. Have you met the second brother? Shishang smiled quite playfully. When he saw it, what? Shishang leaned his back against the sofa, and under the skirt, his legs were thin and straight, dazzlingly white. Are you asking me to come here today to meet people? If I see you, I'll go first. She made a gesture and got up. Saw Huayu's tone sank, and she said 3 or 2 words to go back. Is the sofa a hot ass? I haven't finished my words yet. Shishang lowered his head, played with his fingers, and smiled lightly. Then you say it, I'll listen to it. Chapter 23 Saw Huayu, who is so stupid to make wedding clothes for others, really can't stand her pretensory. After marrying into a high school, I forgot what I was. Saw Huayu leaned on the sofa, with a graceful and noble face, but her face was not angry. Bei failed the college entrance examination. Shishang, you are responsible for this matter. She buttoned her hat in a sound voice. Shishang seemed to hear a joke. She raised her slender willow eyebrows. What's wrong with you? Shishang, is this the tone you should have to your mother? Don't think that if you marry into the Huo family, I really can't control you. Saw Huayu gasped, obviously being very angry. Shishang's eyes raised a touch of coldness, as if he was smiling. Shu Bei failed. What does it have to do with me? She doesn't have brains. She has to go to her biological parents. It's not that I made her brainless. Let her be in charge. It's been a long time. Shishang was about to laugh. Shu Yi looked at him angrily, and his face was covered with anger. You deliberately scratched Bei's arm. How dare you say that it has nothing to do with you? For the time being, whether I hurt her or not, she hurt her left hand, which doesn't matter if her brain is not developed. Shu Shangxi laughed and suddenly realized. Oh, I see. It turned out that Shu Bei was not good at mind, so she deliberately harmed herself. I admire her for being so cruel to herself. The words Shishang are full of ridicule between the lines. Shi Yi understood Shishao's words that were very meaningful, and suddenly he was furious. You are still talking nonsense here? What a clever mouth. Shi Yi faintly sneered. I've heard about everything before. If it weren't for you, Bei wouldn't have been affected. You should take responsibility for the reason. It's okay. This second brother is also standing on Shu Bei's side. Shu Shang knew it, and she didn't disdain to argue. Then what? What do you want me to do? Just say it directly. Shu Shang sneered. Saw Huayu said, I know you have good grades and more than enough to go to Beijing. In this way, you can take Bei to Beijing University with you. Shu Shang picked his ears and suspected that he had auditory hallucinations. Such brainless words came from Saw Huayu's mouth. Shu Shang's eyes were slightly sinking. Do you think Beijing University is a pheasant school? Can Peking University still let you do wrong? Saw Huayu hummed. I have my own solution to this matter, as long as you nod and agree. Shi Ying slanted over and gave a look. It was you who owed Bei. If you don't agree, you have to agree. The man sat in an idle posture, exuding an innate aura. As a popular movie emperor, his acting skills and appearance are excellent, and his delicate skin fascinates a group of fans. Shu Shang shook his legs gently, and his big eyes bent up with a smile. What if I don't agree? Tokino glanced at her coldly. If you owe a debt, you have to repay it. If you don't agree, you have to agree. Shu Shang overflowed with a slight smile. Her voice was cold and delicate. Even with the meaning of sneer, she was a little charming. Is it possible that you want to force me to fail? Saw Huayu is unhappy. Don't talk so badly. Everyone is a family. What's more, didn't you say that you were going to Beijing University before? Shu Shang raised his hand and wiped his lower lip, sneering. I went to Beijing University, and I didn't say that I would bring Shu Bei in. I want to go to Peking University if I don't have enough scores. It's really cynical. Do you really think that this capital is the world of the Shu family? Can the Shu family cover the sky with one hand? Saw Huayi's eyebrows and eyes are frosty. Do you want to see Bebe without reading? This matter is settled like this. When you fill in the volunteer form, fill in Beijing University, and I will find a way for the future. Saw Huayi made a decision. Asking Xu Shang to come over was not to ask for her opinion at all, but to inform her directly. What a good way. I don't know who is plotting for Xu Bebe to come up with such a way. But no matter who it is, she is not used to it. At this time, a Cheng asked spiritually, "Young lady, do you need me to do it? All of us are waiting outside the door. I'm not afraid of fighting." A Cheng's whole body is full of a bandit. Hearing this, Xie's face turned black. He hasn't forgotten the revenge of being beaten last time. He straightened his chest and dared to be wild in our family. Whether you are from the Huo family or the king, I will no longer be used to you. Xu Shang glanced at him and understood that he was just relatively horizontal in the nest at this time. After all, with her, he did it without saying a word. Xu Shang sneered. Can't you beat my bodyguard, or do you want to solo with A Chang? Damn it. This bitch. Provoke him. Xie's eyes were red, he gritted his teeth, and his fists creaked. A Chen Xiao, I can be a young lady. All right? Saw Huayi pulled Xie back, took out the prepared college entrance examination volunteer form, and pushed it to Xu Shang, and you filled it in. Xu Shang bent down slightly and picked up the volunteer form. Saw Huayi stuffed another pen and stared at her posture. Xu Shang raised his eyebrows and filled in Beijing University, as Saw Huayi's wish. Saw Huayi put away the volunteer form like a baby, with a faint smile on her face. That's right. Bebe is your sister. It's natural for you to do this, which is also the best of both worlds. Xu Shang sneered and stood up slowly. His voice was calm. If the matter is done, I will leave. Xu Shang, who was in the dark and smoky family, felt uncomfortable. Saw Huayi was very satisfied to see her cooperation. Your second brother just came back and stayed at his house for dinner tonight. No, Xu Shang lifted his hair. Anyway, you don't really want to keep me, and I'm not here to get in your way. It's full of thorns, which makes people unhappy. Saw Huayi stared slightly, and her voice became cold. Since you don't want to stay, let's go. Xu Shang left with A Chang. There was no conflict in the Xu family this time. A Cheng was not used to it, but he was surprised why Xu Shang agreed to the unreasonable request of the Xu family. There are many things in the rich family. The Xu family has a large population, and there are more right and wrong. TSK. While driving, a Cheng couldn't help asking, "Young lady, why did you agree like this? What are you afraid of?" No. Xu Shang smiled mysteriously and enchantingly. I let them experience the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. Ah Cheng couldn't understand. Xu Shang saw through him. It's right that you don't understand. Do you think I'm so stupid and obedient to make wedding clothes for others? A Cheng shook his head. In fact, the young lady is quite shrewd. Xu Shang lowered his eyelashes, and his eyes were stained with a meaningful smile. He would know then. Go back to Hua's house and pass Feng Lao's traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. Xu Shang asked A Cheng to stop the car and got out of the car and walked to the street alone. Taking out the medicinal herbs from the store, Xu Shang stepped down the stairs. When Shang married into the Huo family, his clothes rose by more than one grade. Under the skirt, her calves were very eye-catching. Under the light, there was a cold white light. While walking, the skirt swayed and flowers bloomed step by step. Chapter 24. When she went to Beijing University to study with an oil bottle, she didn't deliberately hold her posture. When she relaxed, she showed a delicate and bright atmosphere. Just standing there, she had a great sense of atmosphere. The top of the head was too bright, and his hand was blocking his forehead, and the slightly sideways face line was perfect and amazing. It makes people fall at a glance. Wow. What kind of beauty is this? Where? Baby, wait for me here. What baby? You, don't call me baby. The sound of the man exploding. Karen didn't care about the man behind him. He trotted all the way to Xu Shang with a smile on his face. Miss, can we have a chat? Xu Shang paused and looked at the man who came to talk to him. The person in front of him has an honest and simple face, his hair is waxed, smooth and shiny, and his smile is also very oily. Xu Shangmei's eyes narrowed slightly, and the blankness in her eyes turned into an epiphany, but it was not easily discovered. Have a chat. She smiled. Don't show your teeth. But it's so beautiful. Confident people shine brightly, calm, and not stained with dust. Karen took out a business card and handed it to Xu Shang, smiling. I'm Karen, the agent of Lexing Entertainment. Xu Shang took it over, with a black business card between his white fingers, and looked down. Then what? Karen's eyes are shining. Are you interested in debuting? I see that you are very beautiful. If it is wrapped by my hand again, it will definitely be popular in time. I dare to pack the ticket with you. He said this confidently. But it is also. There is an artist under him, who is also a superstar. He can retire by relying on an artist, but he didn't expect that he would dig in front of her. Karen looked at her secretly. Looking closely, her skin is like condensed fat, and her face is 360 degrees without blind spots. She is simply a natural beauty embryo. Can't this face kill a group of actresses in seconds? Karen rubbed her hands with a smile. If you are interested, you can call me on my business card. My mobile phone is always on. Xu Xiang's eyes were on guard. Karen suddenly came to her senses. Don't worry, I'm not a liar or a pyramid scheme. You can check whether my identity is true on the internet. Xu Xiang smiled and said, okay, if necessary, I will contact you. Karen's eyes are glued to her. Remember to call me. This man is too enthusiastic. Xu Xiang got into the car, took out his mobile phone, turned on the camera, and looked at his face. He raised his eyes slightly. Chong. Young lady, please speak. Do you think my face is suitable to be a star? A Chong looked at Xu Xiang in the rearview mirror. The young lady is undoubtedly beautiful, not the same kind of beauty. She has her own characteristics. Demon and pure. In my humble opinion, it is suitable, but... Xu Xiang raised his eyes. Huh? If you want to go out and show your face, I guess the lady will break your leg. Xu Xiang thought of Miss Song's majestic and beautiful face and smiled slightly. What you said was so scary. Ah Chong smiled. It's up to you to do it yourself. Click. Xu Xiang took a selfie, enlarged the photo with his fingers, and bowed his head to appreciate his beauty. In fact, Xu Xiang and Xu Ying look the most similar. The eyebrows are the most exquisite, which can be called a plastic surgery template, that is, the kind of modeling face that is popular on the internet. Very good at carrying the camera. Xu Ying has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, and even brought Xu Beibei into the circle to play several small supporting roles. Xu Beibei relied on the name of Xu Ying's sister and made a little fire on the internet. For Xu Beibei, a lot of things are at hand. But to make them regret submission, is it to seize what they are most proud of? The Huo family. Huo Wan is arranging flowers with Song Huajiang. Xu Xiang walked in, sniffed, and his voice was muffled. Auntie, mother-in-law, I'm back. Huo Wan looked at her and said sharply, Shang, what's wrong with you? Did the Xu family bully you again? Song Huajiang also looked over and frowned. Don't look aggrieved. If you have something to say, say it. Others can't bully the Huo family. Miss Song was domineering and leaped. Put the flower branches aside. Xu Xiang's eyelashes trembled a few times, and his voice trembled slightly. My sister failed the college entrance examination, and my mother asked me to take Xu Beibei to Beijing University. Song Huajiang doesn't understand. What does this mean? Xu Xiang shook her head. I didn't know. She said she had a way, and then asked me to fill in the volunteer form of Beijing University. How can it be? Huo Wan instantly understood what Su Huaiyi wanted to do. She was so angry that she patted the table. How could she do such a shameless thing to her own daughter? Beibei is a younger sister. It is natural for me to do this for her sake. I listened to her. Song Huajiang's face is very taboo. Do you want to go to Beijing University yourself? Xu Xiang shook his head. I don't want to go. I want to go to the film academy. My third brother is a popular actor. I admire him. After a pause, Xu Xiang said carefully that when I went to the pharmacy just now, someone gave me a business card and said that he could wrap me up and make me angry. Huo Wan said inexhaustibly, baby, have you met a liar? You can't believe this. This way of picking up is a pure liar at first glance. Xu Xiang took out the business card, and I also doubted it, so I didn't dare to believe it. Song Huajiang picked up the business card and took a look. He was stunned for a moment. This person was not a liar. Xu Xiang was slightly surprised. Do you know your mother-in-law? Huo Wan also asked, do you know your sister-in-law? Song Huajiang put two pairs in pairs. Big eyes, calm tone, a junior in my mother's house is under the name of this agent. He still wants to call Wen Ting a cousin. Xu Xiang didn't expect that there was such an origin in it. Isn't it a coincidence? Song Huajiang returned the business card to Xu Xiang in a slightly raised tone. So coincidentally, Karen wanted to dig you up? Xu Xiang smiled. I didn't expect it either. This is too coincidentally. Mother-in-law, can I go to the film school? Before Song Huajiang expressed his opinion, Huo Wan said indignantly, that must be read. You can't listen to your mother. You have to bring an oil bottle to Beijing University. Then we'd better not go to this school, and we can't do what they want. Shang, you can't be so stupid. Just go to the film academy, which is no worse than Beijing University. Huo Wan really sneered at the behavior of Shi's family. Fortunately, Shang married into their Huo family. Before Wen Ting wakes up, she has to take good care of Wen Ting's daughter-in-law. Song Huajiang glanced at Huo Wan angrily. Only you are excited. I haven't spoken yet. In fact, Song Huajiang couldn't get used to Su Huaiyi's style. Karen was a trusted person, and she had no reason to refuse. First of all, if you want to enter the entertainment industry, don't take the name of the Huo family to show off. Huo Wan is in a hurry. Oh, sister-in-law? What if Shang is bullied? Chapter 25. How can you say such cold words with your mouth of 37 degrees? Song Huajiao's eye knife is about to fly out. Mother-in-law, I'll listen to you. Xu Shang attracted back the firepower of Song Huajiang. Miss Song hummed slightly. The entertainment industry is crowded with people. I agree to let you enter the circle because I don't want you to suffer from the suffocation of the Xu family. And this is your own choice. I won't interfere, lest someone say that I am a bad mother-in-law. I can't afford this bad reputation. In a word, the Huo family will not give you any shelter. Women should have their own career. Song Huajiang doesn't stop her dream, as long as she does her job well. I know it. Miss Song is quite talkative. He is cold-faced and a kind-hearted person. Xu Shang nodded mealy. I will definitely be down to earth and won't mess around. Huo Wan said, Shang, then hurry up and change the volunteer. This matter can't be delayed. Xu Shang gave Huo Wan a look of peace of mind. There is no need to be in such a hurry. I know what to do. When Shang went upstairs, Huo Wan withdrew her eyes and felt uncomfortable. Why did they treat Shang so much? Song Huajiao pulled the corners of his lips. If not, can Xu Shang get married? You also saved her from the sea of fire. But it's ugly to make such a fact. Aren't they blind to be so good to a person who has no blood relationship? Huo Wan was really puzzled. Miss Song raised her lips and was sure that she was blind. At least at present, in her opinion, Xu Shang is not bad. He is well behaved, and his grades are good. Saw Huayu was happy and took Xu Xiao's volunteer form to find Xu Beibei. Beibei, what do you think this is? Xu Beibei looked down, with joy flashing in her eyes and worried on her face, but is this really okay? Don't worry, your father and I will talk to Principal Liu to make sure to talk about this matter. Saw Huayu swore. At present, the name of the top student in the college entrance examination has been spread. Major universities are crazily grabbing this person. Beijing University and Huajing have been fighting secretly for years. In order to make a source, they are bound to fight for the time. If Principal Liu doesn't want to be down, he will definitely agree to the request of the Xu family. The power in the capital is mixed, and the Xu family still has some background. Principal Liu should give more or less a little thin face. Saw Huayi told Xu Jun about this matter. For the sake of his own face, Xu Jun made an appointment with Principal Liu the next day. On that day, we made an appointment at a famous private restaurant, and Saw Huayi accompanied Xu Jun to attend. After a polite greeting, Xu Jun went straight in. Mr. Liu, I won't make a roundabout time with you. The little girl Xu Shang won the first prize in the college entrance examination. She told me before that she was going to Huaqing, but I am willing to make some efforts for the students of your school. Principal Liu blew the tea leaves floating on the teacup and smiled deeply. What did Xu Dong say? If Mr. Liu is willing to recruit my other daughter, he will definitely go to Beijing University to report at that time. Saw Huayi smiled calmly and boasted that in our opinion, Beijing University is better than Huaqing University. This is an unqualified thing in itself. But the Xu family took the initiative to poke the matter on the table, with a seemingly respectful attitude, but secretly threatening. If he doesn't agree, Xu Shang can turn around and go to Huaqing to report. Or, the Xu family will bargain with Huaqing about this matter. It's really cunning. After the luncheon, Saw Huayu and Xu Jin left hand in hand. The negotiation was successful. When she returned to the car, Saw Huayu couldn't hold back her smile. We, Beibei, could finally go to Beijing University. Xu Jun pulled the collar of his clothes. It's not good to talk about this. Don't let Beibei go outside and talk nonsense. Saw Huayu hugged his arm and her body stuck to it. You don't know how good Beibei is. All this happened because of Xu Shang. She was in debt repayment and we didn't need to burden it at all. At the same time, Xu Shang took Huo Wan to his alma mater. I contacted the head teacher of the high school in advance to meet at school, and Xu Shang filled in the second volunteer the film school. And asked the teacher to keep it a secret. Let's make a move to Chen Sang in the dark. And make them happy for a while. As soon as he came out of school, Xu Shang received a call from Saw Huayi. That voice is cold. The matter has been settled. You can go to Beijing University to report on the first day of school. Xu Shang responded calmly. Okay, he raised his hand and hung up the phone. I don't want to say one more word. Looking at her expression, Huo Wan suddenly became interested. Let's go, Shang. Auntie will take you to buy clothes. If you become a big star in the future, you can't be less than that card. Why don't you be your assistant in the future? Xu Shang. You are outrageous. A few days after fishing for Karen, Xu Shang finally called the phone number on the business card. Karen has been waiting for Xu Shang to contact her and answered this strange phone call. How are you? Hello, you gave me a business card a few days ago. It's you. Karen's voice was high-pitched with surprise in her tone. Have you thought about it? That's it. Why don't we make an appointment to sit down and have a good chat? It's better to take the initiative to attack than to wait for the rabbit. He is leaving the capital tomorrow, and he has to sign the little girl before leaving. Let's do it. Do you have the same WeChat and mobile phone number? I'll add you and send you the address, or I'll pick you up. He told Song Hua-jiang that he was going to see Karen, and Shushan took A-chon out alone. In the cafe with excellent privacy, there is exquisite luxury everywhere. Shushan saw Karen's figure and approached. Karen stood up enthusiastically. Hello, please sit down. Shushan sat down, and A-chon stood aside. Karen pushed the list to her. What would you like to drink? It's my treat. Peach gum yogurt, dessert table, and a cup of fresh fruit tea. Sweet. She likes it. She doesn't like drinking coffee. Bitter. Life is hard enough, and there is no need to continue to torture yourself. Karen called the waiter and repeated what she ordered. The smiling eyes fixed on her face. I thought you wouldn't contact me. Notice that the skirt she is wearing is high-ending, new style, and you can't even buy it with money. She should be of a good background. Don't you know the name of the young lady? Shushan. Karen reiterated, doubt, which word? Shushan curled his lips and smiled. At the time, the merchant of goods. Shi Bei is the baby's bay. And she is a commodity merchant. It's ridiculous. Karen clapped her hands. This name has a promising future. A serious nonsense. Shushan's eyes are slightly raised. I haven't acted. In addition to being more beautiful, how are you going to wrap me? Karen was amused by her words. This girl is sincere. We have signed the contract, and the company will give you the packaging of the system to help you build a person and complete the star-making plan. Karen is very familiar with this process. I can't sing or dance. Shushan held his cheek. Are you going to create a stupid beauty for me? Chapter 26. Shushan, an entertainer who becomes a music star, can't let her be a vase. Isn't this Charles' intention to scold himself? Shushan doesn't want to be abused yet. Karen smiled again. No, the company will have professional training at that time. Your face is suitable for the screen. All it is okay. Shushan nodded lazily and said, you judge people by their appearance. This is indeed a world of face-to-face. Can she trust him? Phew. Karen is amused by her again. I believe in my own vision. As long as you are willing to sign the contract, everything will be fine in the future. The waiter will deliver the food to the table. Please take your time. Shushan handed the fresh fruit tea and the straw to A-chon and invited him to drink. After being stunned for 2 seconds, A-chon picked it up. Thank you, young lady. You're welcome. Young lady? Karen's eyes widened and she was horrified. What young lady? You, are you married? Shushan is not alarmed. Why are you so surprised? I became an adult, and the family got married. What I married was Shushan, deliberately sold out. In Karen's shocked eyes, he slowly opened his mouth. Hua family. Karen, which Hua family? Shushan rubbed his fingers on the edge of the cup and heard my mother-in-law say that the artist under you wanted to call Wen Ting cousin. Karen was stunned and almost fell off the sofa. Her marriage was enough to shock him. She married the Hua family. This is a real nobleman from a rich family. He actually wants to dig up the young lady of the Hua family. He is really awesome. Karen put her hand on her forehead and laughed a few times. Isn't it a coincidence? He has been to Hua's house several times. Before he went out, Yang Min also went to Hua's house alone to visit the elder. He didn't feel what kind of blockbuster he had dropped at all. Shushan slowly scooped a mouthful of yogurt with a spoon and put it in his mouth. Sweet, but not greasy, and melts in your mouth. She nodded and said it was delicious. You can bring Hua Wan here next time. Shushan looked up and asked sincerely, are you still signing me? Of course I signed it. Choi Yangming has signed it, and he is still afraid of signing a time merchant. The follow-up work needs to be done by professionals. I made an appointment with Karen to meet the next day. A Chong drove into Hua's manor, and a black Maybach just drove out of it, and 2 cars passed by. Through the half-open window, you can see the clear profile of the man inside, and the sense of bone is extremely strong. It is a typical high-end face with strong fashion plasticity. As if feeling a look, Choi Yangmin turned his head slightly, but only saw a car window, not the people inside. Are you back? Song Hua-jiang glanced at her and fiddled with the tea set in his hand. It was brought by Choi Yangming. It was very exquisite. Song Hua-jiao planned to wash it and use it. Well, I just saw a car driving out. It's my relative, the artist brought by Karen, and you will meet him in the future. Song Hua-jiang asked, how was the conversation with Karen? I told him about my situation, and he still wanted to sign me, saying that he wanted to sign the contract tomorrow. I know that they will leave the capital tomorrow. Song Hua-jiang said that he would not give Shushan a shelter, but when he went to Lexing Entertainment to sign the contract, he still arranged a very professional lawyer for Shushan to avoid any traps in the contract. Even if you are a trusted person, you should be on guard. Miss Song is so worried. Shu Shangxun thought that maybe this was God's compensation for her, letting her have such a fairy mother-in-law. The lawyer showed relative professionalism, negotiated various conditions with Lexing Entertainment Company, analyzed the agreements and requirements of the other party one by one, and won relatively good benefits for the business. In a word, it does not accept hidden rules. Xu Shang signed a 2-year contract, led by Karen. Since then, Xu Shang has become an artist under Lexing Entertainment. Leaving the company, Xu Shang and the lawyer parted ways. When he got on the bus, Xu Shang calmed down and accepted the fact that he had become an artist. "Young lady, shall we go back?" Xu Shang didn't answer and asked. "I'm so happy today. Do you want to celebrate?" Chong was silent. Xu Shang signed a contract and went home. In the evening, after bathing, Huo went in traditional Chinese medicine. Xu Shang also lay on the bed. It was really uncomfortable to sleep on the floor. Xu Shang decided not to wrong herself. Anyway, the bed is so big that it is not that she, a thin man, can't accommodate her. Xu Shang took the pen and put it on the head of the bed, and his fingertips stroked on the touch panel. Follow the push content. She clicked in. GEM International Jewelry Design Competition is now accepting registrations. The competition is sponsored by the Hong Kong City Jewelry Manufacturing Manufacturers Association and the Hong Kong City Jewelry Workshop. The competition has been held for more than 20 years. Xu Shang participated once last year and won the award. The theme of this competition is metamorphosis. Break the cocoon and become a butterfly, exercise and sublimate, and create a new self. Xu Shang held his chin with both hands and stared at the computer screen for a while. Saw Hua Yu was an excellent jewelry designer when he was young. There have been no works in recent years, but her name is still popular in the circle. Xu Shang turned his head and said, "Do you want me to participate in the competition?" Hua Wenting's face was quiet, and her chest was slightly ups and downs. Naturally, no one answered her words. Xu Shang is more like asking himself. He used to think that knowing how to design jewelry is something that can be used, which can make them proud. Now it seems that this thing is hereditary. Sometimes I really don't want to face it. But come to think of it, it would be very cool to see those people's regretful expressions. She wants to climb higher and let them look up. Xu Shang turned around and lay down, looking at Hua Wenting's angular side face, and stretched out his finger to poke his finger. His whole body is like a handicraft. It is exquisite, and even a pair of nourishing hands are very beautiful. If you don't say anything, it's acquiescence. It seems that you also think I should participate in the competition. He sighed and sighed. All it's okay, then participate in the competition. Get the prize and amaze all of them. Since then, Xu Shang has had another job, drawing design drawings. Karen left Beijing with Cui Yanming and couldn't return to Beijing so quickly. He called Xu Shang. "Shang, I have contacted a teacher. I will send you the business card later. You can follow the teacher to study the performance class for 2 hours every day." "What kind of teacher?" "A senior teacher of the film academy, surnamed Yong Lijing." Xu Shang pointed to the abdomen and gently tapped on the A4 paper a few times. "Didn't I tell you?" "What?" "School starts in September, and I'm going to study at the film school." There was a moment of silence at that end. Karen didn't know about it, and she didn't ask so much on the day of signing the contract. Xu Shang put down the sketch pen, twisted his neck, and leaned back. "Are you going to let me act in a TV series?" Karen didn't answer and asked, "Is there anything else I don't know?" Xu Shang didn't say a word. "It should be gone." Karen was silent for a few seconds. "I'm sorry and can't waste it. You can contact Mr. Yong by yourself." Hang up the phone. The business card is pushed to WeChat. Xu Shang can only add, negotiate with the other party, and start to study in a few days. Chapter 27. It took a few days for the brain disability to draw a design drawing and vote for GEM to participate in the competition. After the appointment, Xu Shang went to visit Mr. Yong Lijing. The place is her home. Yong Lijing was less than 20 years old and became a movie queen. After more than 20 years of film, she returned to her alma mater to serve. Occasional acting is an old actor in everyone's eyes, and his acting skills can be called ceiling level. Come in first. Yong Lijing was wearing a dark purple cheongsam with a graceful and noble appearance. When she saw Xu Shang, she nodded slightly. Xu Shangqian smiled and said, "Hello, teacher." "Well, Karen told me about your situation, and I also agreed with you on WeChat about the course schedule." His eyes looked up and down at Xu Shang, and the glance was so faint that it could not be caught. "Without further ado, let's start the class." Yong Lijing went straight to the point. Xu Shang also likes this kind of skillful style. He doesn't have to do so many twists and turns, which is very trouble-free. A full 2-hour class time. Even Xu Shang, the little white, felt that he had benefited a lot. A famous teacher is indeed a famous teacher. Extraordinary sound. Yong Lijing took a look at her. "You go back and review what I taught you today. Come and tell me your opinion tomorrow." Xu Shang nodded. "Ying, good teacher." The doorbell was ringing outside, and Yong Lijing put down the water cup to open the door. Xu Shang packed up his things and went back home. He turned around and bumped into the person who came in from the door. "Xu Shang, you actually found this place?" There was a trace of disbelief in Duan Xiaoraz's stupid eyes. "In order to save me, you really tried your best. Say, how did you find my aunt's house?" "Xu Shang. What kind of devil is this thing?" Shu Shang is convinced. Yang Lijing looked back and forth on the two of them, and then asked lightly, Xiaoran, do you know Shu Shang? Duan Xiaoran nodded and didn't want to mention the past. His tone was thrilling. Auntie, I didn't know that she had found you. What a terrible woman. Entangle him to death. Duan Xiaoran turned his eyes, with a little disgust in his eyes. Shu Shang, what on earth are you going to do to let me go? Shu Shang took a deep breath and smiled politely at Yang Lijing. Mr. Yang, I'll go first. Don't argue with fools. Listening to Shu Shang's familiar tone, Duan Xiaoran said that he couldn't stand it. Shu Shang, you are not allowed to come again tomorrow. She is really sinister. Yang Lijing tilted her head and held her forehead, and her tone was light and calm. Xiaoran, Shu Shang came here to take a performance class. Her nephew is good at everything, but he is naturally narcissistic. She has found out about his problem for a long time. When can I change it? Duan Xiaoran was really stunned when he heard the words. What? No, why did Shu Shang come to the acting class? Duan Xiaoran was looking for an answer. He turned his head and saw Shu Shao's slender back walking out calmly. Seeing that Shu Shang was about to close the door and leave, Duan Xiaoran chased him out without thinking about it. Xiaoran bang, with a heavy sound, Yang Lijing's voice was isolated behind the door. Duan Xiaoran stood in front of Shu Shang. Shu Shang stopped and raised his eyelids. His eyes were cold and penetrated into his bones. Good dogs don't stand in the way. Duan Xiaoran didn't believe it at all. Shu Shang, did you really come to my aunt's class? Don't make excuses. It's clear that I can't let him go. Shu Shang raised his arms, wrapped them around his chest, and looked at him with a light squeak, otherwise. Humph, knowing that Yang Lijing is his aunt, in fact, she wants to come here to try her luck to see if she can meet him, right? Doesn't he know who Shu Shang is? I used to like to stick to him. Anyway, don't come again tomorrow. I don't want Bebe to misunderstand your relationship with you again. Duan Xiaoran showed the strength to adhere to male morality. What kind of crazy words is he talking about? A stinky mouth is spreading rumors here. All right. Shu Shangliang smiled. She doesn't want to come either. I'm so angry. Duan Xiaoran had thought of a bunch of words and continued to persuade her to turn around. Unexpectedly, Shu Shang agreed so easily. He was stunned for a moment. Did you agree? Shu Shang is funny. Do I have any reason to disagree? Duan Xiaoran didn't look good. Shu Shang, you'd better do what you say. Shu Shang rolled his eyes, and the dislike in his eyes was clear. After all, I didn't want to see you either. He walked around Duan Xiaoran and walked forward with his jaw held high, like an indomitable swan. Duan Xiaoran tasted her words and felt that it was not right. He continued to follow and questioned, Shu Shang, what do you mean by that? Shu Shang is very annoying, and his tone is cold and impatient. You can't understand people's words, can you? I didn't come here for you, and I don't want to see you again, so I can't skip this class. Do you understand enough? Duan Xiaoran just doesn't believe it. You're lying. Shu Shang exhaled a breath of turbid air and was almost crazy by this popularity. She broke her mouth and cursed. Who gave you confidence that I was here to find you? I don't even pee to see what I am. I really think I tried my best to save you. Did I like you? You don't even see where you can compare with my husband. People still need to be a little self-aware. I think your brain is an empty bottle, jingling all day long. Ding. The elevator just stopped, and Shu Shang raised his feet and walked in. At the moment when the elevator door was about to close, Shu Shang didn't vomit quickly and was brain damaged. Duan Xiaoran laughed angrily. Isn't he as good as a vegetative person? Shu Shang is just heart-minded. As soon as Shu Shang got into the car, he ordered A Chen to turn down the air conditioner a little more. He casually called Karen and directly explained his intentions. Your kindness could only be wasted. I won't attend this performance class. There was a bustling noise on the other end of the phone, and the sound of opening and closing the door came. Karen seemed to walk to a quiet place, and then she heard his words. Don't you like Mr. Yong's teaching style? No, Mr. Yong is very good, but he met a brain-damaged person. My mother-in-law told me to stay away from the brain-damaged. Speaking of Miss Song, Karen felt a little guilty. He coughed and became serious. I don't understand. It took me a lot of effort to ask Mr. Yong to teach you. Tell me, what kind of brain disability makes you not even want to take classes? Shu Shao's cold voice made me can't wait to knock on his head to see what was inside. It seems that the ancestor was annoyed. Karen coaxed in a low voice, Ancestor, just ignore the brain disability. Is the brain disability important, or Mr. Yong? Weigh the two. This is really difficult to do. Shu Shang felt embarrassed for a while. Brother, let me think about it again. Karen heard her perfunctory. I'm looking for some supporting roles for you now. During this period of study with Mr. Yong, you will accumulate a lot of acting experience that others don't have. Are you sure you want to give up? Chapter 28. It's not a bitter and long-spoken heart born by parents. Karen is like a mother, breaking a heart. Since you have signed the contract, you want to be popular, right? Then you have to seize every opportunity in front of you. If you dare to mess it up for him, you will die. Xu Shang understands. If you want them to look up, the road ahead must be full of thorns. Which emperor should not bleed into a river in front of the throne and lie down thousands of miles of corpses? Xu Shang covered his forehead with his hand and closed his eyes for a short time to escape from reality. He opened his eyes and looked at the dazzling sunlight outside the car window. Okay. Someone called me. Let's talk when we are free. Mr. Yong doesn't like people who are late. Karen hung up the phone in a hurry, as if she was afraid that she would regret it. He didn't know whether it was signed by an artist or an aunt. He really shouldn't just look at his face. After all, he is impulsive. But at this point, what can we do? Just like spoiling for Yan Ming, spoil it. Seeing that Xu Shang came back, Huo Wan asked Xu Shang how he was doing with concern. Xu Shang was tired. She nodded with a smile and said that the teacher was very good and she had learned something. This is also the truth. Are you still going tomorrow? It takes a month to study. Thank you for your hard work. Huo Wan touched her face, and there was a trace of heartache in her eyes. Miss Song's export education, the path she chose, she also knelt down to walk, and she had to seize the opportunity. Xu Shang showed a row of white and neat teeth and smiled sweetly. His mother-in-law was right. I know that I'm flattering with a sweet mouth. The next day, Xu Shang reported to Yong Lijing's house on time. You can't give up the opportunity to learn for a brain-damaged person. How much is not worth it? Yong Lijing poured her a glass of water and casually asked, how did you and Xiaoran know each other? Xu Shang really didn't want to mention it, and it's hard not to answer. I used to live in the countryside. Duan Xiaoran went to the countryside to recuperate a few years ago, and we met him. After a pause, I added that in fact, I don't know him very well. In a word, the relationship between the two sides is clearly clear. Yong Lijing understood that her nephew would misunderstand. I still can't listen to other people's words. The incurable pig brain. Yong Lijing didn't want to waste her time on irrelevant things. She stood up and we started the class. It was probably because of good luck that Xu Shang didn't meet Duan Xiaoran in the following days. But how to say it? Luck will not follow a person forever. Should it be moldy or moldy? Duan Xiaoran took Xu Beibei to Yong Lijing's house. They appeared at the right time, when Shang was about to return home. Seeing Xu Shang present, Duan Xiaoran's handsome facial features were distorted. Xu Shang, don't tell me that you have been at my aunt's house all this time. Yong Lijing's face was slightly gloomy, and she was not angry and arrogant. Xiaoran, Xu Shang is my student. Duan Xiaoran is anxious, auntie. Yong Lijing's voice is cold. What are you doing here? Speaking of business, Duan Xiaoran took Xu Beibei's hand. Auntie, I brought Beibei to study with you. Oh. Beibei has acted with Xu Yun, and she has an acting skill. After praising Xu Beibei, he came to hold Yong Lijing again. Duan Xiaoran's mouth is quite sweet. Beibei admires you very much and wants to recognize you as a teacher. The power of love is really great. Xu Beibei followed Duan Xiaoran and called her aunt. She was also sweet-mouthed, but she was not ashamed and recognized her relatives indiscriminately. Xu Shang pulled his lips and wanted to smile or not. She is so beautiful and eye-catching, and her laughter is even lighter, as if the fragrance is slowly blooming, which is charming. Xu Beibei didn't seem to be surprised to see her, and the smile on her little face did not diminish. Sister, I didn't expect that we were so destined to see you here. Yong Lijing frowned. Are you sisters? It's not a parent's birth, it's a sister. Xu Shang said directly that he didn't leave any face for Xu Beibei. There is no need to give it. Xu Beibei bit her lip aggrievedly. Green tea should release the taste of tea wherever it goes, and it's always like this. But it's just that someone is heartbroken. Xu Shang, don't go too much. Duan Xiaoran was extremely dissatisfied. Xu Shang smiled, indifferent and polite. Teacher, today's class is over, so I'll go back first. Yong Lijing, go ahead. Alas. The road to study is inevitably difficult. With half a month left, Xu Shang thought that if Yong Lijing really accepted Xu Beibei, she would never come again. The smell of tea made me flustered. Can you still learn to get into it? After dinner, Xu Shang knocked on the side with Yong Lijing on WeChat. Fortunately, when she confiscated it, Beibei, this is the right time to be in the middle. You have to continue to study. The admission notices of the two schools were also delivered to Xu Shang. Xu Shang took the admission letter of Peking University and tore it directly into slag. The pieces of paper fell into the trash like white lint, and nothing could be seen. Huo Wanyi was indignant, these shameless Xu family members. Xu Shang looked up in astonishment, and my surname was Xu. Huo's brain is turning around. You can take the surname Huo with me. Xu Shang. You are worthy of being the aunt of the Huo family. I'm not afraid that the coffin board of the ancestors of the Huo family will move. Miss Song rolled her eyes on the side again. It's okay to have the same surname as Song. Xu Shang. You really have a discussion. Is there no one in the Huo family who can suppress these two strange women? The end of learning with Yong Lijing. Karen showed the efficiency of his agent and took Shishang to a crew. The male and female protagonists of the ancient costume drama The Legend of Xingping are all powerful actors in the circle, and they have a large flow. They have booked next year's blockbuster drama. I finally won this audition for you. Shishang leaned against the seat. Brother Xie. Karen, it's time to test your results. Do you want me to perform for you here? Seeing that she was serious, Karen rolled her eyelids. I think the stupid beauty is quite suitable for you. Shishang didn't accept it. Karen, you are an insult to my personality. Squeeze, I'm acting with him here. Shishang is going to play a female fourth in the play. There are not many scenes, but it is better in the character setting. Once the character set hits the audience's point, the audience will chase from the character to the real person, and the traffic will come naturally. Shishang did makeup, and the effect was very good. She was born with a beautiful face and was very touching. I heard that she was a teacher of Yongli Jing, and the director watched the audition clip, which was really good. She finalized the time business. In the next time, Shishang Du was stuck in the crew. I have to go back to Hua's house every day. Otherwise, Miss Song will have a small temper. He still had to treat Hua Wenting. After a busy work, Shishang was painful and happy, but he gained 2 pounds. This is inseparable from Hua's feeding, for fear that she will work too hard. After a month of shooting, the scene of Shishang killed the youth. Not many people in the crew paid attention to her as a newcomer. She entered the group to act in a low-key manner, left the crew in a low-key manner, and there was no news about her on the internet. Chapter 29. The day of starting school has come as scheduled. The night before, Saw Huai specially called Shishang, and the tone of order was not appropriate at all. For her, Shishang is a daughter, not a daughter. After so many years of raising it outside, what kind of feelings do you have? It's a joke to talk about feelings. See you at the gate of Beijing at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's typical to be afraid of running away. Okay. To Shishang curled the corners of his mouth and responded obediently. After the call, she put off her mobile phone with an expressionless face. Save trouble. The next day, accompanied by Huowan, Shishang came to the film academy. The campus is overcrowded. Looking around, there are all handsome men and women. Huowan and Shishang were trapped in the vast sea of people. Huowan, looking at the young faces around me, I was dashed. There are so many good-looking children in college, and I don't know how they grow up. Patting the back of Shishang's hand, I sighed. Looking at you young people, I also thought of my youth. At that time, the people chasing me lined up from the south of the city to the north of the city, but I didn't like it. Shishang turned his eyes. Why? Huowa's voice. No one in my eyes. Shishang will forget that the rich woman is an association of appearance. But is there really no one in this big capital who can move her heart? Huowan didn't know about what happened before, but this time she knew that the rich woman's heart was budding. The rich woman pointed to this and that, and couldn't stop at all. He was so handsome. His skin was so fair. He looks like that kind of puppy, right? Oh, my God, that man is so stylish and has long legs. The rich woman looked like a wolf mistakenly entering the flock and went crazy. Shishang was simply blind. He tilted his head and whispered, Auntie, wipe your saliva first. Huowan raised her hand to wipe the corners of her mouth. It was dry. How can there be any saliva? What nonsense. Huowan took a look at Shishang. Your aunt and I are people who have seen the world. There is no reason to drool when we see these young people. Shishang raised his eyelids. Oh, really? Then don't stare at people like this. Your eyes seem to be eating people. Huowan covered her mouth and smiled. Is it so exaggerated? Shishang exaggerated. Well, it's more exaggerated than that. Huowan changed the topic. Shang, where are we going to check in? Are you sure this is the right way? Shishang looked down at the map instructions in his hand. He really went wrong. This aunt is unreliable. The two of them are on the right path. Huowan can't take her eyes back. There are so many people. Shishang smiled faintly, and the beginning of the school year was a grand scene. All the way around, Shishang took Huowan to the reception desk of the freshmen. Seeing her name, the teacher in charge of registration took a few more glances at her and smiled. It's a coincidence that you have the same name as this year's college entrance examination champion. Shishang smiled and didn't show the mountain or dew. It was really lucky to have the same name as the college entrance examination winner. Huowan is a person who likes to show off, especially the person she spoils. We merchants are the top winners in the college entrance examination. The teacher laughed again and regarded Huowan as a joke. Which film academy does the top student in the college entrance examination come to? Such top students should devote themselves to the motherland and glory their ancestors. After completing all kinds of formalities, Shishang was not in a hurry to go back. He took Huowan around the campus. The film academy brings together countless handsome men and beautiful women. Shishang must satisfy the eyes of rich women today. At the entrance of Beijing University, Saw Huayu, Xu Beibei and Duan Xiaoran have arrived at Beijing University. Before going out, Saw Huayu called Shishang's phone, but he couldn't get through. When I came to the school, there was a group of people around me, and I didn't see half of Shisheng. Duan Xiaoran was holding a black umbrella, and Beibei stood under the umbrella to shade the sun. It was so hot that she raised her hand to fan the wind on her cheek, but she looked delicate. Mom, why hasn't my sister come yet? Seeing this, Duan Xiaoran also fanned her and looked caring. We can check in first. Saw Huayu looked down, and I'll make another call. Saw Huayu walked aside to make a phone call, but there was still a repeated sentence in her mobile phone. It was cold. The number you dialed has been turned off. Please dial again later. Saw Huayu pulled her face down. What the hell is Shang doing at this time? How dare she be late on such an important day? Mom, won't your sister come? Shu Beibei came to her side and bit her lower lip. She was already hot, which would make her look more pitiful. Saw Huayu was not sure. Looking at the shutdown state of Shishang, she was also shocked and undecided. Click on WeChat to call Shishao's WeChat phone, and the mobile phone is turned off. How can I contact you on WeChat? Duan Xiaoran bought a small fan from other classmates and came to pay attention to Shu Beibei. Are you feeling better, Beibei? Shu Beibei smiled far-fetchedly. It's better. Thank you, brother Xiaoran. Duan Xiaoran looked at the big sun above his head. How about we check in first? It's okay to wait here all the time. It's hot enough, and it's even more annoying to wait for people. Saw Huayu took Shu Beibei's hand and didn't care. We didn't wait for her. We went to report everywhere first. Shu Beibei calmed down. Huh? The three walked into the campus together. Beijing University, a century-old famous school, started school today, and the scene was very grand. In the vast sea of people, there are people's heads in black shuttles. There were bursts of laughter around, and Beibei couldn't laugh. I always feel that today will not be so smooth. The department reports everywhere. Shu Beibei handed in the admission letter and identity card. Shu Beibei. The teacher in charge fixed his eyes for a second, 2 seconds, and glanced at her. Shu Beibei, you didn't report here. Sure enough? Shu Beibei's heart was raised. This is my major. Where can I check in if I don't hear? You go to the principal's office to report. What does Saw Huayu mean when she raises her hand and knocks on the table? The teacher smiled and was not afraid. This is a notice issued above. I just follow the rules. Please move and leave. There are still people waiting behind. At this point, Shu Beibei can only pull Saw Huayu to give up her seat. Duan Xiaoran was confused. What's going on? Shu Beibei didn't know what was going on. They are all confused. Saw Huayu was more clear than them, and there was a vague guess in her heart. Shu Beibei suddenly became irritable, very annoyed, and had no idea. Mom, what should we do now? Let's go and find Principal Liu. Saw Huayu asked people all the way and arrived at the principal's office. Principal Liu is sitting in the office and drinking tea, obviously waiting for them. The fragrance of tea is overflowing and refreshing. Please sit down. Principal Liu motioned them to sit down, indifferently and profoundly. Saw Huayu's polite smile is not false. What does Mr. Liu mean? It's settled, but you still want to repent. Chapter 30. How virtuous she is, how lucky she is. Principal Liu doesn't move, and Mrs. Xu doesn't have to worry about this moment. The person we are waiting for hasn't come yet, so AIS admission registration will naturally be pushed back. Saw Huayu's face changed slightly. Does he have to wait for Shishang to report before he can go through the admission procedures for Beibei? It's really a scheming and good calculation. Duan Zhaofi Ran family and the Liu family have some connection. Duan Xiaoran called Uncle Liu, but he was polite. Why did Beibei have to wait for another person to report? Who are you waiting for? Shu Beibei's face turned pale and regretted pulling Duan Xiaoran together. I wanted to show my excellence in front of him, but who would have thought such a thing would happen? Let her not expect it. Principal Liu looked at him with a smile and raised his hand to pour a cup of tea. Duan Xiaoran quickly held the teacup with his hand. It's hot outside. Let's have some tea first. Duan Xiaoran was indeed thirsty, and he took a sip. What a good tea. Principal Liu stretched out his hand, and Mrs. Xu also drank. Saw Huayu can't drink anything. She is so annoyed that the comfortable air conditioner can't relieve her in a heat. Principal Liu is meaningful. Good tea needs to be tasted slowly, and people also need to wait slowly. Saw Huayu doesn't have this leisure. Duan Xiaoran heard it in the clouds, but they didn't make it clear to him. He really couldn't understand. Ding ling ling. The ringtone of the landline breaks the unspeakable atmosphere in the office. Principal Liu got up and answered the phone. He didn't know what the other end said. Principal Liu's expression changed slightly. It was an accident, and it seemed to be expected. After digesting the news, the surprise in his eyes disappeared. After hanging up the phone, Principal Liu returned to his seat and looked as usual. Mrs. Xu, please go back. Saw Huayu couldn't control the expression on her face. Mr. Liu, what do you mean by that? Principal Liu's tone was calm. The people we were waiting for had already reported to another school. As we all know, some news are common in a circle. Shisheng is famous in major universities, and many people secretly speculate that this year's college entrance examination champion in the capital will be the best. Principal Liu, who had already negotiated terms with the Xu family, did not reveal any information, but just watched them guess. Instead, I am happy to watch the play. But who knew that Shisheng turned around and went to the film academy to report. It's really amazing enough. The president of the film school has danced in the WeChat group. He is so happy that he can't wait to announce it to the whole world. Su Huayi couldn't believe it, and her voice was so high that it was impossible. Principal Liu has accepted the fact. Mrs. Xu, I don't need to lie to you. I hope you can also accept this fact. The Xu family plotted for Xu Beibei, but the wool was still on the sheep. Xu Shou took a trick from the bottom of the pot to get a salary behind their back. What can they do with her? Hearing this, Xu Beibei only felt that the sky had collapsed. Xu Sheng made fun of all of them. It was obviously a hot day, but Xu Beibei only felt a basin of cold water pouring down her head, pouring it all over her body. My hands are shaking. I almost cried. I held back. I feel extremely wronged in my heart. Xu Beibei didn't want to face it. Mom, didn't she already agree? Why did she do this? Su Huayi is also annoyed. Let's go home first. Duan Xiaoran still couldn't understand what the mother and daughter said. What on earth happened? Su Huayi sent him away. Xiaoran, thank you for your hard work today. You should also go home. Beibei and I still have something to do. Back home. Su Huayi smashed the designer bag in her hand to the ground and gritted her teeth. Xu Sheng dared to do this behind my back. Xu Beibei curled the corners of her mouth and was so wronged that she cried loudly. She was heartbroken and wanted to die. Su Huayi called Xie's phone, and her voice was as cold as a cold pond. Xu Shao went to the film academy to report privately. Beibei couldn't go to Beijing University. Do you know the location of the Hua family? I'm going to ask Xu Shang what she meant. Xu Shang is really brave. Xu Yan was worried that there would be an accident at first. He advised Su Huayi. Mom, now the Hua family is protecting her. It's useless for you to go to the Hua family to find her. I'll try to contact her. Su Huayi sneered. Can you contact her? I turned off my mobile phone. You promised me to be good last night, but you gave me this. She is so powerful now that she is against me, let alone you. Indeed. Xu Shao's wings have become hard unconsciously. It is more difficult to domesticate. However, at this moment, Xu Yan is relatively rational. The most important thing now is to contact other schools so that Beibei can study. Su Huayi can't swallow this breath. How can she swallow it? The person who thought he was in control was suddenly out of control, which is undoubtedly a kind of provocation and betrayal. I must find Shisheng. Su Huayi said, you go to your father and ask your father to think of other ways. What can I do? The chips can only be put on the table to say the conditions. The chips are gone, and there is not even a chance to be on the table. When this kind of thing happened, Xu Yan went to Xu Jun and told him everything. Xu Jun's face was gloomy, and the wind and rain were coming. He was shocked by Xu Shao's coquettish operation. Xu Beibei has always been favored. Xu Jun suspended his official affairs and contacted other schools to see if he could put Xu Beibei in. Xu Shao and Hua Wan strolled outside before returning to Hua's manor. In the distance, a Cheng saw a Bentley parked outside the door. That's Xi's car. Su Huayi found the location of Hua's family and came directly. Su Huayi is standing at the door and guarding now. Hearing the sound of the car, Su Huayi turned around. Ah Chong asked Xu Shang, young lady, do you want to stop? Xu Shang smiled and bumped into it. If a woman is cruel, it will destroy the world. A Chong is not sure. Young lady, are you kidding me? Xu Shang held his cheek and blinked his big eyes. Didn't you joke with me first? Su Huayi stopped outside the gate and didn't stop. Do you really want to bump into it? What about the trouble? Alas. It's not easy to be a bodyguard. A Chong sighed and stopped the car. Su Huayi had already seen Xu Shang. He came over and knocked on the window, as if he was going to smash the window. It's a pity that it's not that easy to smash. But the sound is really harsh. Xu Shang, come down for me. I know you are in the car. Come down. Xu Shang's door touched the doorknob, but was pulled back by Hua Wan. Aunt. Blank eyes. The rich woman's eyes flashed with anger. The round rich face swelled and turned red, angry, very angry. I'll meet you, a non-human mother, when I go down. Please sit down and don't get out of the car. The rich woman is domineering. The rich woman scolded well. Xu Shang almost applauded. Hua Wan really wanted to support her, so Xu Shang didn't move. Anan sat in the car and was weak and helpless. I've seen a lot. In fact, she is not so fragile. But I'm really touched. How virtuous and capable is she, and how lucky she is. Chapter 31 I don't owe you anything. The high heels kicked the door of the car. Huo Wan got out of the car and turned around the back of the car, pulling Su Huayi away from the side of the car. Come here. Su Huayi shook off Huo Wei's hand fiercely. Miss Huo, I'm looking for Xu Shang. It has nothing to do with you. The implication is that you'd better not meddle too much. Oh, Huo Wan sneered. After all, the surname is Huo. She seems simple and stupid, but she is not easy to mess with. Does it have nothing to do with me? Shang is now my niece-in-law. Why do you think it has nothing to do with me? The rich woman's mouth was not covered. It crackled like firecrackers, and she scolded Su Huayi. Talk about yourself, how can you be so shameless and brainless? Shang is your precious daughter, but you love a seed that doesn't crawl out of your stomach. It's really funny. And do you see what you do is done by people? I'm embarrassed to count everything to you, Su Huayi. Huo Wan called Su Huayi by his name. I don't care about you bullying Shang before. If you still dare to bully her in the future, you will pass me first. If you don't hurt, I'll hurt you. The rich woman is domineering to protect the calf. Huo Wan is proud and aggressive, which looks much stronger than Su Huayi's. Su Huayi has never been scolded like this. Even if Mrs. Shi's status is not as good as that of some people, both sides should maintain superficial politeness and cultivation, and will not tear their faces unless it is a last resort. Only Huo Wan is different from other noble women. She curses fiercely, which is no different from a shrew cursing on the street. I really don't need any image at all. Su Huayi was so angry that she trembled. Xu Shang is the seed I gave birth to. What should I do? It's not your turn to preach to me here. Su Huayi's voice was wrapped in the anger of the sky. This anger could only be poured on the merchant. Su Huayi went back to the side of the car and knocked heavily on the window, trying to pull the doorknob, and the door was opened smoothly. Grab Xu Shang's wrist and pull her out of the car. Xu Shang was pulled and shook. Before getting out of the car, he glanced at A Cheng. Where are you making trouble? Ah Cheng's mouth became an O shape. I forgot to lock the car door by mistake. Xu Shang. Mistake? This bodyguard can be dismissed, right? All it is okay. The time to come can't be avoided. Su Huayi, let go of Shang. Before Xu Shang could stand firmly, he was pulled behind by Huo Wan. Did she hurt you? Seeing that Xu Shang locked his eyebrows tightly, his originally fair little face turned red with aggrievement, and the ends of his eyes were even more pink. Huo Wan's heart ached at the pitiful look. He waved his hand and pushed Su Huayi aside. When he stood in front of Shang, he continued to be tough with Su Huayi. What else do you want to do to Shang in front of me? The every move between them made Su Huayi's eyes red. How long has it been since Xu Shang married into the Huo family? She and Huo Wan have such a good relationship. How dare they be the real mother and daughter, right? Su Huayi took a deep breath and spit it out again to calm down, but this mood had been ignited by anger. Xu Shang, why do you violate Yang Fengying? Why didn't you report to Beijing University as I said? What kind of heart do you have? Su Huayi questioned loudly. Pull Xu Shang out from behind Huo Wan. The hand holding her arm tightened his strength, and his fingertips turned white, with a smell of gritting his teeth. Xu Shang frowned slightly. 3 women in one play, and these 3 women are not good people. A Chol just wanted to be a driver and not to get into the matter. He was afraid, but when he saw that Xu Shang was being bullied, he still got out of the car. Young lady. Xu Shang glanced over, quite cold. Ah Chong stopped. Xu Shang patted Su Huayi's hand and gently rubbed the painful part of her. I was curious. Am I a tool in your eyes? Resource and indifference. Su Huayi only has hatred in her heart. Don't say so many useless words. Answer me, what on earth do you want to do? Su Huayi was crazy, Huo Wan was anxious, Shang. Xu Shang quietly pinched Huo Wei's hand and said bluntly, what am I going to do? I just don't want to complete you. Why do I suffer all the grievances? I'm definitely right. To put it bluntly, whether Xi Beibei has read books or not has nothing to do with me. I am happy to see it succeed. She has hands and feet. Even if her brain lacks roots, she doesn't want to go wrong. This result is all caused by you. Su Huayi was stunned and couldn't believe it. How could your mind be so vicious? Su Huayi raised her hand, and Xu Shang stopped her in midair, and the slap did not fall on her face. Such words are no longer painful for Xu Shang. She smiled when she heard the words, so she thought of me's okay to be vicious. Since you know that I'm vicious, you still dare to come to your door. Aren't you afraid that I will let the Huo family take revenge on you? Su Huayi's pupils trembled. How dare you? What's wrong with me? Xu Shang lost Su Huayi's hand, took a step back, and sneered. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Don't kidnap me morally. I don't owe you anything from the beginning to the end. Instead, you hurt me again and again, take advantage of me, and pinch me as a soft persimmon. Mom, do you really think everything is under your control? I'm a human, not your tall man. Only tall people will not resist. Shang is right. Huo Wan stood with Xu Shang, shoulder to shoulder. You don't deserve to be a mother at all. Since you want to be someone else's daughter's mother so much, why do you still want to disgust Shang? This is the territory of our Hua family. If your Shi family dares to get close to here, let's wait and see. Shang, let's go. Hua Wan stuffed Shisheng into the car, said psychopathically, and also bent down to get in the car. I'm so angry. In the living room, Hua Wan smashed her bag on the sofa, took the tea handed over by the servant and took several sips. Song Huazhang inexplicably, what's wrong, so angry? Sister-in-law, didn't you see Saw Huayu coming? Song Huazhang played with roses, frosted red petals, delicate, no. She is blocking us at the gate. Come to question Shang why he didn't report to Beijing University. She thought of such a disgusting thing, and her face appeared. I don't know how there is such a shameless person in the world. Hua Wanke was angry. Xu Shang gave her a smooth back, lest she get angry. Song Huazhang's eyes fell on Xu Shang. Seeing her being wronged, he felt very unhappy. It's not because Xu Shang was wronged, but because the Shi family dared to bully their Hua family. How can it be? Miss Song filmed the case. You don't have to worry about it anymore. I'll take care of the aftermath. These words were particularly stable. Hua Wan hummed angrily. Xu Shang wanted to squeeze out tears. He blinked a few times but couldn't see a drop. He could only look at Miss Song with a moved face. Mother-in-law, thank you. You are really a good person. Chapter 32. Don't blame your mother-in-law for saying this. Miss Song's arrogant attributes are revealed, and she belongs to the kind of people who don't show up the mountains and no dew. Cut, I'm not because of you, I'm because of A1. You see that as soon as you come to our house, A1 is also angry. The tone is complaining. Hua Wan is naturally protecting Shisheng. It's not Shang who makes me angry. It's Su Huayi. Sister-in-law, you can't blame Shang. Miss Song. You will take down my platform. The more I look at Miss Hua Wangsong, the more heartbroken I feel. I don't know what Song Huazhang said to the Shi family. Anyway, Saw Huayi didn't come to her because of this matter. Xu Shang is happy and pure. As for which university Shi Beibei went to in the end, Xu Shang didn't have time to pay attention to it. Xu Shang started the life of the university campus. 4 people in the dormitory. They are all different departments. Only Xu Shang is in the performance department. After introducing herself, Xu Ying, a girl in the literature department, said, Xu Shang, you have the same name as the college entrance examination champion. Yi Shouqi, a girl in the art department, poked her head out of the upper bunk, and her long hair down to her waist drooped. Sadako's sense of déjà vu came out. What a coincidence. If this look could scare people to death at night, Xu Shang took a look and withdrew his eyes. My name is more popular. Ling Xiao, a girl in the photography department, raised her eyes. Your name is not popular. No, are you the same person? The truth. Xu Ying, oh, opened up, it's really. Ling Xiang, what do you mean? Xu Ying showed up her mobile phone page and looked at Xu Shang and Tidong with bright eyes. The school issued an announcement to welcome Xu Shang, the first prize in the Capital College entrance examination this year. Isn't this a photo of Xu Shang? Yi Shuyu and Ling Xiang looked at each other. The dormitory was almost lifted by them. As soon as the announcement came out, Xu Shang instantly became popular all over the school. I don't know which boring person engaged in the school beauty selection activity. When the results came out, Xu Shang, who did not take the initiative to participate in the selection, got the title of School Beauty. Mingzhen Film Academy. Of course, these are all small things. What makes Xu Shang happy is that after a week of getting along with each other, she found that the 3 roommates are soft and easy to get along with. Each has its own beauty, which is pleasing to the eye. This gave her a little more expectation for college life. On the weekend, Xu Shang returned to Hua's house in the afternoon. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Song Yangqing, who was about to leave. A man's eyes are hidden behind the lens, and there is always a sense of déjà vu that does not match his appearance, which is elusive. Young lady, you are back from school. Housekeeper Zhao looked over with a smile. Xu Shang nodded, looked at Song Yanqing and smiled. Dr. Song came to examine Wen Ting's body again. Yes. Housekeeper Zhao, I'll send Dr. Song. Okay. Butler Zhao took a step back. Xu Shang and Song Yanqing went out. Dr. Song, tell me honestly, how is Wen Ting? When on earth can I wake up? Song Yanqing saw that she was anxious and thought that she could only live as a widow when she married to the Hua family, and she would only be a widow in the future. But what does this have to do with him? Song Yanqing shook his head regretfully, still the same. As for waking up, sister-in-law, I really can't answer you. The same as before. She gave Hua Wenting acupuncture for more than 2 months and bathed with traditional Chinese medicine for so long. Is there still no effect? Xu Shang lowered his eyes, and his eyelashes trembled a few times. Song Yanqing happened to see it and thought that her eyelashes were really long. Sister-in-law, wait a more. Wait for the miracle that will not appear. Miracles are a lie. But the world prefers to believe. With this small sense of faith, it seems that I can continue to live a life of lingering. The Hua family will definitely break up without Hua Wenting. But he can't bear to do it, so let's wait for the result that each other wants. Shu Shang sucked his nose. Thank you, Dr. Song, for your hard work. Witnessing Song Yanqing's car leave, Shi Shang turned around and walked back to the living room. I didn't see Song Huazhong and Huowan. Shu Shang came to the main bedroom on the second floor. They were indeed here. Song Huazhong carefully wiped Huo Wenting's hand and carefully stroked the back of his hand, with heartache in his eyes. Shu Shang, mother-in-law, aunt. Song Huazhong handed the handkerchief to the servant, put Huo Wenting's hand into the quilt, and stopped when he passed by Shi Shang. It's been more than 2 months, and Wenting still shows no sign of waking up. Does your joy really work? Disappointment overflowed in the eyes. She was eager to look forward to the miracle, but the fact hit her. Shu Shang lowered his eyes. Okay, it's her poor business. Suddenly one had no reason to blame Song Huazhong for saying this. She closed the door and came back. Shang, don't blame your mother-in-law for saying this. Shu Shang shook his head. No. Exchange of interests. It's just a different position. She understands Miss Song. My poor Wenting. Huo's eyes flashed. Shang, I obviously felt that you had a good reaction when you bathed Wenting in a traditional Chinese medicine bath for the first time, but after so long, why is there still no movement? Auntie, Wenting has been lying down for 2 years. If he had been treated earlier, it would not have been delayed for so long. It's only been 2 months now. Don't worry. You and I will go to the pharmacy tomorrow. I'm going to buy new medicinal herbs. Huo Wan nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. At night, it's late at night. Shu Shang took Huo Wenting's pulse, locked his eyebrows, and opened his eyelids to look at him as if he was thinking. As soon as his hand was loosened, his eyelids were closed. Shu Shang squatted at the head of the bed, holding his cheek, and was a little sad. Huh? What's going on? Is my treatment not right? He put his elbow on the bed and pressed a small meat hole on Ho Wenting's face with his fingers. If only he could contact the master. He said he was a master and apprentice, but he didn't even have a way. Feng Lao came suddenly. When he left, he explained something to her. He waved his sleeves and disappeared without taking away a cloud. No one has been seen so far. The old man said he wanted her to come to the capital, but she came, but the old man didn't go back to the capital. With him, she may have a better way to cure Ho Wenting. After tidying up his mood, Shi Shang took out the acupuncture bag and continued to give acupuncture to Huo Wenting. The next day, come to the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. Shi Shang pulled Wu Huai and asked quietly, can you contact Mr. Feng? Wu Huai shook his head and whispered that if he couldn't contact him, the people of the Feng family may not know the whereabouts of Mr. Feng. Shu Shang said a few times. This old man is really good at playing. Shu Shang and Huo Wan were about to leave when they saw a man coming into the store. Shu Shang glanced at the man carelessly. The face is pale and the lips are pale, which is not right. Wu Huai saw the person and greeted him. Miss Lan, why are you here? Feng Lang's voice is lazy, she has little strength, and she is not feeling well. Please give me some medicine to go back. Wu Huai's family also runs a medical center. He came to Feng Lao's store to help look after the shop, but if he really wants to compare with medical skills, he can't compare with Shi Shang. Feng Lan is Feng Lao's daughter. She often comes to get medicine. Wu Huai felt something was wrong and couldn't persuade her to go to the hospital. Auntie, we'll go back later. Shu Shang turned back. Huo Wan, what's the matter? Chapter 33. There is no place for her in this family. Let me take a look for you. Shu Shang leaned slightly in front of Feng Lan. She has a quiet smile, fair skin, and good eyebrows and eyes, which gives people a comfortable feeling. This first impression is good, and everything is easy to say, but Feng Lan is still a little wary of her. Can you show me? Who are you? When I turn my lips, I will order traditional Chinese medicine. Feng Lan also smiled. Young people don't know the height of the sky. Is it okay to play with axes here in Fengjiao Pharmacy? He raised his hand and waved at Wu Huai. Wu Huai, you look at it for me. Obviously, he doesn't believe in Shi Shang. No one will easily believe such a person when he suddenly appears. This is also normal. Shi Shang has opened his mouth. How dare Wu Huai play tricks in front of Shi Shang? Huo Wan is here, and he doesn't say much. He just said to Feng Lan, Miss Lang, Miss Xu is really a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. You can ask her to help. Wu Huai's words surprised Feng Lan and looked at Shi Shang with a scrutiny. Feng Lan, Shang is very powerful. Huo Wan also spoke for Shi Shang, but she couldn't see that Shi Shang was looked down upon. Just now, she didn't notice the others. Feng Lan followed the voice and looked at it with a slightly pale face. Huo Wan. After all, it is in a circle. Even if there is no contact at ordinary times, I know the existence of such a person. Huo Wan calmly showed off that this is my niece-in-law. Do you want my niece-in-law to see you? If you don't see us, we will leave. She is just a nephew, right? Did the vegetative man get married? Wow, the Huo family is really awesome. Feng Le's health is really uncomfortable, and she doesn't have the extra mind to think about it at this time. Since Huo Wan and Wu Huai both said so, you can show it to me. Shu Shang signaled, and you stuck out your tongue. Feng Lan did as she did. The middle of the tongue is cracked, surrounded by teeth marks, and the moisture is heavy, accompanied by blood deficiency and spleen deficiency. Shu Shang said again, good, spread your palms. Feng Lan spread her palms, and Shu Shang lowered his eyes to observe. The color of the palm of Feng Lan is dark red, and the palm patterns are staggered and messy. There are more heavenly patterns, earth patterns, and human patterns. The place where the tiger's mouth came down bulged, and there were small purple-brown spots in the whole palm. Shu Shang pressed it on her lower abdomen. Does it hurt here? Feng Lan took a breath. Yes, it hurts here, and it hurts even more when you press it. Shu Shang's thumb is pressing heavily and lightly on Feng Lan's foot 3-mile acupoint. You'd better go to the hospital for an examination first. If you want to maintain it later, it's not too late to take some traditional Chinese medicine. Feng Lan didn't stop her action, but just listened to what was wrong. What does it mean? You mean I'm sick? That's what I said. What are you doing here if you're not sick? Shu Shang raised his eyes and smiled. Didn't you all come here to buy medicine? Feng Lan found that she had asked a stupid question, but she was also very calm. Speaking of it, you didn't say what was wrong with my body. I just didn't want to go to the hospital to come here. Although the Feng family of traditional Chinese medicine is about to break the inheritance from Feng Lao, she only believes in traditional Chinese medicine. Shu Shang is in Feng Lan again. The foot on the other leg is pressed for 3 miles, and the tone is calm. Traditional Chinese and Western medicine are both doctors, and it should not be taboo to practice medicine. You have some problems with your liver, and it's better to go for a checkup as soon as possible. Feng Lan looked at her quietly. Liver disease. Shu Shang nodded gently. Feng Lan looked at her, looked up, and said to Wu Huai, okay, I'll go. You can procure some medicine for me now. Whether this is perfunctory or not, Shu Shang can't control it. She is only responsible for seeing the doctor. If people don't listen, she can't force people to take them to the hospital. It's reasonable to say that life and death are fate and wealth are in heaven. As soon as Huo Wan and Shu Shang left, Feng Lan asked, Wu Huai, where on earth did that girl come from? I don't know the specifics. When Miss Xu first came to the store, she brought Feng Lao's jade pendant. Feng Lan's face changed slightly, and she was even more surprised than when she just heard that she had liver disease. Jade pendant? Wu Huai nodded and persuaded, so Miss Lan, you'd better go to the hospital. It's safer. Feng Lan's face finally changed. Huo Ran got up, and I'm going to the hospital for an examination. Outsiders may not understand, but as a member of the Feng family, Feng Lan understands the weight of the jade pendant more than anyone else. Huo Wan was still not happy when she left the pharmacy. That Feng Lan didn't believe you. It's normal for Shi Shangyin to smile lightly. Huo Wan said, if you don't believe it, it's her loss. Shu Shang curled his lips silently. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine have barriers. Even if it can be traced back, the origin of traditional Chinese medicine is earlier than that of Western medicine, but so far, there have been different degrees of differences between the two. Of course, the combination of traditional Chinese and Western medicine also exists, but when it comes to the current situation, the two are still opposites. Huo Wei's eyebrows were slightly condensed. Is Feng Lan's condition serious? Feng Lan's palm lines have appeared pathological lines. Shu Shang nodded. It should be in the middle stage of liver cancer. If you go to the treatment as soon as possible, it can be cured. In the middle stage of liver cancer, my god. Huo Wan covered her mouth with her hands crossed. Cancer, isn't this serious? It's going to die, right? Shu Shang took her hand and gently pinched the soft meat on her hand. The rich woman was round, and the meat was easy to pinch, soft, like jelly. Her actions are not serious, as if to take advantage of others, but she is very serious. Auntie, I heard you call her Feng Lan. Does she have anything to do with the Feng family? Huo Wan calmed down. She was Feng Lao's daughter. Shu Shang? Oh, what? Huo Wei's eyes flashed with calculations. Yes, you saved Mr. Feng and saved his daughter. You are the great benefactor of the Feng family. What kind of benefactor is not a benefactor? She can only say that she repays her teacher's kindness. In addition, Shu Shang also feels that the world is too small. Let's go back. Shu Shang changed different kinds of medicinal materials this time. He returned to Huo's family and boiled the medicinal materials into a thick pot of water. Miss Song was once again smoked over the heavenly spirit cover. She covered her nose in disgust and roared at the kitchen. Shu Shang, you are messing with these things again. Why does it smell even more this time? There was the sound of boiling water rolling in her ear. Hearing the sound of Miss Song jumping in a hurry, Shu Shang raised his lower lip and his body did not move. Huo Wan is beside the old god. Shang Shang is not in good health. You see that she is so thin, of course she needs to take care of her body. What they did was all for your son. If you get such a powerful treasure as Shang Shang, sister-in-law, you still dislike this and that. You will regret it in the future. At that time, don't hug Shang Shao's thigh and cry bitterly. Huo Wan spoke for Shishang again and again, and Song Huajiang was so angry. Don't you think it stinks? It stinks. Huo Wan smiled and didn't care at all. Just bear with it. Sister-in-law, you should also endure it. Ah, patience is over. Song Huajiang. Bear with it. How can you let her endure it? There is no place for her in this family, is there? Chapter 34. Raise your hand and slap Ho Wenting. Just let them be the master of the family. Miss Song was so bad that she picked up the thick contract and went upstairs. Seeing that Song Huajiang was upstairs, Huo Wan quickly took out a tissue roll into a ball and stuffed it into his nostrils, and then took a big breath with her mouth. In the evening, Xu Shang performed acupuncture on the yin surface of Huo Wenting, and then threw him into the bathtub with Huo Wan again. After a few days of doing for Huo Wenting, when he lay on a bed, Xu Shang could smell the smell of medicine from him. It doesn't smell, but it has a fragrance that makes Xu Shang feel comfortable. So much so that when she woke up the next day, Xu Shang found herself rolling into Huo Wenting's arms. This scene was too exciting. Her blood pressure soared that she almost raised her hand to slap Huo Wenting. What's going on? Xu Shang sat up suddenly and regained a little sobriety and reason from his confusion. Okay, she threw herself into her arms. I don't blame Huo Wenting. Fortunately, it's okay. Fortunately, she didn't fan him. If she really does it, she will be guilty. He glanced at the man with a guilty heart and looked at him like this. Xu Shang held his face and his fingers beat on his cheeks. Huo Wenting, I found that you are also very good like this. Are you good looking? You are outstanding. I look at it and pleasing to the eye. We don't have to fulfill that obligation between us. It's not too perfect, and I suddenly find it's quite comfortable to hold you. Xu Shang blushed when he said. But there is really nothing wrong with this vegetative husband. Xu Shang scratched his chin with his fingers and talked to himself in a quiet space, but instead of looking at you lying in bed like this, I still hope you can wake up early. I must be the great meritorious minister of the Huo family. It was not too early. Xu Shangruo got up and massaged Huo Wenting's muscles and bones and his whole body before going to school. Life is turbulent, and Xu Shang will forget about Feng Lan. I didn't think that Feng Lan suddenly appeared at the door. The servant invited Feng Lan in and brought a cup of tea. Song Huajiang took the housekeeper Zhao out, and Huo Wan was still there. She looked at Feng Lan. Why are you here? Feng Lan brought a precious gift to the door, took a sip of tea and smiled politely. Huo Wan, where is Miss Shi? Are you looking for Shang Shang? Yes, I'm looking for her. Huo Wan ordered the servant to invite Xu Shan downstairs. Hearing that Feng Lan was coming, Xu Shan put down the pencil in his hand and went downstairs. Seeing Xu Shan, Feng Lan stepped forward a few steps and pulled up Xu Shan's hands, and her attitude was much more enthusiastic than before. Shang Shang, I want to thank you very much. Fortunately, you woke me up. I went to see a doctor. The doctor said that it was fortunate to find out this problem earlier, otherwise there would be endless consequences later. I really want to thank you. Xu Shan smiled indifferently, and the doctor was benevolent. Feng Lan took the opportunity to make a request. Shang Shang, can we find a place to say a few words in private? Huo Wan. What does Feng Lan mean? Is there anything she can't listen to? Huo Wan became vigilant. Xu Shang glanced at the rich woman and nodded to Feng Lan. Okay. Huo Wan. Xu Shang's eyes swept over her. Auntie, I took Miss Feng upstairs. Huo Wan curled her lips, aggrieved and reluctant. On the second floor, Feng Lan whispered that Huo Wan was afraid that I would rob you. Xu Shang just smiled. She took Feng Lan to the study, closed the door and asked, what do you want to say to me? Feng Lan's eyes are eager. Xu Shang, don't hide it from me. Are you my father's apprentice? Xu Shang didn't hide it, yes. Feng Lan took a deep breath and suddenly became nervous. Can you contact him? It's strange to ask this question. I don't know much about the master, and I didn't know that you were his daughter last time. I heard that the Feng family didn't know the whereabouts of the master, so I didn't know it even more. Feng Lan's eyebrows were solemn. My father would report safety to his family from time to time, but he has not heard from him for a long time. Xu Shang said that maybe the master was playing outside and didn't miss Xu. Feng Lan shook her head, afraid that something had happened. Xu Shang is at a loss. What can he do? Knowing that Xu Shang couldn't find any news here, Feng Lan didn't say much. Anyway, thank you very much. You saved my life. Xu Shang hurriedly said, don't say that. Feng Lan was a little moved. Her father had confiscated his apprentices in his life, and the Feng family did not continue to study medicine. As a daughter, she was ashamed. Fortunately, there was Xu Shang. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. Feng Lan didn't talk about the scene and gave the number to Xu Shang on the spot. Although the Huo family is protecting you, I will remember your affection, and my words have always worked. Xu Shang smiled. If you have any news from your master, please tell me at that time. Feng Lan tightened her hand. I will contact you if there is any news. Don't forget to tell me when you receive the news. Okay. As soon as Feng Lan left, Huo pulled Xu Shang and asked anxiously, Shang, what did you whisper? This person is quite curious. Xu Shang's understated smile was all about thanking me. She regarded me as a lifesaver and almost cried. This makes Huo feel honored. Ha! Our Wenting's baby is really awesome. Xu Shang. Am I not your little baby? Gems game results are out. Xu Shang won the championship. Xu Shang's design works were released on Gem's official website. When the mouse slid the page down, Xu Shang suddenly found a familiar design. I rubbed my eyes, approached the screen and looked at it carefully. I stared at it for several seconds. Not to mention, it was really similar. Xu Shang found the backup picture in the mailbox and compared it. Good guy, there are not only 9-point images, but also 6 or 7-point images. Alright, isn't it plagiarism to do design on her design? Winner, Xu Beibei. Xu Shang sneered. At this time, Beibei is really good enough. She threw her design draft on the ground like waste paper and stepped on the shoe print, and turned around to take her design to participate in the competition. Xu Shang opened the document, wrote a report letter with evidence attached, and sent it to the mailbox of the gem organizer. What kind of dream do you dream of plagiarizing other people's achievements and profiting from them? Aunt. Xu Shang rushed out of the room and began to shout. He ran downstairs with his laptop in his arms. Auntie. Huo looked over. Huh? What's the matter? Song Huajiang raised his eyes slightly and frowned. What are he doing? Xu Shang immediately slowed down and his tone was very cheerful. Mother-in-law, I'm so happy. Song Huajiang asked, what's so happy about? Huo is peeling the melon seeds, and the small plate is almost full of melon seeds. That's right, what happened? Xu Shang pushed away the melon saucer and put down the computer. Mother-in-law, aunt, I won the first prize in the competition. Song Huajiang stared at the jewelry design competition. Chapter 35. If you can't reason, use force. Huo's pupils widened. Wei. Shang, you can also design jewelry. Awesome. The thumb was raised. Song Huajiang remembered that Su Huayi was a famous jewelry designer in his early years, and he was famous in the capital at that time. Xu Shang is really her daughter, and this thing will be inherited. Did Huo notice the name? The name of the champion is Nian Jia. Shang, is this your stage name? Take it at will. She used this name in the competition last year, so she didn't change it. Xu Shang scratched her head, revealing the shyness of a little girl. I just tried to participate in the competition, but I didn't think I accidentally won the prize. Song Huajiang doesn't like this. Strength is an undeniable thing, which is also an advantage of Xu Shang. She is still young and may have great achievements in the future. Winning the award depends on her strength. What do you mean by being careless? I can't believe it when Xu Shang spit out his tongue. Huo's hand slid the mouse. Huh. Xu Beibei. She also participated in the competition and won awards. Really? Xu Shang pretended not to know and leaned her head forward. It was true that she also participated in the competition. Song Huajiang was the daughter of Su Huayi after all. However, Xu Shang frowned entangledly. She really wanted to thank Yong Lijing for teaching her acting. Huo looked away, but what? The finger tapped on the screen, and Xu Shang said uncertainly that I think this design is familiar. Xu Shang found his sketch to show them and bit his lip. This is my previous sketch, which is backed up on the computer. I don't know if Xu Beibei has learned from my design inspiration. Song Huajiang's eyes are sharp, and he points out the same place. What to learn from is obviously plagiarism of your work. Huo smiled angrily and slapped the table fiercely. The shamelessness of Shi's family really refreshed my lower limit. Xu Shang turned his eyes and his eyebrows drooped. There was grievance in his eyes. Why did he scold her? Huo looked at her and added, of course, I didn't include you. Miss Song hates this kind of behavior. You can see what I just ordered. You can report her plagiarism. Xu Xiao's eyes were drooping and her voice was low. Why did she do this? This is the picture I painstakingly drew. He raised his big wet eyes, and his eyes containing water vapor seemed to be bullied, and he was full of powerless grievances. Song Huajiang looked at Xu Xiao's silly appearance and said angrily, is there any reason for plagiarism? You don't want to make excuses for plagiarists now, but to defend your own rights and interests, understand? Huo's voice is heavy, and she must go to Shi's family to settle the score. That little green tea can plagiariate you once and a second time. Who knows if there are any other design drawings in her hand, she must get it back. Xu Shangqi hesitated again, but what if she refuses to admit it? Huo smiled. It's easy to do. You can take the bodyguard with you. If you can't reason, use force. Our Huo family has never been afraid of anyone. Song Huajiang nodded in agreement, that's right. I didn't expect that Xu Shang can also design jewelry. She likes talented people, and her daughter-in-law here is not nothing. Just to let Su Huayi see, the daughter she loved copied her other daughter, which is a joke. It's interesting to think about it. Song Huajiang called A Chun in. A Chong, you can take the others and the young lady to Shi's house later. Oh, wow. It's time for work. A Chong nodded respectfully, good madam. Shu Shang raised his eyelids timidly, and his delicate little face showed a touch of emotion. Thank you, mother-in-law. Song Hua Zhang waved his hand. I just don't like the style of the Shi family. Hua Wan handed the stack of melon seeds to Xiao's mouth. After eating the melon seeds, go ahead. If there is anything, we will cover it for you. Shu Shang opened his mouth. The melon seeds were fragrant and crispy. A big mouthful was satisfying. He giggled and thanked Aunt Song Hua Zhang. Miss Song was staring at it, and her eyes became cold. I will share half of the peeled melon seeds, and you let Shi Shang eat them all. When I don't exist? Saw Huayu, who is happy for Shi Beibei's award. Saw Huayu hugged Shi Beibei like a baby. My good daughter, you really fight for my mother's face. She doesn't do design, but her daughter will inherit her glory in the future. Saw Huayu was very happy and energetic. In addition, sometimes June was very happy. Finally, Beibei went to the jewelry design department of a university. Although it is not a place with a lot of talents like Peking University, it is also perfect. Shi Beibei buried her head in Saw Huayu's arms and smiled. I didn't expect to win the award this time. Saw Huayu scratched the tip of her nose, and her eyebrows were full of pampering. Baby, you inherited your mother's advantages. Shi Beibei laughed. Both mother and daughter are very happy. It was at this time that Shu Shang waved in the door. Yo, you are so happy. Do you want to share your happiness with me? Shu Shang came in with a cheng, followed by other bodyguards, the same as those last time, with a loud voice. Shu Shang sat down on the sofa with two slender legs overlapping, showing a little careless laziness. The bodyguard stood behind her, with his hands behind her back, with a strong aura. Saw Huayu frowned deeply. Why are you here? Who let you in? Get out of here. Song Huadao's warning is still vivid in his mind, and Saw Huayu has not swallowed that breath so far. How dare Shu Shang come to your door? With so many bodyguards, what on earth does she want to do? Shu Shang leaned against the armrest of the sofa and put his hands against his head. My surname is still Shi. Why can't I come? Saw Huayu pressed her eyebrows and eyes. What do you want to do? Tell me. Shu Shang curled his lips and smiled. He hasn't told me what you are happy about. Shi Beibei took Saw Huayu's arm and deliberately showed her intimacy in front of Shu Shang. Her voice was delicate and bright. I won the prize in the competition, and my mother was happy for me. Shu Shang raised his eyebrows and said, playful, oh. Competition? It's Gem's game. I told you that you didn't understand. Saw Huayu hated her when she saw her. What on earth did you come to the door for? Just leave without saying anything. I don't want to see you. The Shi family doesn't welcome you either. Looking at her, Shi Xiao's face was expressionless. I don't understand. I also participated in the competition. Saw Huayu laughed. You? Shu Shang asked back, can't I? Saw Huayu's eyes are contempt, which is not impossible. Beibei won the third prize. What about you? What did you get again? Shu Shang sneered, and his mood was very stable. He took its essence, designed it, and won a third prize. Does this have the face to show off here? Saw Huayu can't understand what she said. What does it mean? What are you talking nonsense about here again? Shi Beibei calmed down and smiled harmlessly. Sister, what on earth do you want to say? Chapter 36 Shu Shang, you are really wrong. Shu Shang stood up and slapped Shi Beibei. With a snap, he directly slapped Shi Beibei's face. Shi Beibei covered his face and turned around in disbelief. Saw Huayu screamed, and the scene was in chaos. The servants at home rushed out and were scared away when they saw so many people in black. If you can't beat it, run. Shu Shang lowered his eyes, and his eyes were full of fierceness. Shu Beibei, you stole my design and still have the face to ask. What are you talking about? When did I steal your design? Mom, my sister wronged me. I haven't done anything at all. She's talking nonsense. Shu Beibei covered her face and cried. Her face was swollen, and she only felt very wronged. Jin Jiuye has been spoiled for more than 10 years. Now, he is frequently bullied by Shu Shang, and he is going to die of suffocation. Saw Huayu was also heartbroken to death. She was furious and raised her hand to hit Shi Shang, but was cut off by A Chang. Saw Huayu was so angry that she jumped her feet and shouted loudly, come on. Give me someone. The servants trembled and didn't dare to show their heads. Saw Huayu is going crazy. None of these people can be relied on at the critical moment. Looking at this scene, Shu Shang sneered, and the two of them were held down. A Chong, go upstairs with me. Ah Cheng raised his hand and called on the two brothers. Listening to the young lady, he pressed the person. Shu Shang walked up the wooden stairs with his skirt, ignoring Saw Huayu's cursing behind him and Shi Beibei's crying. Arriving at the door of Shi Beibei's room, Shu Shang let go of his skirt, swept his fingers over the soft satin, and kicked in a light voice. A Chong raised his foot and kicked the door. The glass that was smashed by A Cheng last time has been replaced with a new one. Xu Shang glanced around, opened the bedside table drawer, and found more than a dozen design drafts from it. Xu Shang sat on the bed with his legs crossed. Chong, please look for other design drafts. Yes. Chong began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. He was familiar with this. It was not the first time he had done it. He did a good job last time. Xu Shang looked through the design drafts one by one, and his face was intriguing. These designs had elements that made her familiar. Xu Beibei really caught her copying alone. Xu Shang put his left hand on the bed, grabbed the design draft with his right hand and patted it on his leg, watching Chong busy. Chong finished looking through all the places in the room. Young lady, it's out of stock. Xu Shang raised his chin and brought me the tablet. Chong rudely pulled off the charging cable, took the tablet over and put it in Shishao's hand. The tablet set the password, entered Beibei's birthday, successfully unlocked, and found other design drawings in the document. Xu Shang patted his forehead, smiled, and stood up from the bed with his legs crossed. He walked and went downstairs. Looking at Xu Shang going downstairs with her tablet, Xu Beibei's eyes were red and she couldn't wait to kill someone. She wanted to rush up, but the bodyguard stopped in front of her. If you shake the tree, you can't do anything. Sister, what on earth do you want to do? I said I didn't plagiarize you. If you really think I plagiarized you, you have to show the evidence. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and falsely accusing me? Xu Beibei roared hysterically. She is going to die of grievances. Xu Shang is a bandit. Bullying her came to her home. Is there any reason left? Saw Huayu's chest fluctuated up and down, and she almost fainted. Xu Shang, you are really going to go against the sky? Incompetence and rage. Oh. Xu Shang put down the tablet and aimed the screen at them. The above are the design drawings of Xu Beibei. Xu Beibei screamed crazily, which was no different from a screaming chicken. Don't touch my things. Saw Huayu also shouted, what are you going to do? Put down Beibei's things. Are you crazy? Xu Shang took out his mobile phone, clicked into the mailbox to open the backup design draft, and also put it in front of them. How about a careless sneer? Are these on my mobile phone very similar to those on Xu Beibei's tablet? Miss Su, you have also done the designer. There is no reason why you can't tell the difference, right? Xu Beibei's face turned pale. You're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. She struggled to grab the mobile phone and tablet. Chong twisted her arm behind her, and Xu Beibei couldn't move in an instant. Xu Shang raised his eyes slightly and blamed him a little. Chong, she is still a little girl. Can't you be gentler? Chong glanced at it. Young lady, I'm used to being careless and don't know how to be gentle. So shall I let her go? Xu Beibei was directly angry and cried by Chong. She burst into tears, and tears dripped down. I felt even more sorry for her and let go of me. If this scene had been seen by the brothers of the Xu family, they would have been heartbroken long ago. Chong looked at it coldly and waited for Xu Shang to open his mouth. Xu Shang was also indifferent and shook a finger. A sincere understanding, okay? Mom. Help me. Xu Beibei roared and shouted hoarsely. The surrounding sounds seemed to be automatically silenced. Saw Huayu's eyes fell on the two design drawings. She carefully compared them again and again, for fear of making a mistake, but what she got was an unbelievable result. Xu Shang threw the manuscript in his arms in front of Saw Huayu, and these were all plagiarized from my design. Click on another set of sketch backups in the mailbox in front of Saw Huayu, call off, you can see that the two groups of pictures are similar with your eyes. Unless you want to protect Xu Beibei, you can say that I am falsely accusing her. Of course, you can also say that it is just similar and does not constitute plagiarism. Anyway, for the sake of Xu Beibei, you can say black as white. The voice is very understated. I didn't copy it. Mom, I didn't copy it. I didn't know that my sister had these design drawings. You were there when I drew the design drawings. Mom, believe me. Xu Beibei cried until she trembled. Xu Shang sneered. I don't know that so many of your designs are similar to mine. It's all copied from me. You're stupid. You are talking nonsense. Xu Shang frowned and ordered Chong to shut her mouth. I don't want to hear her voice anymore. Xu Beibei struggled to shout, and Chen took the opportunity to put a tissue into her mouth. The world is quiet. Xu Shang lifted his eyelids and looked at Su Huayi, who has not made a sound for a long time. I have time to show it, which proves that I designed in the front and Beibei in the back. This is also God's will. Originally, I just wanted to record the time of drawing, but I didn't expect it to come in hand today. Of course, I don't expect you to blame Xu Beibei, but there are some things that she doesn't deserve if they are not hers. I took these design drawings with me. And I will also tell the organizer about Gem's game this time. Xu Shang pinched Xu Beibei's chin, turned her face left and right to look at her, and then patted her cheek. Remember, don't stretch your hand so long in the future. If it's not yours, don't care about it. Xu Beibei sobbed, and her eyes were unwilling and resentful. Saw Huayu was speechless. It's useless to say more if there is iron evidence in front of it. Xu Shang deleted the design drawing on the tablet, took the manuscript, and left with the bodyguards. Xu Beibei took off the tissue in her mouth and was so scared that she cried loudly, "Mom." With tears in his eyes, he saw Su Huayu's indifferent face, and Beibei's heart fell straight to the bottom. She carefully pulled Su Huayu's sleeve. "Mom, don't you believe me?" Chapter 37. So what did you hide from me? Of course, Su Huayu wanted to believe her, but the reality was very cruel. She didn't expect that her kind, innocent and lovely daughter would do such a plagiarism, which made her unacceptable. Su Huayu pushed away Xu Beibei's hand, and her eyes were indifferent. "Beibei," Xishan took out the evidence. "How can you make me believe you?" Hearing this, Xu Beibei only felt that her eyes were dark, and her voice was a little sad. "Mom, what my sister said was not true." Seeing that she still refused to admit it, Su Huayu's eyes were full of disappointment. "Beibei, are you really stupid as a mother? The design image doesn't look like I can't distinguish." Su Huayu's eyes were cold and frosty. "Beibei, you disappointed Mom." In the car, a Cheng glanced at Xishan through the rearview mirror. "Young lady, are you going back to Hua's house now?" Xishan said concisely, closed his eyes and replied. Hua Wan was worried that Xishan would be bullied. She kept thinking about why Shang Shang didn't come back and why Shang Shang didn't come back. Miss Song is annoyed by Nian. She can still be bullied with 10 bodyguards. Then she doesn't deserve to enter our Hua family. Hua Wan was in a hurry and walked back and forth in the living room. Who knew what the crazy people of the Xu family would do? Song Huajiao's voice was a little cold, smiling but not smiling. "Why don't you ask Xishan to bring more bodyguards in the future?" Hua Wan really took Song Huajiao's proposal seriously. It was better to bring 40 or 50 bodyguards. "Miss Song, you are a bandit, you? It's just a big deal." When Xishan entered the door, he happened to hear Huawe's words. He changed his shoes and walked into the living room. He asked curiously, "Auntie, why did you bring so many bodyguards?" "Shang Shang, you're back." Hua Wan suddenly raised her eyes and walked to Xishan. Ying Ying pulled her to the sofa and sat down. "How about it?" Song Huajia pretended to look over inadvertently and wanted to care about him, but he didn't say anything. Xu took out the manuscripts and put them on the coffee table. He sat up straight and put his hands on his knees. "These were all I found in Xu Beibei's room. I thought they were very similar to my design, so I brought them back. Let me have a look." Song Huajia helped her compare it again. No surprise, it was indeed very similar. It can be seen that it was not her own design. Xu Shang bit his lip, and his lips were bitten white by his bright teeth, and his eyelashes trembled slightly, which was wronged. Hua Wan was shocked to see that Xu Beibei had copied so much and laughed angrily. The face of Xi's family was really thicker than the city wall. Xu Shang. Hugh, she was offended. Hua Wan smashed her fist into the palm of her hand, and she was indignant. It was really angry that she didn't teach them a lesson. Song Huajia bent his fingers and knocked on the coffee table. "Xu Shang, what are you going to do?" Xu Shang's eyebrows were trimmed into a knot. "I don't know." Song Huajia hated iron but not steel. He knocked on the coffee table again, reported to the organizer of the competition, and kicked Xu Beibei out of the award list. He couldn't let her show off outside with your plagiarized works. "Do I still need to teach you?" Miss Song is really clever. She loves her mother-in-law so much. She loves her so much. Xishan's expression of being taught was moved. "Mother-in-law, I'm listening to you. I'm going to write a letter of report." Miss Song looked away with disgust. "Why is the daughter-in-law here so stupid? I can't see it. The voice is not good. Will the report letter be written?" Xishan hesitated for a moment. "He will." Miss Song closed her eyes and endured it. If she didn't know, she came to ask me. Xishan breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay." Mother-in-law to the ending sound was raised, wrapped in pleasure, and there was a sweet smile on his face. If A Chung sees this scene, he should doubt his life again. Song Huajia directly tore up the manuscript. Hua Wan withdrew her gaze from the stairwell and smiled. "Sister-in-law, you care about Shang Shang very much." Song Huajiao's expression stopped and refused to admit it. What kind of problem happened to Wen Ting's happy people was Wen Ting who had the greatest impact. "I can't let my son have any accidents." Still using this excuse, Hua Wan covered her lips and sneered. "Sister-in-law, you are hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. Let's see how long you can be hard-mouthed." "Miss Song, what are you laughing at? I've seen it all." Song Huajia threw all the shredded paper into the trash can and hummed softly. She definitely didn't care about Xishan. Plagiarism has always been difficult to define. Fortunately, Xishan submitted evidence. The gem organizer confirmed Xu Beibei's plagiarism and issued an announcement, kicking Xu Beibei out of the award list and asking another design work to make up for it. The Communist Party of the Communist Party of the Communist Party of the Communist Party of Uni took 2 days to get the result of this matter. It can be said that Gem is very efficient. At the same time, Xishan also received an invitation letter from the organizer. Gem invited her to attend the award ceremony in Hong Kong City. Last year, Xishan couldn't attend for some reason, but he has to attend this year no matter what. Xu Shang asked the school for leave in advance, got the leave note, and bought a ticket to Hong Kong City. Karen, who didn't contact her for a while, called. Ancestor, how is your study recently? The conscientious agent asked her about her study first. Xu Shang just walked to the school gate, and the car was parked on the side of the road. Xu Shang got into the car, and it was okay. Then come to a place with me in a few days. Where is it? I won another audition opportunity for you. How about it? I treat you well, don't you? Karen's task is to cultivate Xu Shang into a career batch. The role that Xu Shang is going to audition for this time is a generation of demon concubines, the kind of role that will stir up the whole court upside down. The scene is neither too much nor too little, so it should be moderate. But he is also a weighty supporting role, running through the whole play. And Xu Shangmei, that kind of beauty comes out of the bones, which can not only pretend to be pure but also be a demon. How suitable it is with the character. Otherwise, he wouldn't let Xu Shang have a try. Brother 6, but what exact day did you say in a few days? What's the matter with you? Yes, I'm going to Hong Kong City in a few days. What are you going to do in Hong Kong City? Karen opened the tablet and looked at the schedule above. The audition will be at 10 a.m. The day after tomorrow. There is no overlap, right? I'm going to Hong Kong City to participate in an event. Well, it's also the day after tomorrow. Karen. What is more important than the audition? Xu Shang pointed his finger at the end of his eyebrows and quickly planned the time. Well, I changed the ticket to the afternoon and rushed to the airport after the audition. Karen seems to be smiling. You are really busy. Xu Shang, I can't help it. I have a lot of work to do. This ancestor is good, Karen smiled. Did you secretly take on any work behind my back? Xu Shang said, understatement, it's not that we have more skills, so we have a lot of work. This ancestor is still playing mystery with him. Karen's voice is deep, so what on earth are you hiding from me? Xu Shang smiled, no, believe that you have ghosts. Karen, back to the point. Where should I pick you up the day after tomorrow morning? Chapter 38. When the young grandmother didn't want to be a star, Shang thought about it and picked me up at school. Karen didn't say anything and hung up her ancestor's phone first. Xu Shang laughed out loud. On the day of the audition, the sky was clear and the clouds were not stained. When Xu Shang was about to go out, he said to Huo Wan, Auntie, you go directly to the airport at noon. I will leave after the audition. We will meet at the airport. Huo Wan is going to Hong Kong City with Xu Shang this time. She is going out. I'm happy. I know. Come on for your audition. Xu Shang smiled, okay. When he arrived at school, Shang went to the dormitory to draw pictures. Karen called her at the school gate. Xu Shang left the dormitory and got on Karen's Bentley Moshang. Good morning. Xu Shang said hello when he got on the car. Good morning. Karen looked at her. It was still hot. She was wearing an ankle-length skirt with suspenders and a thin cardigan on the outside. The pink color made her look like a delicate flower. The exquisite watch is worn on the wrist, and there is a thin necklace on the swan neck. The whole body is worth a lot, which is really luxurious and beautiful. This is the master who is not short of money. But he went to the crew audition. Play a small role. Karen was suddenly scared. Ancestor, don't tell me that you want to leave the circle one day. Xu Shang was looking at WeChat. Hearing the words, he raised his eyes slightly and wondered why you suddenly said that. This ancestor is so precious. If you don't have money, you really can't afford to support her. Who knows if you are going to come back to be a young grandmother and don't want to be a star. Nowadays, many celebrities marry into rich family, but she is already in a rich family. If you change this idea, anyone will feel comfortable to be a rich wife. Why should they work hard to film? Xu Shang touched his chin and smiled leisurely, but he didn't expect Karen to have such worries. What's good about the young grandmother? Only holding it in your hand is your own. She is a time merchant and doesn't cling to anyone. Her smile is slightly pale. You can calm down. I won't retreat rashly. Karen is still not at ease. Ancestor, you can't even have this idea. Xu Shang changed the topic lightly and didn't drive. Won't you be late for the audition? I still have to catch the plane. Karen started the car to go to the audition site. I suddenly remembered that I was fooled by her. You haven't told me what you are going to Hong Kong City for. Me. I'm going to attend an award ceremony. Karen waited quietly for her to speak. Just. Xu Shang dragged his tone and didn't hide it from him. This agent is a little easy to explode. The owner who didn't tease him just participated in a competition and won the prize. The organizer asked me to go there. I can't go. Ha ha, as expected, what is hidden from him? Can a woman's words be believed? Just look at this ancestor and you will know. You can't believe what a woman says, never believe it. What kind of competition? You say it directly. Don't ask me to vomit little by little. You're so annoying. Karen almost collapsed. The tone of Xu Shang is calm, and the gem jewelry design competition. A sudden break came, and Karen parked the car on the side of the road. Gem jewelry design competition. Xu Shang squinted and looked at him. Brother, why are you so surprised? Karen pointed at her blankly with her fingers, the kind of person who wants to smile or not. Shushang, you are really talented. Shushang's red lips are slightly curled, which is so-so. You haven't known my other ability yet, so you're shocked. Karen restarted the car and digested the news. He took out a piece of information from the locker and gave it to her. You take a look first. Shushang took it over. What is this? Karen said that it was the role you were going to audition for this time. Shushang put the information on his lap and looked down at it. Karen obviously did her homework, and the character analysis was marked on it, which was very detailed. Demon concubine. The span of this role is really large. Shushang hooked his lips, and interest flashed in his eyes. Karen said that since you are still a college student, in order not to delay your course and let you experience college life well, let you play some supporting roles to accumulate experience first, and then accumulate experience in the future. The agent is more experienced than her. Shushang nodded. I'll listen to you. The answer was too fast. Karen obviously didn't believe it and glanced at her, which was full of deep meaning. Shushang looked at him, didn't look at me, and drove seriously. Then Karen withdrew her gaze. The audition venue is in a certain building. Karen took Shushang to the audition room and introduced to the director that this was Shushang. The director looked at Shushang for a few times. Without further ado, this is the script. The director gave her 5 minutes to read the script. When Shushang was paying attention to the script, the director familiarly pulled Karen. Secretly, is this your newly signed artist? Karen nodded with a smile. That's right, she has acted in The Legend of Qingping before. The director has also heard of this big produced play, and he has also acted in The Legend of Qingping. There is no news. You, an artist, are fine. Karen still smiled. Well, she was very competitive with me. Arrive in 5 minutes. Shushang returned the script. As a ruthless demon concubine, you also need to have the ability to deceive people. Shushang closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyes became charming, and the tail of his eyes was slightly upturned, and he was so romantic that you had to be hooked. During the change of eyes, even the atmosphere around changed. The script given by the director happens to be the part where the emperor discovered the true face of the demon concubine. Love. When it comes to the word love, the demon concubine only feels ironic. Shushang covered his lips and smiled. When he lowered his head and raised his eyes were like silk, and he was naturally charming. Nana, my voice is loud. I approached you from the beginning just to subvert this dynasty. Your Majesty, do you ask the bottle of love? The only thing that brings love is the Ungling King who was killed by you. Shushang's eyes were pressed down, and his eyes became fierce, but his eyes were still full of charm. I don't know whether the water light flashing in his eyes was for the emperor in front of him or for the dead man. He couldn't see the heart between love and hate. I have never loved you. The emperor who drank poisoned wine died in front of the demon concubine. Shushang knelt on the ground and raised his hand as if he was holding a person. His head leaned down slightly, and a tear dripped from his eyes, which was broken and gorgeous. She knows that she shouldn't love. But how can you control such a thing as love? It is like a maggot attached to the bone, which makes you unable to stop. The enemy of handblade love, this demon concubine's heart can't move. Shushang turned his back and wiped his tears. Then he turned around, and the emotions on his face were clean. It's simply free to collect and release. My performance is over. The director laughed. Karen, it's okay. It can be regarded as an affirmation of Shushang. Without any surprise, Shushang got the role of a demon concubine. Leaving the building with Karen, Karen said, I won't see you off when you go to the airport. I'll pick someone up. No problem. Huo Wan had arrived early when Shushang arrived at the airport. I'm sitting in the cafe waiting for her. Huo Wan ordered a few desserts for her. Shang, did you pass the audition? Chapter 39. At this age, who doesn't have a pastime? Shang nodded, and his eyebrows were flying. If I ran, of course I would pass. Huo Wan looked like sure enough, and the words of praise were spit out as if she didn't want money. Shang, you are awesome. I can cure diseases, know jewelry design, and act. My god, how can you be so excellent? Shang, auntie is so rare. You are really a treasure. This wave of rainbow fart was blown to her, and Shushang bent his eyes and smiled shallowly, without any fluctuation. She knows that the rich woman is deeply in love with her. Huo Wan held Shushang's face and rubbed her delicate face like a flower with both hands. Shang, I will recognize you as your goddaughter. Shushang was shocked in an instant. Rich woman, don't love me too much. Huo Wan's eyes are hot. She has a daughter across a man. The daughter I want is like you. Shushang felt that his face was squeezed to deformation. He took away the rich woman's hand, and there was a trace of disbeliance in his eyes. Auntie, what are you talking about? Do you want me to have incest with Huo Wenting? This is against the law. Huo Wan reacted slowly and was upset. Yes, I almost forgot about this. My brain is really... Huo Wan laughed to herself. Shushang. Forgot? Can this be forgotten? Rich woman, don't be too outrageous. Seeing that Xu Xiao was shocked, she was afraid of scaring her. Huo Wan pinched the soft flesh on her face, like coaxing a child. Oh, hey, who made my aunt like you so much? It doesn't matter. The niece and daughter-in-law are the same. Auntie's love for you remains unchanged. Xu Xiao. You didn't say that just now. Huo Wan laughed. The clerk delivered the dessert. Huo Wan pushed her to the front of the merchant and looked at her carefully. She was the only one in her heart. Eat, these are all yours. Xu Xiang took a small golden spoon and scooped a small piece, put it in his mouth and tasted it carefully. It was sweet and delicious. The eyebrows are smiling, sweet and innocent. Huo Wan found that Xu Xiang usually likes sweet food, but he doesn't like too sweet food. Well, it's quite good to feed. If it's not enough to eat, order it again. The dessert is really healing, and Xu Xiang is satisfied. That's enough? Huo Wan took a sip of coffee and looked at Xu Xiang with her cheek. The rich woman's eyes were too hot. Xu Xiao lowered his eyes and turned his face slightly to avoid her eyes. After buying the bill, the two pushed the suitcase and left the cafe. Seeing a person in the distance, Huo Wan said, "Oh." Xu Xiao raised his eyes. "What's the matter?" Huo Wan looked ahead, and I seemed to see an acquaintance. The distance was far away, and the other party was wearing a hat and a mask, which made it even more unrecognizable, and Huo Wan was not sure. Xu Xiao didn't see anything and didn't care. "Auntie, did you see it wrong?" "Maybe." Huo Wan did not continue to investigate deeply. Xu Xiao bought the first-class cabin. There are not many first-class people. Quiet and quiet. Xu Xiao took out his pen and continued to draw the unfinished picture. Seeing that she was busy, Huo Wan did not disturb her. She put on her headphones and clicked on the game on her mobile phone. It was enough to pass the time. It's about 3 hours to sail. When the two arrived at the port city, it was evening. The sunset dyed most of the sky orange, like a beautiful and soft ribbon. Beautiful. The gem organizer arranged hotels for all the invitees. After getting into the taxi, Xu Xiang reported the location of the hotel. The driver is a warm middle-aged man who speaks a not very smooth Mandarin. "Excuse me, are you from the mainland?" Xu Xiao nodded with a smile, "Yes." "Welcome to Hong Kong City. There are many interesting places in Hong Kong City. Have a good time." The driver also gave Xu Xiang a map of the port city, which marked some tourist attractions. Xu Xiang thanked politely. Huo Wan lowered the window and looked out. The wind blew in and messed up her hair. Huo Wan pressed her flying hair with her hand, and her tone was calm. "I had been to Hong Kong City before." Xu Xiang looked at her. "When?" Huo Wan closed the window of the car, and the wind in the carriage became still. The past flashed in her mind, and she couldn't stand the waves. Huo Wan smiled softly. "It happened when she was young. It has a light tone. Who hasn't lived to this age yet?" Xu Xiang hugged Huo Wan's arm and his voice was bright. "Auntie, it's my first time to come to Hong Kong City. Can you take me around later?" Huo Wan readily agreed, "Of course." Xu Xiang raised his eyebrows. "When I finish my work here, we will play for a few days and then go back. But won't this delay your filming?" "Yes." Xu Xiang shook his head and didn't care about Karen's advice. "No, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm not the leading actor." Huo Wan swore that although not yet, it will definitely be in the future. "Auntie believes in you." Xu Xiang laughed softly and clicked his head. The car is parked outside the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Huo Wan and Xu Xiang got out of the car, and the hotel porter greeted them out and took the suitcases in their hands. Xu Xiang took out the invitation letter and checked in at the front desk, and the porter helped deliver the suitcase to the door of the room. The service is very good. At dinner time, she was hungry. After packing her luggage, Huo Wan took Xu Xiang out. The aunt, nephew and daughter-in-law had dinner at the Cruise Air restaurant and wandered outside for several hours before coming back. The night view of Hong Kong City is colorful and beautiful. I took a photo with great interest and sent it to Miss Song. Miss Song looked at the two people who were laughing heartlessly in front of the bustling night scene, rolled her eyes and did not intend to reply to them. "Oh, who wants to care about them?" Gem's award ceremony starts at 2 p.m. As soon as Xu Xiang finished the breakfast delivered by the hotel, a group of people came in from outside the door. All kinds of dresses were hung on the hangers and pushed in. Others were holding luxurious and brilliant jewelry boxes in their hands, which was very powerful. Xu Xiang was stunned. "Auntie, what are you doing?" Huo Wan patted her hands. "Of course, it was the person who came to dress you up. Since you want to go on stage to receive the award, of course, you should dress up beautifully, and don't let the light be suppressed by others." Xu Xiang. "There is no need to exaggerate so much, right? The rich woman has always been the same for this kind of money-consuming thing. People have been found for Xu Xiang, and the equipment is also complete. Naturally, there is no reason for her to mess up." Pressing Xu Xiang on the chair. A group of people were busy with her. Xu Xiang looked at Huo Wan, who was guiding others in the mirror. "Auntie, where did you find so many people?" Huo Wan looked over and smiled at her in the mirror. She forgot to tell you that Hua's group also has an industry in this port city. Xu Shang. After more than 2 hours of dressing up, Xu Shang's face was radiant. Looking at himself in the full-length mirror, Xu Shang sighed that, as expected, people who have been packaged with money are different. However, is it really so grand? Chapter 41 of The Inferiority of Men is Lustful. She doesn't seem to be going to receive awards in this battle, but like walking on the red carpet. Auntie, will it be too much for me to do this? Xu Shang turned around and stopped talking. No, it won't. Huo Wan held her shoulders, hugged her, and turned around to face the mirror together. You are the best. The most dazzling tonight must be you. The champion is going to show the momentum of the champion. Isn't it really an exaggeration? You will know when you get to the scene. Huo Wan also changed into a dress, with a close-fitting black skirt and plush shawl, with high heels. The rich woman with a harmonious face was grandly dressed, graceful and noble, and there was a flame that could not compete for. The Gem Award ceremony was held on the 17th floor of the Grand Hyatt Hotel. At 1 to 4, Xu Shang and Huo Wan took the elevator to the 17th floor. The elevator opened, and the red carpet was spread all the way on the ground. The red carpet is full of flower baskets, and the guests are full of laughter. Huo Wan and Xu Shang are among them, which is not conspicuous. There is really a red carpet. Xu Shang smiled inexplicably. Outside the gate, 2 security guards on the left and right stopped them. The 2 ladies, please show the invitation letter. Xu Shang and Huo Wan handed over the invitations respectively. The security guard read and passed. The heavy door immediately opened, and the receptionist led them into the inner hall. Xu Shang tilted his head and whispered to Huo Wan, Auntie, the security measures are really strict. Huo Wan also tilted her head, and their heads were leaning against each other. Don't you know? The head of Gem Jewelry was assassinated and almost died. So scary? Huo Wan comforted, don't be afraid. The big man was bitten by a snake for 10 years and was afraid of the well rope. Now he is cautious. There will be no problem on such an occasion. Xu Shang nodded. The banquet hall is like another world, luxurious and intoxicated. The huge glazed chandelier above the head emits a blazing light, and the floor light can identify people. The women's skirt is fluttering, mixed with the man's suit, and the smell of wine is lingering, and the scene is beautiful. Xu Shang finally understood the meaning of Huo Wei's words. This is not a simple award ceremony. It is obviously a purposeful place of fame and fortune. Gem Jewelry is a leading jewelry enterprise in Hong Kong City. People from all walks of life who pursue fame and profit are mixed in it, and it is easy to determine the life and death of others by talking and laughing. The bartender paused beside them with a wine plate. Huo Wan took a drink and handed it to Xu Shang. She herself held a red and blue cocktail, which was gorgeous and poisonous. Xu Shang looked down and felt a little wronged. Huo Wan smiled and said, Shang, you are too young to drink. Except for Wenting, the men outside are all bad guys. You can't drink outside when there are no adults. Where is she too young? Make it clear. I'm so angry. Xu Shang licked his lips and still wanted to taste it. Huo Wan still didn't allow it. Good baby, you drink, and you will go on stage to receive the prize later. Xu Shang. She doesn't seem to be very good at drinking. Hearing this, Xu Shangyan, who was itching, breathed down. At noon, the 2 of them ate something casually to cope with their stomachs, and there was a snack area in the venue. Huo Wan pulled Xu Shang over and picked up an exquisite snack and stuffed it into Xu Shang's little mouth. Xu Shang, one by one. There were cake crumbs stuck to her lips, and Huo Wan wiped her lips. Today's rich woman is particularly mature and takes care of her thoughtfully. Just like an elder, he is proud to see his child win the prize. Huo Wan was invited by the boss of Gem Group. If Xu Shang hadn't come, Huo Wan would not have come alone. Auntie. Xu Shang was about to say something when the host's voice came from the stage. On a good day, welcome all ladies and gentlemen. Next, the award ceremony of Gem's 23rd jewelry design competition officially begins. The guests gathered up with wine or drinks in their hands. In the opening rumor, the general manager of the competition, Kafil, announced the winners of the competition. From the 5 excellent awards to the 3rd runner-up, the applause below was flooded, and the waves generally did not break, which gave the Gem Group enough face. In the field of fame and fortune, the virtual and the snake are basic social. Of course, the powerful in Hong Kong City look down on this game, and the power is for Mr. Louis's face. The winner of the championship was. But Phil deliberately sold out, looked down at the list of winners in his hand, and announced in front of the microphone, Nian Jia. Huo Wan was so excited that she almost stamped her feet and screamed in a low voice. Shang, it's your turn. Go up and get the prize. Nian Jia. The name is a little familiar. Isn't Nian Jia the winner of last year's championship? But Nian Jia didn't come last year. Did she come this time? Some good people looked sideways and wanted to capture Nian Jia's figure in the crowd. Xu Shang lifted his skirt and walked up, and the graceful figure walked through the crowd to the direction of the stage. Hello. Xu Shang walked to the stage and nodded slightly to Kafil, who had a beard. His smile was just right, but he was more dazzling than the light. So, everyone's eyes gathered on her, fixed on her, stunned for a second, and stunned for 2 seconds. Not to mention, Xu Xiang is slender, but it is not an unexpected dress. She is thin where she should be thin, and there is flesh where there is flesh. The perfect figure of the willow waist and buttocks is really wonderful. The lake blue evening dress on her body vividly shows her figure, which is pure and enchanting. It is enough to make the men present deeply covet this beauty temptation. Congratulations, Nianxia. Thank you. Xu Xiang shook hands with Kofil and took over the golden trophy with a black base. The gold is made of pure gold. Gem itself is made of gold and is not short of money. This trophy represents Gem's face and pride, and it is also the honor of her champion. The flash kept flashing, and the photographers under the stage took photos of Xu Xiang and Kofil. Finally, the other winners took a group photo of all the people on the stage. This is the end of the award ceremony, and the next is the reception. Choi Young-min poked the dull person around him with his elbow. Brother, are you stupid? Karen mechanically turned her head and looked at Choi Young-min, and then looked at the figure who came down from the stage in all directions. She seemed to step on your heart with every step. She. Choi Young-min, do you know her? This question is not just an acquaintance. This aunt is going to blind his dog's eyes tonight. Choi Young-min asked lazily, who is she? She is Xu Xiang. Choi Young-min's mind is still circling with that charming body. One of the inferiority in a man's bones is lustful. Even if he doesn't like this woman, he will be attracted by beauty. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. Choi Young-min's deep eyes followed Xu Xiang's figure. When he saw Xu Xiang walking to Huowe's side, there was no doubt that this was his cousin-in-law. Choi Young-min, damn it, my cousin-in-law is so beautiful. Karen smiled. If I'm not beautiful, I'll sign her. Choi Young-min touched his chin and pondered, so the person you saw on the roadside at that time was her. Chapter 41 Anyway, they also disliked each other and saw that Choi Young-min was amazed. Karen was more confident in her vision. He looked at the direction of Xu Xiang and nodded. That's right. Choi Young-min gave him a thumbs up. He can dig up my cousin-in-law. Awesome, brother. That must be. Karen's heart is empty, but the momentum on her face must be held. Baby, let's go. I'll take you to meet your cousin-in-law. By the way, congratulate her and surprise her. Gem's people came to greet them at this time, and Karen could only stop thinking for the time being. Huo Wan took Xu Xiao's hand and was very excited. Shang, you just behaved very steadily and didn't have stage fright at all. You are really worthy of our Huo family. I also took a lot of photos for you. Xu Xiao looked down. Does it look good? Of course it looks good. Huo Wan clicked to open the mobile phone album. Well, take a look. Xu Xiang took the mobile phone, and Huo Wan took Xu Xiao's trophy. Oh, hey, the heavy trophy almost couldn't hold it firmly. This trophy is pure gold. I'm dying. Xu Xiang raised his eyes and glanced at her. Huo Wan bent her eyes and smiled at her. This trophy is put in the luggage. Our luggage will be overweight, right? Xu Xiang couldn't help hooking his lips when he heard the words. The rich woman just likes to exaggerate. But I have to say that Huo Wei's photography skills are really good, and she is very beautiful. Xu Xiang turned on the praise mode sweetly. Auntie's photography skills are really good. Huo Wan accepted her praise without any burden. Of course, your aunt and I almost became a photographer back then. Xu Xiang laughed. Miss Nianxia. But Phil took a glass of champagne and shuttled through the crowd fluently. With a few words, he blocked the guests who were ready to come to greet him. He walked straight to Xu Xiang and others, and Miss Hua was also there. Looking at the familiar aura between the two of them, but Phil understood that you knew each other. Huo Wan took Xu Xiao's arm, which must be to the extent of showing off, not just knowing each other. This is my niece-in-law. But Phil is an authentic Hong Kong native. After thinking about the title between their relationship, he realized and understood. Unexpectedly, Miss Nianxia got married at a young age. Indeed, the future is boundless. The future is boundless. It is unknown whether to win the championship or marry into the Hua family. Xu Xiang didn't care and smiled. Mr. Phil, I'll introduce myself again. My name is Xu Xiang. Ke Feiyan took a sip of wine, with a deep smile and a deep city. Miss Xu Xiang, you are an excellent talent. Do you intend to sign a contract with our gem group to become a gem jewelry designer? Xu Xiangwan refused. I'm sorry, Mr. Phil, I personally prefer a free environment. Refuse is a violation of status for those who are superior. But Phil's smile stopped, and Miss Xu Xiang stopped thinking about it. The smile on Xu Xiao's face did not dissipate. Thank you very much for Mr. Phil's trust and importance in me, but I know that I can't bear your trust at my current level. If I have the opportunity in the future, we can cooperate. Huo Wan smiled and said, Mr. Phil, our Shang is still a college student now. He is usually busy filming, and he is really too busy. We can only express our regret for this matter. A man in black came over and said, Mr. But Phil, Mr. Louis is looking for you. But Phil raised his eyes and smiled. Miss Huo, Miss Shishang, then I'll be the first to accompany you. Huo Wan nodded and smiled back. You are busy. But Phil left with his men. Huo Wanla asked curiously, Gem Group still has a lot of qualifications and background, but Phil personally invited you, why didn't you agree? Signing a contract with Gem Group means that all the copyrights of my future works are in the hands of Gem. Auntie, my goal is not to be in this port city. Where is it? Abroad. Gem Jewelry is not the world's top jewelry brand. Who doesn't want to pick the top one after picking the following fruit? If you want to pick the largest and sweetest one. I'm still young. I want to go outside and have more bumps. There's no need to confine myself in Gem now. People's eyes should not be limited to the present, but also in the future. If you look at the long term, there will be more opportunities. Huo Wan is both gratified and worried. It seems that you have an idea in your heart, but will it be too tiring for you? Not at all. Xu Shang shook his head, his tone was relaxed, with a smile, I am a free body, and everything is casual. If I really sign into Gem, I have to submit the design draft on time, which is tiring. She is smart and talented. Who doesn't like such a wonderful person? Huo Wan laughed. It seemed that her aunt was superficial. Xu Shang clung to Huo Wan and spoiled her. How can she? I know that my aunt cares about me in her heart. If Miss Saw can be like Huo Wan, Shisha's life will have no regrets. But most of the time, this life should be separated by regrets and joys and sorrows, which seems to be painful and complete. When the water is full, it overflows. In this world, there is nothing complete. Huo Wan was happy when she heard this. Shang, are you hungry? If so, eat some snacks. Wow. Others came here to talk about thousands of dollars in business. Huo Wan and Shishang seemed to be attending a family banquet. Shishang stuck out his tongue and didn't have enough to eat here. After the drinking party, we will go out to eat something delicious. Huo Wan felt the same way and nodded repeatedly. I think so too. We are really heart to heart. Huo's group is steadily rooted in the capital and in other cities. From domestic to overseas, its strength is unfathomable. Huo Wan came to this port city. When the noble ladies of the port city saw Huo Wan, they would take the initiative to make friends. A wife came to find Huo Wan. Huo Wan was pulled to see other noble wives and asked Shishang to eat well before leaving. Shishang nodded and went to an inconspicuous place to avoid the hustle and bustle around him. But the light of the champion is here. Even if Shishang wants to keep a low profile, he can't keep a low profile. Other award-winning people made an appointment to come to her. She was disturbed by eating, and Shishangsim were not very happy, and she responded with a few words with a cold and perfunctory smile. When they were bored and left, she picked up a glass of champagne and was about to take a sip secretly, when she heard a cold voice. Shishang. Shishang turned his head and frowned. Xu Ying. This man is so kind to ask her to do something. If she pretends not to know each other, they will be very happy. Anyway, they also dislike each other. A trace of displeasure appeared in his eyes, and Xu Ying said with a smile, What do you call me? Calling my brother by his name, there is no education left. Xu Ying, what's wrong? Xu Shao covered his lips with his hand and opened his eyes wide in surprise. His pure eyes made her look very innocent, or did you forget to inform me when you changed your name? Chapter 42 What is the relationship between you and Xu Ying? The understated tone is full of yin and yang. I really don't know how to reply. Xu Ying was frustrated when he returned to her, his mood was depressed, and his face was even more ugly. Xu Shang. The voice became a little quieter, wrapped in frost. In mind for the current scene, he didn't get angry on the spot. After all, he wanted to save some face. Xu Shang felt that his reaction was very funny, so he responded with a smile, Oh, I'm here to Xu Ying's face cracked, and the anger in his eyes could not be suppressed at all. He really didn't expect that the Chamber of Commerce would win the gem jewelry competition at this reception. The beauty who was just shining on the stage was obviously the disgusting face he was familiar with, but he almost didn't dare to recognize it. The difference is too strong. Xu Ying's eyebrows and eyes were cold. I asked you, did your mother know that you came here? Xu Shang twisted a piece of snack, which was exquisitely and beautifully made, pink and glutinous, with 8 petal patterns printed on it. It seems to be a flower rack, but in fact it is not. All kinds of snacks on the long table are not only beautiful but also delicious. Xu Shang couldn't help showing off a few more pieces. Xu Shanghao took a small bite with his teeth and tasted the sweetness that melted in his mouth, as if even his voice was stained with sweetness. What you asked was my own business. Why did you let her know? Xu Ying's tone is rushing. Don't you know that your mother was also a jewelry designer when she was young? I know. Xu Shanghao doesn't care, but so what? What does this have to do with me? He is very funny. Looking at her indifferent look, Xu Ying sneered. You inherited this talent from your mother. Otherwise, she will make a name for herself in this competition at a young age. Dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes, and the son of the mouse makes holes in the ground. It may be cruel, but this is the reality. Reality is originally intertwined with cruelty, and the world of materialism is full of reality, 6 on the ground. Shu Sheng pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled gently. Is it hereditary? Maybe. Maybe it has something to do with it, and Shu Sheng doesn't deny it. Noi saw that you didn't seem to admit my excellent appearance. You probably didn't know that I had been to Shi's house a few days ago. Shi Ying stared at her. What did you do at Shi's house again? Of course, I'm going to ask for the blame. Shi Beibei plagiarized my design work. Originally, she should have won the third prize in this competition. Unfortunately, the gem organizer judged that she was plagiarized. It's really a pity, otherwise you would be able to see her here today. It's a pity, but there is no regret between the lines. Shu Ying suddenly pursed his lips and stared at Shu Sheng with cold eyes, trying to distinguish the truth of Shu Sheng's words. Shu Sheng lifted the drooping hair on the side of his ear. It seemed that Shi Beibei and Miss Saw felt ashamed, so they didn't tell you about it. He nodded in trouble. It's true. Shu Beibei, a person who wants to die for face, dare not admit that he is ordinary. So blood is really wonderful, isn't it? I have lived outside these years and have not received elite education like you, but I have inherited Miss Saw in my blood. When I was raised by her, I didn't inherit any of her advantages. Full of ridicule. Shi Ying's face was pale and white. That's enough? Shi Ying's voice was calm. Oh, yo. This is angry. Shu Sheng was in the interest and laughed too lazily. You don't believe it, do you? If you don't believe it, you can ask Miss Saw. I don't need to lie to you. He will ask whether it's true or not. Shi Ying looked at her smug appearance and gritted her teeth. Shu Sheng, you made Beibei unable to go to Beijing University. I haven't settled with you about this matter. Oh, yo. She is so scared. Shu Shengyan smiled and looked at his gloomy eyes. So now you want to settle accounts with me? You. Shu Sheng doesn't give him a chance to talk. If you feel that the truth is on your end, feel free to argue with me, or you'd better keep your mouth shut. Shu Sheng brought the wine glass to his mouth and took a quick taste. There was no special taste, but the taste of wine was not good, so he just put it back. Shu Sheng, you are really strange and disgusting now. Shi Ying's eyes were cold. Shu Sheng didn't care about his cold and piercing tone, and his reaction was plain. Oh, it's strange, but it's a little bit the same. I see that you are also disgusted. Come with me. Shu Ying grabbed Shu Shao's hand and was about to take her away. He was so strong that he didn't care whether she was in pain or not. Of course, Shu Sheng doesn't want to go with him. Who wants to go with this beast? Let go. You want to make a fuss in public, don't you? Shu Ying didn't care. Mr. Shu Ying. Karen came over at this time, followed by Fu Yaoming, who put her hands in her trouser pockets. Karen looked back and forth at them with a trace of inquiry. Do you know each other? Isn't there something special about when both of them have the same surname? Shu Sheng took the opportunity to shake off Shu Ying's shackles, frowned and gently rubbed his wrists. He could pity Shi Beibei. She was just casual. What a double standard. He knew him, but he was not familiar with him. Shu Ying's voice is cold. My sister. Both of them spoke at the same time. Karen. Shocked him. Shu Sheng pulled his lips and mocked. Why do you recognize your sister here? Where did the bad smell come from? Need to change. Shu Ying's expression cracked. Shu Sheng. Mr. Shu Ying, there are a lot of people here. If you have something to say, please say it. Karen acts as a peacemaker, and Shang can't stand your scare. The call was really intimate. Shu Ying thought for a moment, and his eyes didn't know the meaning. What's the relationship between you and Shu Sheng? Karen stretched out her hand and formally introduced herself. I am Miss Shu Shang's agent. If Mr. Shu Ying has any questions about Shang, you can contact me. I have plenty of time in this regard. The tone is smiling, but there is no enthusiasm, let alone deliberately flattering. Shu Ying turned his eyes and fell on Shu Shang's aggrieved little face. Is there a mistake? Karen actually signed a contract with Shu Shang. Is this a joke with him? But obviously, no one was joking with him. Shu Ying took a deep breath. Shu Shang, which room do you live in? I'll come to you when the party is over. You are a big star, and I don't want to gossip with you. Shu Shang returned lightly. You. Karen stopped in front of Shu Shang without making a sound. Mr. Shu Ying, just come to me if you need anything. Shu Ying stared at Karen coldly and walked away. Just by looking at his back, I knew that he was very angry. But so what? Who doesn't have a temper? Shu Shang is not used to him. Karen raised her arm and glared at Shu Shang indifferently. Tell me, what's the relationship between you and Shu Ying? Shu Shang's mouth is perfunctory. It doesn't matter. Karen laughed angrily. Why are you kidding me? You haven't told me why you are here. Shu Shang threw the problem back with a smile, which seemed to be harmless to people and animals. Karen was suddenly speechless and guilty. Shu Shang immediately became upright. You knew that I was here to attend the award ceremony, but you didn't reveal any news to me. Chapter 43. I also wanted to see you for a long time. I looked over his shoulder and looked at Fu Yanming behind him. The man's hair was dyed into exaggerated Barbie powder, matched with his superior and delicate face, which was simply sensual, lustful and flirtatious. That face can be called a typical example of God chasing him to feed. All idols who can be top-class idols have strength. It is not easy for an idol to be popular for so many years. So far, domestic entertainment has not been able to pull out a person to fight with Or Yeoming. You said you were going to pick up someone, but you were going to pick him up. Shushan's eyebrows were stained with a smile, and the meaning of smiling but not smiling made Kailun didn't dare to look at her, so Shushan was more confident. They were all artists in your hands, but you left me alone. Brother treats her differently like this, brother 6. One big brother, the yin and yang's strange tone was pinched to death. Choi Yeoming, behind him, almost laughed out loud when he heard this. I haven't seen the eldest brother so blocked by others that he can't speak. This is the first time. It's quite interesting. Choi Yeoming didn't put a word and was optimistic about the drama outside. Karen pursed her lips and was silent. She forced to explain, where did the difference come from? Nonsense, I was going to give you a surprise. Shushan laughed. Surprise? Thank you, big brother. I didn't experience any surprises, I was just disappointed. Karen. Why are you disappointed? Are you disappointed? This ancestor is acting in front of him again, go. You still say that. Karen looked at her vigant appearance and turned against the guest. Lord, tell me clearly what your relationship is with that time. Why don't I know that you can still have a relationship with him? This? Shushan's eyes turned around, looking at the sky and the earth, but not looking at Karen. Karen laughed in the tone of Shushan. You have hidden a lot of things from me. Shang. Huo Wan got rid of the rich women surrounding her and came over. Shushan's tone was tinged with joy, auntie. Shushan breathed a sigh of relief. The rich woman was really her savior. The rich woman gathered the valuable shawl on her body and looked at Choi Yeoming. I just said that I seemed to see you when I was at the airport, and I didn't dare to recognize you. At that time, I was still thinking that who else could dye such coquettish hair except you. Is it a slut? Choi Yeoming is in a small mood. Auntie, what are you talking about? Huo Wan rubbed his pink hair, but it still looked good. This inexhaustible shape is all supported by his face. If you put it on other people's heads, it may be the scene of the disaster. Choi Yeoming posted it, but it was lively. I haven't seen you for many days. Auntie, you have become beautiful again. Huo Wan opened her eyes and smiled. I haven't seen you for many days, but your mouth is still so sweet. In fact, Choi Yeoming should have called her cousin, but Huo Wan didn't like the word Shesun and asked Choi Yeoming to follow Huo Wenting to call her aunt. Choi Yeoming raised his eyebrows, so I'm telling the truth. Huo Wan clicked the tip of his nose, and I like you to tell the truth. I didn't know that you and your cousin-in-law were also invited. If I had known, I would have come to Hong Kong with you. Choi Yeoming went to see Shushan and smiled with her lips. Cousin-in-law, it's my first time to meet you. Looking at Choi Yeoming's outstretched hand, Shushan raised his hand and shook hands with him, and he was about to leave. Hello, it's my first time to meet you. When I heard about you, I wanted to see my cousin-in-law for a long time, but I didn't have time. Shushan smiled meaningfully, and I also wanted to see you for a long time. Choi Yeoming, Karen, why doesn't he know? Shushan is light. It's a wonderful feeling to think that the big star is the person around me. Of course, I want to see what the big star looks like. It's a very appropriate reason. Choi Yeoming thought that his cousin-in-law should like him. Of course, it was not the love between men and women, but the love of chasing stars. Thinking that since he was a relative, he took the initiative to sign it. Cousin-in-law, I'll sign your name. Shushan opened his lips, thank you, but no, your handwritten signature is too much, I'm afraid I'll accidentally take it out and sell it. Choi Yeoming raised his eyelids. His eyelashes were long. When he raised his eyes, he was unconsciously seductive. He didn't seem to understand the market. Is my signature so expensive? I also sold it secretly on the internet. Shushan sneered, you can do business. Karen. You two are so outrageous. Huo Wan noticed the key point. Are you short of money? Auntie gave it to you. Shushan hurriedly said, no shortage, that is, no one will think that there is little money. Karen. You are the young lady of the Huo family. What nonsense are you talking about? Huo Wan suddenly felt uninterested and gently pressed the hair on her temples. It seemed that there was nothing interesting here. Let's leave first. Shang, Aunt will take you to spend money. Karen smiled. I still have something to do with Yeoming. Miss Huo, you should help Shang guard against Xiying. Huo Wan suddenly felt gloomy. Did Xiying come to disturb Shang? Karen sighed, didn't she? Huo Wan is very disgusted. Why is this person so annoying? Shushan took Huo Wen's arm. It's okay. I scolded him away. That kind of person can't affect their mood. Huo Wan and Shushan left early. Back at the hotel, the two changed their dresses and went shopping outside to eat delicious food in their usual clothes. When Karen received a call, Shushan and Huo Wan were watching a grand light show in Victoria Harbour. Hello. Ancestor, the contract of the crew of Qingjin side has been sent to the company. Don't forget to come to the company to sign the contract when you return to Beijing tomorrow, and then prepare to join the group for filming. The colorful lights of the high-rise buildings on both sides of the strait are gorgeous, illuminating half of the sky of the port city. The starlights on the ships on the sea float, forming a bright river of stars. The wind is soft and the night is blowing. Huo Wan was leaning against the fence, and her side face was illuminated with a strong sense of story, full of troubles. Hey, did you hear what I said? Why is it so noisy over there? Where are you now? Xu Shang felt that his voice was more noisy. The balance was tilted like Huo Wan's side. She pretended. What are you talking about? I can't hear it. Then hang up the phone. But any hesitation for a second is disrespectful to Karen. Looking at the phone that was suddenly hung up, Karen was inexplicable. Xu Shang walked to Huo Wan's side. Huo Wan turned her head. Whose phone number is it? Xu Shangxi was calm and leisurely, selling phone calls. They still called so late. Those people are really dedicated. Have you blocked the phone? Xu Shang smiled and blocked. That's fine. If you meet this kind of call, you will be blocked. Listen to your aunt. Huo Wan's heart is killing her, good baby. Xu Shang felt that he was spoiled and his tone was sweeter. Auntie, where will you take me to play tomorrow? Huo Wan thought about it. Disney, how about it? Huo Wan was obviously also interested. Xu Shang nodded. I think this is good. Chapter 44. After so many years, you didn't let him go and waited for the light show of the harbor to end, and the two returned to the hotel. Karen sent a message on WeChat. Xu Shang took a look and didn't reply. She washed up and went to sleep. The next day, she went to Disney with Huo Wan. Choi Youngming leaned against the wall of the hotel corridor, with one leg bent and the other leg stretched out and lazily. Can't his cousin-in-law's phone still be connected? Karen frowned. Let's go back to Beijing first. I still can't find my ancestors. I forgot to tell you that my aunt is more playful. Maybe she took my cousin-in-law to play. Karen thought that Shishang's work was not so urgent, so she returned to Beijing with Su Yoming first, but did not forget to send Shishang a few sneer emojis. For 2 days in Hong Kong City, Huo Wan took Shishang to play almost all the fun places, and she also went to Langufang. She almost went to the stage to dance disco, but she was still measured. After playing enough, the two returned to the capital. Back to Huo's house, Shishang gave her the perfume she bought for Song Huazhang. Miss Song took it proudly. You don't need to bring these things to me next time. I have them all. Xu Shang smiled obediently and felt that it was very suitable for his mother-in-law's temperament, so he bought it with the bonus I won in the competition. The organizer also awarded me a trophy. Song Huazhang took a look at the golden trophy and took it back to the room. Okay. Xu Shang went upstairs. Song Huazhang watched her disappear at the corner of the stairs, took off the perfume lid, pressed the pressure pump, and sprayed the perfume on his wrist. He rubbed it gently on the other wrist, and then put it under his nose to smell it. Charming with a clear fragrance, the floral fragrance is natural and elegant, the middle note is indifferent and dignified, the tone is steady and warm, exuding a hazy and elegant fragrance, just like the gentle charm of a woman. This perfume is not bad. Although it's not her favorite brand. Song Huazhang raised his eyes and saw Huo Wan, who was absent-minded. He stretched out his hand and shook it in front of her eyes. A Wan. Huo Wan looked at her. What's wrong? Song Huazhang is strange. Why are you in a daze? It's nothing, sister-in-law. It seems that you like the perfume Shang Shang gave you very much. She picked it for a long time. Miss. Song's mouth is hard and she doesn't admit it. It's just so-so. It can still be used. I don't dislike this taste. Huo Wan stretched out her waist. She was so tired these days that I also went back to my room. Song Huazhang looked at her back and his eyes were full of meditation. Although Huo Wan tried her best to behave as usual, how could Song Huazhang not see her change after living together for so long? Miss Song stopped Huo Wan. Wan, are you really going to Hong Kong City this time to accompany Shishang? Of course, otherwise, I can't rest assured that Shang Shang goes to that kind of place. Huo Wan speaks very fast. The more so, the more unusual it is and the more unrelicable it is. Song Huazhang hummed like nothing. Haven't you put him down for so many years? Xu Shang put down his luggage and went downstairs. I only saw Song Huazhang alone in the living room. There is a faint smell of perfume in the air. The smell of this perfume is long-lasting, not strong, but very good and has a long aftertaste. Xu Shang smiled silently. Mother-in-law, I'm going to Lexing Entertainment, and then I'll go back to school to cancel my leave. Song Huazhang didn't look at her. Let's go. Xu Shang was about to leave when Song Huazhang stopped her again. Shishang. Xu Shang stopped. Song Huazhang asked indifferently, what have you played in Hong Kong City these 2 days? You haven't met any strange people, have you? Xu Shang reported the itinerary of the next 2 days, and then said that he didn't meet anyone, but he met Thoi Yangming at the award ceremony. Song Huazhang waved his hand. Xu Shang asked A Chen to take her to Lexing. Knowing that Shang was coming, Karen was waiting in the office. Seeing Xu Shang stroking slowly, Karen sneered and was finally willing to come back from the port city. Xu Shang sat on the sofa. I had never gone out. It was rare to go out, so my aunt took me around. Just play. Can I still not let you play? You don't answer the phone or reply to the message. You are really good. Karen settles the score after autumn. He is angry. The eldest brother was angry, and the consequences were very serious. Xu Shang poured a cup of tea for Karen, and the eldest brother invited me to have tea. My mobile phone was broken. I thought I would go back to the capital to fix it. Isn't it bad? Karen smiled coolly. Do you believe me? Xu Shang was calm and unhurried. I said I wanted to repair it. My aunt said that there was no need to repair the broken things. Before returning to Hua's house, she directly bought me a new mobile phone. Xu Shang took out a new mobile phone. She really didn't mean it. It can only be said to be God's will. The old mobile phone has been used for 4 or 5 years, and it should be scrapped. Karen took out the contract from the drawer. This is the contract. Sign it. Okay, big brother. Xu Shang looked through the contract and confirmed that there was no mistake in signing the name. Karen gave her a contract, saying that you should keep it yourself, and there is one more thing. Because of the needs of the role, you have to learn dance for the next half month. Just take out a business card and call the phone above. Xu Shang. Karen raised her eyes and pretended to be angry. Do you have any comments? Xu Shang shook his head. That's not true. I will study hard. That's right. If you dare to be lazy to me, hammer me to death. Karen threatened. No, brother, don't worry. Xu Shang smiled and flattered. Karen waved her hand and didn't want to see her again. Xu Shang was going back to school and stayed soon. She left the Lexing building with A Chung. Xu Shang went to cancel his leave first and then went back to the dormitory. Several roommates didn't have classes in the afternoon and were watching Korean dramas in the dormitory. These 3 people are so leisurely. Are you all here? Xu Shang put the gift bag in his hand on the table. Xu Ying, Lin Xiang and Yi Shuyi sat up from the bed. Shang Shang, are you back? Shang Shang, what good things did you bring? Is it a gift for us? Lin Xiang suddenly jumped in front of her. Xu Shangwei smiled. Yes, these gifts are all the same. You can take them yourself. Wow, thank you, Shang Shang. Shang Shang, you are so kind. Come on, smell one. The 3 of them were chirping. Xu Shang smiled and pushed away the fragrant kiss that Lin Xiang was going to send. You're welcome. As long as you like it. How can you not like it? They are all authentic delicacies in Hong Kong. They like delicious food the most. There are also several cute little ornaments, all of which are very good. We were still talking about when you would come back in the morning. Xu Ying was eating a pineapple bun and suddenly wanted hot pot. Tonight, I'll treat you. Let's go outside the school to eat hot pot. When he had time, Xu Shang nodded and agreed. In the evening, he had dinner outside with several roommates before returning to Hua's house. When there is no class at school, Xu Shang goes to the dance studio to learn dance. Of course, in the short term, Karen does not require Xu Shang to be trained. It's enough to know some simple dance moves. At least, it won't be so stiff when you dance. Then, there is no sense of beauty in front of the camera. She can't afford to be a demon concubine, and the role doesn't fit. Isn't it intentional to black yourself? Chapter 45 Sister, don't take advantage of the popularity of the movie Emperor to seek her position. Xu Shang is sober and hardworking. No matter how the dance teacher teaches her how to learn, she doesn't say much about her hard work. Even if she bumps and hurts her, she doesn't complain to anyone. Once, Hua Wan accidentally saw the bruises on her body and was extremely distressed. She bought medicine for her the next day. Xu Xiao's scenes were not filmed together. She, a supporting role, does not appear in every episode, and with her current coffee position, it is impossible for the director to focus on all her scenes. So when there is her scene, Xu Xiang will go to the crew. When there is no scene, I go to class at school and keep a low profile in a female college student. As for Hua Wenting, he was still dead, but despite this, Xu Xiang did not give up on him, and the precious medicinal materials continued to hit him. Time passed in this busyness. On Saturday, Xu Xiang received a screenshot from Karen on WeChat. There is also his yin and yang weird content. Xu Ying is promoting a small online drama, which is on the hot search. Click to open the picture at the time. The reason is that Xu Ying posted a content on Weibo, congratulations to my sister at Xu Beibei's new drama Little Joy. Below Weibo, sometimes Beibei's comments, thank you, brother, or love you, Xu Ying replied to her within a minute, go home. Early, brother is waiting for you, or love fans on the whole network watched the loving interaction between the 2 brothers and sisters. At brother Xu Ying, can't you have one more sister for me? Congratulations to my sister for killing Cheng. Congratulations to at Xu Beibei. Looking forward to the release of my sister's Little Joy. Xu Beibei also replied to the first hot comment of netizens, brother, I only have one sister. You can't rob me of me. It's simply domineering and cute. Who doesn't love her brother so much? Even passers-by won't blame her when they see it. Xu Beibei can be said to have a full sense of existence. Xu Ying is very good at guiding his fans. In addition, Xu Beibei has no bad style, so Xu Ying's fans also affectionately call Xu Beibei her sister. It can be said that Xu Beibei's fans have risen because of Xu Ying's fame. Xu Shang saw that it was just a sneer and replied to Karen, "Does it have anything to do with me?" Karen replied in a second, "Of course it doesn't matter." Xu Shao's thin and white fingertips poked the mobile phone screen and squeezed his lips a little harder. "When will the biography of Jinping be released?" "Oh, is she in a hurry?" Karen replied to her slowly, "It will be May or June next year at the earliest, ancestors. It will be the summer season, and the traffic will be large." Xu Shan didn't reply to him. Regarding the hot search of Xu Ying, the popularity remains high, and even the small online drama with Xu Beibei has been rushed to the hot search. At this moment, a marketing content quietly came out, as if to disturb the warm situation. A certain marketing account issued the content title "There is another hidden love about Xu Ying's sister," which gave a gimmick to the audience. The content of the article is full of sarcasm. When the popular movie Emperor Xu Ying's sister jumped up and down on the internet, she relied on this movie Emperor to suck waves of fans. It was really a blood-sucking steamed bun. According to insiders, Xu Ying's sister is someone else, not the one we all see now. I hope a sister will not come to the popularity of the movie Emperor. No one noticed this content at first. Until a good person posted the content link under the comment section of Xu Ying's Weibo, it was known to everyone. A large number of sailors secretly manipulated the content of this marketing account to the hot search. Netizens rushed to eat melons. What kind of underworld news is this? Isn't the movie Emperor just a younger sister? Sister at Xu Beibei, please explain, what does this marketing account mean? Which one is shameless to rub the popularity of my brother and sister? It's so hard to eat melons, but you can't eat all the melons. Seeing that it was hot, the marketing account deliberately released a smoke bomb again. Wait, the evidence will come soon. Haha, if there is evidence, don't release it early. This must be a fake melon. Everyone, let's disperse. The brothers and sisters of the Xu family in my heart at Xu Ying at Xu Beibei, do you two want to clarify quickly? Someone wants to rub your popularity. Neither of the two mains responded. The marketing account took advantage of the chaos to release evidence, and the rhythm and timing were very clever. The so-called evidence is the group photo of Xu Ying and Xu Shang. Of course, it is not a separate group photo of the two. There are other people in the photo. The faces of the other people are mosaic, revealing only the faces of Xu Ying, Xu Beibei and Xu Shang. I don't know if I don't compare. It's really scary to compare. Except for Xu Beibei, who has a beautiful and lovely face, the remaining two people model their faces, which seem to be exquisite. The marketing account posted a blog again, haha, to what kind of sister is Xu Beibei? The one in the photo is the sister of the movie Emperor. When the Navy pretended, Beibei's fans came to the comment section. Me too, hee too, I thought it was some evidence. You took out such a photo to pretend to be mysterious. At first glance, the woman is a plastic surgery monster. Don't get involved. Cut, it's not as good as our sister at Xu Beibei. The people in their circle came to show up and say, I'm fair to say that the more beautiful one is indeed Xu Ying's own sister. Do you need me to say that these two people look alike? She said she had plastic surgery. At that time, Ying also had plastic surgery. As for Xu Beibei, she does have a good relationship with Xu Ying. In such a situation, she eats melons rationally. Needless to say, Xu Shan and Xu Ying are very similar. Xu Sha's facial features are vivid. The photo has not been repaired either. It can be seen that she is pure. In fact, even clear-sighted people can see that Xu Shan is a pure natural face. But when Beibei's fans saw that their idol was washed away by someone who came out of nowhere, they also mixed in with the Navy. Xu Ying and his sister have been in love for so long. Why do people doubt the relationship between Xu Ying and Beibei? Everyone, don't be wronged by the marketing account. I think this marketing account is raised by that plastic surgeon. I just want to ask, does the plastic surgery monster have a Weibo? I'm going to see how shameless she is. Some enthusiastic people came out to show the way. I don't know if it's this at Shishang. Everyone rush cautiously. This account is indeed from Shishang. After signing the contract with Lexing, Karen applied for an account for her, and she has only been in business once so far. It's still a photo of Shishang practicing in the dance studio. In the photo, the tall and long-legged girl is wearing a pure white dance skirt with a slight sweaty face. The white and red face with excessive exercise is like a peach being picked by others, with a pure face and a beautiful posture. It's so beautiful. After rushing in, I was actually beautiful. Damn, this little sister is really beautiful. I can't laugh. Can plastic surgery not be beautiful? The eyes are so big, the corners of the eyes are open, the nose is so straight, the face is so small, the bones are cut, and the identification is completed. I'm a plastic surgeon, and I don't accept it. Family members, it's this plastic surgery monster who is getting hot. Stinky girl, climb for me, stay away from Xu Ying and her sister. Chapter 46. It was Xu Ying's sister who was exposed. It turned out to be plastic surgery. No wonder she doesn't even want her face. Die for plastic surgery. This woman's delusional disorder was a little serious, and I laughed directly. This plastic surgery woman is really ugly once. Plastic surgery women and abuse and ridicule appearing in the comment section, it is full of crazy malice. Some people are black for the sake of black, so as to vent their indifference and dissatisfaction in real life. They use the greatest malice and words to slander Xuxiang, and they are happy to do so. Those people holding knives didn't care whether the people who were stabbed were hurt or not. They were like crazy, thinking that they were holding the banner of justice, and they didn't care about the bayonet of Xuxiang who had been targeted by the public. There was no humanity at all. Therefore, this human nature is really complicated and terrible, and can't stand any scrutiny and testing. Xuxiang Weibo fell. Xuxiang's account is currently managed by Cao Yemin's team and also managed by Karen. Because Xuxiang's drama has not been broadcast yet, she is not very popular, and even the fans are only paid attention to by the team, and there are few fans. There was a movement on Weibo for a long time, and the staff behind it noticed it. When they went in to check it, they knew that something had happened. I didn't dare to go to find Karen with the slightest delay. Karen frowned when she saw the hot search, and the more she turned down, the more her face became. He, who has always handled things in an orderly manner, was blown up by those black fans for the first time. Before Xuxiang officially debuted, a large-scale online violence attacked her. The man behind him played really hard. If this matter is not handled well, Xuxiang's drama will be yellow, and Qingping Juan will also be affected. Then she has to withdraw completely. Karen didn't allow such a stain on his career resume. Xuxiang was playing games in the room when she received a call from Karen. She couldn't interrupt the team battle, and her whole family would be scolded by her teammates. She couldn't let her mother-in-law and aunt be scolded innocently, so she decisively hung up the phone. She doesn't respect her elders when she hesitates. Karen frowned. The situation was urgent, and the aunt still hung up the phone for him. Karen made the second phone call and walked back and forth in the office in a hurry. Seeing that the phone was connected, Karen shouted at the loudspeaker of her mobile phone. "Ancestor, it's burning ass." The game won, refreshing. Xuxiang crossed his legs and was very excited. What burned his ass? Karen gritted her teeth. It was revealed that you were Shi Ying's sister. Xuxiang was silent for a while. "Brother, you didn't do this, did you?" The tone was stained with a trace of coolness. Karen endured it and didn't get angry. "Am I crazy? Your play hasn't been released again. What am I doing at this time?" Xuxiang squinted his eyes. "Do you want to do this when my play is released? Is this the point?" Karen jumped because of her anger. "Ancestor, now is not the time to think about this problem." Xuxiang asked, "Who broke the news?" Karen laughed angrily. "I also want to know who is messing with you." Suddenly thinking of someone, Karen couldn't help guessing that it might be your brother, right? It's impossible for Xuxiang to be cut off. Xu Ying hated her so much that she couldn't deliberately expose this matter on the internet. The only possibility is Shi Beibei, who can't wait to let her die. She personally came to the face for plagiarizing her work. Shi Beibei, is this a dog who jumped over the wall and came up with such a trick? Xuxiang's heart is like a mirror at this time. What is the reaction of Xu Ying now? Karen went back to the computer to refresh the Weibo. The two of them held back and didn't respond. Ren Xuxiang was scolded to death. Karen sneered and didn't react. "Xiangxiang, I'll ask you solemnly once, what's going on with you and Shi Ying?" At that time in Hong Kong City, through Hua's attitude, he could see that the relationship between Xuxiang and Shi Ying was not only in harmony, but also very bad. So much so that Hua Wan would be disgusted when she heard Shi Ying's name. "You have to make it clear to me that I can handle this matter well, so as not to destroy the relationship between you and your family. How can there be any feelings? Only the lingering hatred is surging in my heart." Xuxiang's eyes overflowed with coldness. After a long silence, he said calmly, "The truth is that I am his own sister, and Shi Beibei is not, but they hide the truth and say yes. Brother, haven't you seen the drama that your family likes fake money on TV? Karen. The matter of the rich family is really complicated." Karen sighed, "I understand." Xuxiang's eyes are indifferent. He doesn't care about my relationship with them. It doesn't matter what it has to do with them. Karen sighed again. "In terms of blood, you can't get rid of them. I'm in charge. You don't care about netizens. Those keyboard warriors act as messengers of justice on the internet and can't wait to skin you. Xuxiang still has that unsalty attitude, I don't care." Karen. Xuxiang's face is black. "There will be traces of who did this, right? Brother, with your ability, can you find out who is playing the devil behind it? It's not so easy. It takes time and evidence. Stop talking. I'll deal with this matter first, and we'll talk about the rest later." Seeing that he was about to hang up the phone, Xuxiang hurriedly said, "Give me the password of my Weibo account." Karen, the alert. "What do you want to do?" Xuxiang is so angry. "I've seen it. I've been scolded so badly that I can't go back." Karen, hold your forehead, please calm down first. Hang up the phone. Xuxiang looked at the comments on his Weibo, and his eyes were aroused with some fierceness. It's really unpleasant. Click on WeChat to send a message to a friend with a Lotus avatar, help me hack an account. Before waiting for the other party's reply, the mobile phone rang first. Unnamed phone call. Xu Shao picked it up and waited for the other side to open her mouth first. Seeing her silence, the man's cold voice came. Xu Shao, can't you wait to reveal my relationship with you to the public? Save it. Even if you make such a sinister trick, I won't admit my relationship with you. Don't do these useless things. Xu Shao's face is dull and expressionless, which is just what I want. Xu Ying sneered. Oh, you asked the marketing account to release the news, didn't you want me to admit our relationship in person? This man is simply very sick. Xu Shao pulled the corners of his mouth. Why do you need to admit my identity? Don't put gold on your face. I didn't expose it. I don't want to spread any gossip with you. It's someone who is acting on the stage. I advise you to have this time to check who led the marketing account, but don't rely on me for everything. I don't suffer from this injustice. If I had known that she was clever and changed the key point, Xu Ying sneered and said it well, but what you did was not like that. Xu Shang, when will you stop being so hypocritical? Chapter 47 Xu Beibei, you look very ugly. Xu Shang seems to be smiling. Yes, I'm hypocritical. Are you satisfied with my words? You. Xu Shang interrupted him. You can go and declare to the outside world that we have nothing to do with us. If you say that, I'm so happy, really. Remember it. Don't say I'm your sister. I'm disgusting. Xu Ying laughed angrily. Are you talking hard? This thing is really self-righteous. Xu Shang opened a fight without hesitation. Are you stupid? Xu Shang mocked him word by word. If there is no evidence, you will come to me to force lie. You are still so righteous and give you face. Xu Ying, when will you stop being so stupid? Xu Shang returned Xu Ying's mockery of her, and she couldn't suffer such a loss no matter what she wanted. Xu Ying was so angry that he was dying. Unable to talk, he unilaterally ended the phone call. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he was extremely angry. Or it's up to Shishao's wish. This woman is really funny. Does he want to admit his relationship with her? Shishongte, don't want to rub his popularity and traffic. Karen just came up with a solution. Before he could take action, Xi Ying made a clear statement about the marketing account. My sister only has Beibei at Xu Beibei. As for the person who looks like me in everyone's eyes, she is just the daughter of my parents and has nothing to do with me, Xi Ying herself. I read it several times before I understood it, so the movie Emperor means that Xi Shang is indeed his own sister, but the two have a bad relationship, so the movie Emperor does not admit his relationship with this sister. Family members, is that what I mean? That's what it means. You are my internet substitute upstairs. Thank you. Maybe Xi Shang was adopted. It's a pity that Beibei is caught in the middle and spreads such a disgusting thing. It's disgusting. People in their circle came to say again that Xu Shang was not adopted, but born by the Xi family. Half a year ago, the Xi family once held a banquet for Xi Shang. People with channels can go to the capital circle to inquire. Some netizens replied below, are Xi Beibei and Xi Shang biological sisters? The poster replied, it's dear. Netizens are very curious, since they are close, why doesn't Beibei look like the other two at all at that time? The thread starter disappeared and didn't reply again. I don't know whether he was guilty or deliberately left room for imagination for a group of melon-eating netizens. Seeing this, Karen took a screenshot and sent it to Xi Shang. This netizen is so clear that he is obviously targeting you. If Xu Ying really wants to mess with you, that person won't be the fake money, right? Xu Shang, brother, find out the evidence so that I can slap in the face. Karen, now she wants to harm you. Do you have any black material about her? Xu Shang, yes. Karen, bring it quickly. Xu Beibei plagiarized Xi Shao's design works, and Gem Jewelry's judgment plagiarized announcement. Xu Shang wisely left a backup in case of emergency. Well, it's useful. Xu Shang packed all of them and sent them to Karen. Karen was shocked after reading these materials. Damn, how can this fake money be so shameless? Xu Shang deeply feels the same me, don't give her face, she will have no face. Xu Shang, brother, let me tell you, I have taken screenshots of all those black fans and sailors who scolded me. Karen tapped the keyboard faster, what do you want to do? Xu Shang, if you don't let Xi Beibei be scolded to death by the internet, I will go on the court to scold her in person. Karen, good, go, you don't have an account password at all, liao 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 tu liao. Look at him. Xu Shang poked the screen with his finger and smiled meaningfully on his face. Try it. Karen is too lazy to continue arguing with her. This matter is guaranteed to be solved perfectly for you. Karen showed her professional literacy to help Xi Shang turn the tide online. Xu Beibei deliberately asked the marketing account to release the news, the purpose of which was to create a poor little white flower for herself, and also to make Xi deny the relationship with Xi Shang in front of the public. Doing so can not only deepen the contradiction between Xu Shang and Xi Ying, but also do not want to have anything to do with Xi Ying in the future. Once and for all. 3 gains with 1 move. This matter is clear. However, Karen's focus is not on Xi Shao's life, and this is not what netizens really care about. Karen directly exposed the evidence that Xu Beibei plagiarized Shishang. He didn't have a pile of marketing accounts and sailors for fun. At the critical moment, he took out one casually for marketing. About the 1, 2, 3 things plagiarized by the younger sister of the popular movie Emperor Shi Ying a few days ago, Shishao and Xu Beibei participated in the gem jewelry design competition together, and Xu Beibei won the 3rd prize. After that, Gem issued an announcement to determine that Beibei plagiarized. Is the sister of the movie Emperor creating a false character? The picture shows all the evidence. Piles and pieces. Directly hammer Beibei to death. Netizens ate the melon of Shishang, and they didn't have enough to jump up and down. Then, Xu Beibei's plagiarism incident was secretly pushed to the hot search. Netizens poured in. Oh, this is a hammer. Oh, Ma, I really didn't expect Xu Beibei to plagiarize Shishang. The little white rabbit's character setting is really fake. After eating this, I can finally come out and say something. Isn't Xu Beibei just rubbing the heat of Xu Ying? I was almost sprayed to death when I said that before, but this is the truth. Each of their brothers and sisters is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. I respect the blessing, but now Xu Beibei is plagiarized, which makes me have to doubt whether Xu Shao's incident was directed and self-acting behind the scenes, which angered Xu Shang. Only then did Xu Shang release the evidence of her plagiarism. Xu Beibei, a green tea bitch, is really disgusting. Netizens changed from the marketing account to Beibei's Weibo comment area. Plagiarize the dog to die in place. What a shameless one. The plagiarism dog dares to jump around on the internet. Is it Xu Ying's courage to give you? Xu Beibei, you look very ugly. It turns out that the green tea bitch looks like you. I know it now. Xu Ying has no reason. I don't know that you plagiarized, do you? But he is protecting you. How can you be so disgusting? Those words of abuse and attack are now all on Xu Beibei. Xu Beibei's latest microblogget was still to promote the article of Little Joy. The original harmonious and fraternity comment area was rushed by netizens, so that Xu Beibei had to close the comment area urgently. As a result, netizens were too powerful. Relying on clicks and traffic, the entry hashtag Xu Beibei closed the comment area hashtag rushed to the hot search. Karen took the opportunity to kill the Navy and directly ruined Xu Beibei's reputation. Xu Beibei not only lost tens of thousands of real fans, but also lost the connection with passers-by. Even if Xu Ying has a relationship, the sober Xu Ying fans will no longer sell the face of her sister. Plagiarism dogs have always been the most hated. Chapter 48. The group of people in the Xu family are really damned. What's more, Xu Ying's diehard fans sent a private message to Xu Ying to make Xu Ying sober. Don't affect his career for Xu Beibei anymore. Plagiarizing dogs are unforgivable. If he protects Xu Beibei, it will make fans very cold. Xu Ying was not spared from this storm. After chatting with Karen, Xu Shang went downstairs holding his mobile phone tightly and called his aunt aggrievedly. This tone is heartbreaking. Huo Wan took her hand and sat down, with a trace of worry on her face. What's wrong? So pale? What's the matter? Song Huajiao stood up suddenly. Did something happen to Wen Ting? Xu Shang shook his head, not his mother-in-law. Song Huajiao breathed a sigh of relief, tied his hair, and sat back on the sofa as if nothing had happened. What's wrong? Huo Wan is really worried about Xu Shang. Shang, tell your aunt what happened. Xu Shang handed her the mobile phone. Huo Wan was so angry that her chest fluctuated when she saw those words cursing Xu Shang. Bastard. Huo Wan gritted her teeth and was so angry that her eyes were red. Huo Wan snatched her mobile phone and fighted in front of Song Huajiang. Sister-in-law, look, these bastards are scolding Shang. The mobile phone is almost pasted on her face. What does this make her look at? Song Huajiang leaned back tactically, fixed his eyes, and frowned. The slums are simply unbearable. Song Huajiao put aside Huowe's hand and looked at Xu Shang with cold eyes. What did you do to be scolded? Xu Shang squeezed his lips and his eyes drooped. The aggrieved look was not fake. Xu Beibei asked the marketing account to expose the relationship between me and the third brother. Their fans thought that I was rubbing the popularity of the third brother and came to scold me. Song Huajiao's eyebrows showed a trace of disgust. Where is Karen? Did he let this matter ferment like this? After the incident happened, he knew that he had already found a way to solve it. I just didn't expect Xu Beibei to do this. She probably knew that I had filmed a play and was afraid that I would rob the popularity of the third brother in the future, and then she would have nothing. So she came up with this self-destructive trick. Now, netizens are defending her. Song Huajiang is not angry. If you can think of this flaw, you are not too stupid. Xu Shang lowered his eyes, and his eyelashes trembled a few times, as if he was more wronged. The third brother publicly denied his relationship with me and did not recognize me as his sister. Of course, I don't need him to admit my identity to others. After all, the fact that I am a member of Xu can't be changed. But he watched me being scolded so badly by netizens. I couldn't figure out why he was so cruel to me when it was all his sister. Huo Wan gritted her back teeth because he was not human. This beast. Huo Wan hugged Shishan's shoulder and felt sorry for the child. She quietly gave Song Huazhang a winning. Song Huazhang pretended not to see her eyes and raised his face to remind her, Shishan, I told you earlier that if you want to enter the entertainment industry, the Huo family will not give you any shelter. Shishan pursed the corners of his lips, I know. Huo Wan stared at her pupils wide, sister-in-law. Do we have to watch Shang being scolded? Miss Song's words are cold and poisonous. What can we do with Karen to do these things? Entering the entertainment industry is Shishan's own choice. Now that he has experienced storms and rains, he also has to carry it for me, otherwise he will quit the circle as soon as possible. Save trouble. This doesn't mean, but it's true. Miss Song's attitude was cold to death, but Shishan was also used to it. She honestly said that Karen would solve this matter. Huo Wan gently rubbed her shoulder. Shang, let's not read those comments on the internet. Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. Xu Ying, that beast, doesn't admit your relationship. Okay. We don't need to recognize him as our brother. Shi's family has done such a notorious thing to you. We don't want such a family. In the future, we are the only ones in your family. Xu Shao was grateful and moved by the blatant maintenance. She nodded and thanked her aunt. Huo Wan Horoha will still be angry. Xu Ying did something so cruelly, didn't he? Then let's cut off relations with him and the Shi family. Song Huazhang called her A1. Huo Wanyi was indignant. Isn't it wrong to do this? Sister-in-law, think about how many disgusting things Shi's family has done to Shang, and now Shang is scolded. Tell me, where is there such a family? Song Huazhang glanced at Shishan. Xu Shao lowered his head and didn't say anything. He drooped his head and looked at it. Song Huazhang looks very annoying. Shishan, what do you think? Xu Shang looked up and raised her eyes slightly. A pair of black and white eyes were like an obsidian. She summoned up the courage to open her mouth. Aunt, mother-in-law, the Shi family held a welcome banquet for me half a year ago. Everyone said that I pushed Shi Beibei downstairs. The eldest brother asked me to kneel for most of the day, and the fourth brother beat me with a wooden stick. Later, Shi Beibei and I were kidnapped. She deliberately stabbed herself with a knife, but her parents and brother thought that I had hurt Shi Beibei. The fourth brother beat me up again. They left me in the wilderness, and finally the police took me to the hospital. At that time, I was facing the college entrance examination. I went to the exam with my injury. After the exam, I came to Hua's house. Maybe I can never find evidence to prove my innocence, but I swear that I have never done that to Shi Beibei. Xu Shang choked when he said this, his throat seemed to be blocked by a ball of cotton, and his eyes became sour. Huo Wan trembled with anger when she heard these words. Xu Shang took a deep breath and tried to smile. In fact, I don't want such a family anymore. This is the reason why I am willing to marry the Huo family. After all, it is better to marry here than to be studied everywhere in the Shi family. No wonder I saw that you were injured when you first came to Hua's house. Shang, why don't you tell your aunt about these things? Huo Wan burst into tears and hugged Xu Shang tightly and didn't let go. Aunt didn't know that you had suffered so much. The group of people in the Shi family were really damned. Xu Shang squeezed out a smile and comforted Huo Wan. It's over. Isn't it good now? After meeting you and your mother-in-law, I rarely think about the past. Huo Wan and she exchanged heads. Auntie believed that you were a kind child, and they had no eyes. How can such a merchant be a person who hurts others if he can let Feng Lao teach her medical skills and treat Wenting's illness? Huo's eyes suddenly burst out with anger. Sister-in-law, Shi's family is so hateful. Song Huazhang sobbed for a while, indeed. Xu Shang rubbed his eyes. Huo Wan was simply angry and distressed. Thinking of those times, her family was not comfortable all over. She wanted to kill them. Sister-in-law, directly let Shang cut off relations with the Shi family, or something more disgusting would happen in the future. Now that Shang has married into our Huo family, we definitely can't let her suffer such injustice anymore. Chapter 49. Such a person is not worthy to be your brother. Song Huazhang didn't say anything. Huo Wan was depressed to death. She gritted her teeth and said angrily. She didn't mention the past for the time being. Now that Shang has married into the Huo family, they still dare to treat Shang like this. This is no longer Shang's business alone. They are obviously openly provoking our Huo family. I really can't stand it. Song Huazhang raised his jaw slightly, but agreed with Huo's words. She didn't care what the Shi family was like about Shishang in the past, but Shishang will be on the Huo family's household registration, which is different from the past. They didn't pay attention to the Huo family. The Shi family is really arrogant. Huo Wan continued to say that we must ask the lawyer to prepare an agreement to break the parent-child relationship, so that Shang can leave that family, and they don't want to bully our Shang again in the future. Song Huazhang thought for a moment and turned his head to ask Xu Shang, do you think so too? Huo Wan stared at Xu, afraid that Xu would deny it softly. She was afraid that the child still remembered her family members who were not human. Xu hesitated for a few seconds and opened his mouth with difficulty in Huo's eyes. So many things have happened in the past 6 months, but no one in the family believed me and helped me speak. I really don't know what to do. Xu Shang bit her lip tightly. Her lips gradually turned pale, and she lowered her head. It seemed that it was difficult for her to make any decision. Huo We's heart was very blocked. She sighed and opened her mouth quite solemnly. Shang, life always needs to be cut off something. Only when the carrion is cut off will new meat grow. The most effective way to avoid being hurt again is to cut off the root cause of pain. They hurt you so much that you don't deserve to miss them at all. Auntie believes that you can make a brave decision. Xu Shang's eyelashes trembled slightly and hesitated, but can I really do that? Of course. Huo Wan was determined. After saying that, she asked Song Huazhang, what do you think, sister-in-law? Song Huazhang. I don't have a family like Shi's family. How could I know? I just don't want to see Shang being bullied again. Huo Wan hugged Xu Shang into her arms distrestedly. Xu Shang nested in her warm arms. The smell of sunshine on my aunt's body shone on her silently. Xu Shang sniffed gently, poked his head out, and said cautiously, if I really do this, I'm afraid that my aunt and mother-in-law will be criticized, saying that our family's power is overwhelming. Song Huazhao sneered, quiet, cold-faced, with a little disdain. No woman in the Huo family can be bullied by outsiders, even if our Huo family oppresses people with power. The Huo family is upright, and I'm not afraid of being criticized. Xu Shang, you also have to straighten your waist pole for me. What are you cowardly about? Miss Song's domineering side leak. Huo Wan looked angry and agreed fiercely. My sister-in-law is so right. This is the woman of our Huo family. Shang, if you have any ideas, just tell us directly. We will support you. Xu Shang summoned up the courage to open his mouth. Then I am willing to cut off the relationship with them. I don't want to be hurt by them anymore. I will contact a lawyer if Song Huazhang will make a decision. What Xu Shang was waiting for was Miss Song's words. She was excited. Thank you, mother-in-law. You are the best mother-in-law in the world. It is my luck to meet a fairy mother-in-law like you, and thank you, aunt. This little mouth is sweet, and his voice is also sweet and delicate. It also warms people's hearts, as if it has been exposed to the sun. Song Huazhao had no expression on his face. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, and his emotions were not revealed. Fairy mother-in-law. Xu Shang will say. Huo Wan rubbed Xu Shang's hair. Oh, Shang, don't say that. Our family doesn't talk about two families. The mobile phone vibrated, and Karen sent a message, okay. Xu Shang smiled silently after reading it. She clicked on the hot search and saw Karen's masterpiece. At that time, Beibei's plagiarism was already a nail on the board, and Xu Beibei couldn't wash this matter again. Now the overwhelming curses on the internet are all sprayed by Beibei. Xu Shang sneered from the bottom of his heart. He could only say that Xu Beibei deserved to be cheap. Xu Shang raised his face and said obediently, Karen told me that he had dealt with the matter. Huo Wan cares how to deal with it. Xu Shang bent his eyes and smiled. Karen released the fact that Xu Beibei plagiarized me. Now, netizens are paying attention to this matter. Huo Wan frowned. At that time, Beibei was the same. She deserved to have the face to jump out after doing such a disgusting thing. Isn't it? After doing that kind of thing, you don't retract your tail to be a person, and you dare to jump in front of her. Isn't it self-seeking to die? The mobile phone rang suddenly. It's Shishao's mobile phone ringing. She lowered her eyes. As expected, it was a call from the Shi family. The number without notes. Huo Wan is strange. Who? Xu Shang pursed his lips. It was my mother. Huo We's attitude became cold in an instant. I want to see what those people want to do. When Shang was about to pick it up, Miss Song issued an order and turned on the loudspeaker. Xu Shang obeyed and did as he said. When he connected the phone, he clicked on the loudspeaker, and the voice of that end came word for word. Xu Shang. How can you be so hearty? What on earth do you want to do? Why did you expose Beibei's plagiarism on the internet? Do you know how much impact your exposure on Beibei? Then there is the tone of command. You quickly ask the marketing account to withdraw the news. In addition, go to the internet to clarify that these are not true. It's completely fabricated by you. Make up for Beibei's loss of reputation. The wild voice of a teenager, which is not Suo Huayi's voice, is obviously Xie. Who is the fool over there? Huo Wan was so angry that she said dirty words. Xu Shang whispered that he was my fourth brother. Is that the beast who beat his sister? Huo Wan said loudly, Shang, you don't have a brother from now on. Such a person doesn't deserve to be your brother. Huo Wan was angrier than Xu Shang. Hearing is false, seeing is true. It turns out that his family is really shameless in front of Shang. This shocked Huo Wan. Song Huazhang also couldn't understand the behavior of his family. Tokino is gloomy. Xu Shang, you talk. What on earth are you going to do to make Beibei want to stop? Shu Yi looked completely angry and cursed there. Xu Shang didn't agree with him and didn't stop. Xu Shang, you're really a bitch. If you don't clarify this matter, I will definitely stink your reputation. Tokino's crazy voice made everyone present frown. Huo turned off the amplifier, put her mobile phone to her ear, and said coldly to the person on the other end of the phone, "Who is the bitch cursing? You dog without eyes, I think your eyes are used for decoration, right?" Chapter 50. Xu Shang was beaten into a second-class minor injury. Xu Beibei plagiarized the fact that Shang was already iron. Don't you believe that the evidence still has the face to ask Shang to clarify? You still want to make a bad reputation, don't you? Then you have to ask me if I agree first. Being scolded, Xu Yi was angry. "Who are you?" Ask Shishang to answer the phone. I told her in person. "I'm your old man." Huo opened her throat and roared, hung up the phone, blocked the number, and did it in one go. He dropped his mobile phone on the coffee table, put his arms around his chest, and leaned against the sofa angrily, as if he was about to explode. "I'm really angry. It's so shameless. It's not human at all. Why is there such a beast?" Huo was so angry that she kept cursing, but she still couldn't get rid of the depression in her heart. Xu Shang lowered his eyes and squeezed his lips tightly, so he didn't laugh out loud. It turns out that the rich woman's cursing is really a curse, not directly throwing money to make the other party shut up. It's good to open her eyes. Song Huajia glanced at Huo and saw that she was just angry and didn't worry. He stared and asked Xu Shang, "Have they always treated you like this?" Xu Shang didn't raise his head, just nodded his head. Song Huajia smiled angrily. Maybe she was still hesitating just now, which would make Xu Shang cut off the relationship with them without hesitation. At least before Wenting woke up, Xu Shang, who came to welcome Wenting, could not have an accident. Huo took the warm tea handed over by the servant and drank a cup of tea in one sip. "It's the first time I've seen such an evil person." Xu Shang gave her a back. "Auntie, don't be angry. It's not worth it for that kind of person. Let's calm down." Huo put down the teacup and hugged Xu Shang. "Kid, you are really hard." Xu Shang shook his head and passed by. Huo pulled her up and left. "Auntie sent you back to your room. Don't worry about these things anymore." Song Huajia held his head with his hand, and the other hand waved, Zhao's housekeeper. Butler Zhao bent down respectfully. "Hey." Song Huajia looked at him. "Did you hear what Xu Shang said just now?" "I heard it." Song Huajia said meaningfully to find out whether what she said really happened. "Understood." Xu Beibei and Xu Shang were kidnapped as soon as they checked. At that time, there was a big fuss, and their hospitalization records were also there, including the results of Xu Shao's injury diagnosis in the hospital. Housekeeper Zhao kept reposing this matter to Song Huajia. "Madam, what the young lady said has really happened." Housekeeper Zhao handed over the information he found. Song Huajia looked through it with his head down, and his eyebrows were enough to kill a fly. Seeing the result of the injury, Song Huajia's expression stopped, and Xu Shang was beaten to the second level of minor injury. Housekeeper Zhao nodded. "Qi, isn't it? The person in the Xi family is really too cruel. This is not a brother. He is obviously an enemy. If the police hadn't sent the young lady to the hospital in time, I'm afraid the young lady would." The following words are self-evident. Song Huajia turned over and closed the information. "Didn't the kidnappers who kidnapped them find any traces?" Housekeeper Zhao whispered that it had been so long since the incident. At that time, the police could not find any clues about the kidnappers, so they concluded the case. Housekeeper Zhao tentatively asked, "Madam, do you want to check this?" "No need." Song Huajia returned the information to the housekeeper and took it to destroy it. "I just need to know about this matter." At least Xu Shang told them the truth. "Also, you can ask the lawyer to come to your door tomorrow. I want to discuss the matter with him and deal with this matter as soon as possible." "Okay, madam." The next day, the lawyer quietly came to the door and prepared an agreement to break the parent-child relationship under Song Huajia's instruction. Song Huajia turned to give this agreement to Xu Shang. "You take the lawyer to the Xi family tomorrow. As long as you let the people of the Xi family sign, your relationship with them will not have any benefit." This. Xu Shang was simply flattered. She really didn't expect that Miss Song's efficiency would be so fast that she could do it for her in one day. Sure enough, it is convenient for powerful people to do things, saving a lot of unnecessary and tedious steps. No wonder so many people love to pursue fame and profit, even if they fight to death. Every circle has its own rules. The Huo family stood at the tip of the pyramid, and the power of the nobles overwhelmed the so-called rules. The rules are just to bind ordinary people. Xu Shang smiled. Song Huajia frowned and looked at her. "No, of course." "Then take it." Xu Shang picked it up and was very touched. "Thank you, mother-in-law, thank you. Miss Song is still so arrogant. I just shelter the people on the Huo family's household registration. You don't have to thank me." Xu Shang's eyes suddenly turned red. Song Huajia softened his tone when he saw this. "Do you know why I asked you to take the lawyer to Xi's house?" Xu Shang shook his head honestly and didn't know. "It is your ability to ask your family to sign. If they don't want to sign, I won't help you anymore. This is quite cold." Xu Xiao's eyes are curved. My mother-in-law has helped me a lot. I know that my mother-in-law's intention is to make me grow up. Song Huajiao snorted slightly. You are quite good at adding drama to yourself. Xu Xiao's face was full of bright smiles. At that moment, there seemed to be a glow on her, bright and delicate. She ignored it and smiled at herself. My mother-in-law didn't need to say more. I understood. Cut. Laugh so silly. Miss Song can't say anything about blocking her. Monday. Xu Xiang happened to have no class in the morning, and there was no drama to shoot. She asked Dai Cheng to drive her out early. I don't know if the Shi family will arrange bodyguards in the villa. Chong, are you sure we have enough manpower? A Chol looked at Xu Xiang through the rearview mirror. She sat in the back seat leisurely, and her long legs trembled slightly. There was a kind of beauty that ignored the lives of others. She dressed up very enchantingly today. Red skirt and red lips, black hair and willow eyebrows, bright and beautiful, and the thin high heels on the feet seemed to be able to stab people to death. According to Huawei's instructions, a Chong took 20 brothers out, all of whom sat in other cars and followed them. A Chong said lightly, "Young lady, don't be afraid. We have enough manpower. Even if we don't have enough, the brothers can top 5 each. 1 is only 5. Xu Xiao's tone is strange and confused. Isn't it usually a top 10? A Chong is expressionless. Young lady, would you like to hear what you are saying? This is in reality, not a TV series. Xu Xiang is plain, oh. A Chong. All in. Xu Xiangyan said with a smile that the top 5 is fine, as long as the Shi family dares not resist. Our Chong is a little defenseless. Young lady, you have finally exposed your true nature. Xu Xiang texted the lawyer, knowing that the lawyer was on his way home, so he called Karen. The eldest brother's heart couldn't stand the fright, so she vaccinated him first. She was thinking about the eldest brother. She is good enough, isn't she?